Israel to be an apartheid regime in 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? Everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. It's hump day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025. It's hump day. You already know what it is. You already know what's going on. I'm actually late, and I apologize. It's 11:51 a.m., but it's 68 degrees and sunny in Los Angeles, California. Did you get a haircut? Hollywood is going to flip? No, I did not get a haircut. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, what you just saw in that intro song from Brilliant Drink was, as a matter of fact, the girl that I was debating, where I said, do not understand the English language. She is now a hot girl for Cuomo. That's neither here nor there, just a little extra meme, extra detail on the people that I've encountered throughout my long storied journey as a left-leaning, leftist, socialist, political commentary person. Anyway, so this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, and I will explain to you why I'm actually late. As a matter of fact, the reason why, and you might have guessed it, is because I was doing a podcast. That's right. I was asked to do a podcast, and I was doing a podcast. That's why I'm late. But yeah, personal news-wise, I finally finished Mussolini, Son of the Century. It ended on a dud. I will admit it ended on a bit of a dud. I wish it was a little bit like I wish there was a little bit more in the first season, but I think personally it's it was really good. It was really solid. 7 episodes, and no, he doesn't die in the end. It basically ends when he finally takes full control. And so yeah, that is what it is. But did you see Platner probably has a second Nazi tattoo that's in the photo, the cover up of the first one? Wait, what? No shot. Really? Anyway, well, what? No, you're fucking crazy. It's a season of Shirley. This is where it was stopped, ending on the same note. It's such an insane final scene. Yeah, so that's neither here nor there. Okay. Let's continue. We'll get to other stuff in a second. Okay, we'll get to other stuff in a second. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and not about Graham Platner, which we will probably get to eventually. Jesus Christ. So where was I? What was I talking about? UC Schengen ball out? I did not, but I heard his tales. His tales were being told. Shouts out to Alperen Schengen, the GOAT. Yeah, I watched Mussolini, Son of the Century. I finished it. I went to sleep. I woke up. I did leg day today, and it was a great, spectacular leg day. And I had a good time overall. I noticed that in my offline moments when I'm not online, when I'm not actually on stream and I'm doing shit in the real world, I feel a lot better. There's 8 episodes in Mussolini. Is there? I feel like I watched only 7. There wasn't an extra episode. Maybe I watched 8 and I didn't realize that I watched 8 episodes, but does it not end? Does it not end when he's talking to the widow? Wait, that's why I thought it ended on a dud. What the fuck? There's one more. Okay, thank God. All right. Well, that's cool. I'll watch the last episode. Some of you fucks only give a fuck about drama. It's so depressing. It's disgusting. I hope you freaks get your clips that you so desperately need. I hope they don't, because I don't give a fuck about the drama, and I will not be talking about any drama. I don't really care if you guys are invested in that. It's not gonna happen. Anyway, whatever. But you know, that's not happening. There's too much happening in the world. When do you think you'll watch one battle after another? No rush, just curious. Eventually, when it comes to VOD, unfortunately, because I just never had time. I never had time to watch it at the movie theaters when I originally wanted to, because like the first couple of weeks when it first came out, all of my friends who I would normally go to the movies with went and watched it in the movie theaters when I was in France. So then I had no one to go with. And then I just didn't have time. Maybe I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for it to get on VOD, which it'll probably happen in like a couple weeks. So in any case, you're on the thumbnail of Curtis Connor's latest video. Did you know? I did not know that, but that's cool. UC will nev on a 1 million like TikTok.
Get your thoughts on the game.
Oh,
I hate this team. I was born into this, and I'm not gonna ever. I'm always a Jets fan, but like, I hate this team.
That's fucked up. That's a young Will Neff captured in the wild. A lifetime of pain and torment ahead of him. This is how they get you in the Jets franchise. Okay, you're born into it, and then they cook you. They absolutely cook you. For the rest of your life, for the rest of your god dang life, you are stuck in an eternal cycle of hell, torment, punishment. It's just, you're stuck. You're stuck. It's terrible. And there's a lot of teams like this, by the way. Jets fans are the leftist of football. Yeah, low key. I think if we were to get people on board with socialism, we could probably get the Jets fans on board first and foremost, because they are also used to. There is a level of L taking that you need to be predisposed with. That you need to be used to, and I feel like for Jets fans, like that's a lifetime of L's. You know. That's a lifetime of L's that you are used to taking. So for you, it's like, it's nothing. Anyway, odds Grant Platner is a plan to boost Janet Mills. Hashtag Mills Mafia. Yeah, that's what's going on. Hashtag Mills Mafia. Okay. We are obviously hashtag Mills Mafia here on the broadcast. You already know I have the most moral opinions on this race, and I'm hashtag Mills Mafia. But there is more happening in that world, and we will talk about all of that. Personal news wise, yeah, like I said, I did a podcast. That's why I'm late. I apologize. Apparently, people are getting even crazier. They're talking about like 1919 is actually the letters for SS or something. Or I don't fucking know. I don't know what's happening here. Oh God. But one thing I will say is that I don't think anybody actually will trust him, especially in this community ever. It's too many. It's 3 strikes and you're out. Like, for some people, it's like the 4 tours of the machine gunner. For others, it's Blackwater, which is way more valid. in 2018. And then on top of that, when you got a fucking Nazi tattoo on your chest, like it kind of makes sense as to why people would be like, I don't know about this guy. So in any case, the 1919 thing is a stretch. I know, but it doesn't matter. People are tuned into it. Hold on. We'll get to that in a second. Let me blast off real quick. Okay, let me do the damn thing because there's a lot going on. We got the second New York City debate tonight, and we got a war with Vuvuzela potentially that's brewing. We got Grant Platner covers Nazi tattoo, and the White House is being demolished. Thank you to Macy's for the playlist, and also, yeah, well, we got the government shutdown that's continuing. I think if you think Maine primary voters are tuned into it, you're in another universe. Even Ryan Grimm didn't know the tattoo, by the way. No, I know. I know. I don't know where it goes, but I don't think it's the CIA. I do find it funny when people are like, "No, it's the CIA. It's a CIA op for like 20 years." It's just that's I don't think it's the CIA. But no, I think it's the true progressive mind in a MAGA body. Grant Platner is the real progressive mind in a MAGA body. Okay, it turns out. Listen. Listen, we got so much happening, and I'm gonna blast off real quick, and then we'll get right into it. Okay, Mills Mafia. All right. Thoughts from Jewish Mainers. The progressive voters of Maine are feeling similarly torn. Dude, I can't believe this is such a big story. I mean, I get why it's a big story, but I cannot believe how much motion a Maine Senate run in the Democratic primary is like turning into this incredibly chaotic situation. I can't. I don't understand. I genuinely don't get it. I didn't even know Jews lived in Maine, for the record. Like, low key, I thought it was like white. You know what I mean? Not even like like no Polish type of white, you know? That's crazy. Your main op has to explain himself. Oh, dude, I saw Brandon post this. Sometimes 5 years is 1,000 lifetimes. Trevor Noah is a Cuomo-sexual. Yeah. They're also claiming he's some photos posted by the Maine SRA. Yeah, I like that. For some, they don't give a shit about like the Nazi tattoo, which is crazy. And they are simply yelling. For some, they are simply yelling about the Antifa stuff. Okay, they're simply like more mad about like, oh, he was a part of the Socialist Rifle Association. Not anyone in this community. People in this community don't give a fuck that he was a part of the SRA. They literally think he's like the devil incarnate, and his eclectic background, to say the least, is the reason as to why many people are on this community had already fucking tuned them out. But it is pretty funny that like for the average Americans, it seems like they're more mad, or not average Americans, but like for the media on the right wing side or on the establishment Democrat side, like they're more mad that he said he was an Antifa super soldier. It's awesome. Yeah. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at with this whole situation. It's not 1919 for SS. They're cutting off the rest of the tattoo, which is EST 1919, and whatever the symbol is above it, or was created in 1919. I can't tell what it is, but it looks like a battalion or something. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I don't think he has a deep cut 1919 fucking Nazi tattoo, but who knows? Maybe he does. Crazier things have happened, like having a Totenkopf on your chest as a guy who was running as like a person who said he was a communist on the internet when in private. That's insane. If you think about it, the average demographic of a union member in the U.S. are black women, but all of our would-be labor leaders are white guys with one too many problems is weird. Is it weird? America is a pretty white supremacist country in its foundation and its inception, and that attitude has continued. So, but some of the white people that are in charge of those unions are pretty good. You know, you got Sean Fain. Come on. What was I going to say? Showed my wife who works at Meps the Tat and was like, it's in the folder. Yeah, of course. What is Sean Fain's problem? Nothing. Sean Fain is awesome. Well, you never listen to black people. You usually have issues clocking that kind of stuff. I know this is your, yeah, it's because I'm also a white supremacist. That's what it is. Yo, Unc, if you don't game today, okay, I'm not going to game today. The fucking debate is happening tonight. Like, please lock in. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Hopefully tomorrow. What's wrong with SRA? I don't think there's anything wrong with the Socialist Rifle Association. It's like NRA, but for socialists. I'm just saying that he hates being called out on the black stuff. Well, oh my God. No, because it's like what... Sometimes it feels like you just want me to be like, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. You just want me to just constantly be like, I'm sorry. You're right. I apologize. Let's not talk about anything. Just like, I'll talk about how sorry I am. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for my whiteness. I apologize for my whiteness. It is the biggest crime. The color of my skin has contributed to so much pain and so much torment. Okay? Is that what you want? You want like some aesthetic land acknowledgement or some shit? Like, you know what my opinions are. If you believe it, you believe it. If you think I'm being insincere, then there's not really much I can do about it. Okay? Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry. I want to repeat once again. I apologize for my whiteness, for my Caucasian activities. I apologize for my participation in white supremacy by being being in a prominent place as a progressive commentary, as a person who is delivering progressive commentary and being white while doing so. I am sorry. Jesus fucking Christ, this guy. You guys hate me for being white. I've done nothing wrong. Wait, what? Is that what I said? You are consistently a nuisance in this chat, Molten Panda. This is the second day of baiting. Yesterday's baiting led to us reading Left Communism and Infantile Disorder. Today's baiting, it seems, is leading to my caucasity. You're being farmed by, you're getting farmed, bro, by the worst people. I know. Okay. What was I saying? Anyway, yeah, we blasted off already, but here, I didn't even fucking post it in the chat. Here's the blast off. Apologies for being created by Yaqub. I mean, as a Turk, we actually are in the Yaqub story. We play a formative role in the Yaqub story. What is this? White victim complex and black and South Asian, and I support you 100% though. No, I'm not even doing that. Like, I'm not even doing like the oh my God. It's just, it's one of those things where it's like impossible. Like you here, I'm going to say this last, okay? This is the last time I'm going to say this. There are certain things that you just simply cannot address. Like, for example, when people say, oh, why don't you have any black people on the stream, right? This is a line of commentary that even if you address it by what? Pointing to all the black people that I do have on the stream, you still look like a fucking white guy counting black people. Like, it's crazy. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like, it automatically, even the defense, even if the truth is the defense of it, you still come across kind of racist. You know what I mean? Not even kind of. You come across pretty racist where you're like, okay, like, what are you pointing to all the black people that you have as props on your stream now? Wow. Like, there's no, it's an endless cycle, right? It's an endless cycle. Speaking of black people on the stream, Crash Dummies shouts out, are gonna be on the stream tomorrow. Has nothing to do with any of this fucking dumb nonsense. Obviously, they're just in town. But, you know, but like, that's what I mean. It's just like, you can't, there's no progressive, there is no progressive counter to that, you know? See, look. He did it. He did it while I was in the process of explaining it. Maybe don't count black people and instead just stop centering whiteness. Like, while I was in the process of saying, like, if I were to respond like that, that would still be racist. And he literally did it. This is what I mean. This is just like silly, unproductive, dumb, nonsensical points of contention that are impossible to address. Every time you address shit like that, you're just going to look like a fucking asshole. And, you know, I'd rather just not address it. If you think that that's the case, then you think that's the case. There's not really much I can do about it. Like, be charitable, be open-minded, and you'll probably realize that that's not the case. Okay? Yeah. The best possible defense is obviously to not read any of that shit, but I always eat that bait. I can't stop myself. Please, just so you know what, I have blind spots and I'll learn from this. Jesus Christ, God, why people are so sensitive. Do you want me to be insincere? Because of course I do have blind spots. Yes. And I am on a constant journey of learning, but like, I think it's insincere if the demand is like kind of silly. Do you see what I mean? Like, that's it. I don't think, and I think it's also like not the best way to like design a community that is built around actually addressing issues that pertain to all Americans, including black Americans as well. And in instances like even hyper focusing on black and brown Americans specifically in terms of like white supremacy. You will never be able to control the chirping of 30,000 people. True. Isn't this because of a Sudan clip from a few months ago? Why are people focusing on it now? It's because Ethan Klein insincerely brought it up to say that I was anti-black and I constantly tell black people how to feel. And then a bunch of content creators actually leaned into it to be like, yeah, this is a major blind spot for Hasan. And it's like one of those things where it's virtually impossible. It's one of those things that's like virtually impossible to address because at the end of the day, no matter what happens, like I am a white dude, you know what I mean? And as a part of that product, as a part of this, this entire process, like no matter what happens, if I'm addressing issues that pertain to misogyny, I'm a man, people are still going to be somewhat hostile no matter what happens. And the same goes for like anti-blackness, for example. No matter what happens, there's going to be people that say, oh, you're engaging in a microaggression. You know? You're doing microaggressions and you're making this like a hostile place for black people. Yes, the man with an 8-minute long N-word compilation is now talking about how anti-black I am, but the reality of the matter is a lot of people are leaning into it. So that's why there's a lot of people coming in here to fucking do that. How do we go from Platner to you being a white supremacist? I don't think people are saying I'm a white supremacist. I think most people are just saying that I'm white, which is true. I am. And in the process of being white, what is this? As a 55-month sub and being black, I don't want you to talk about anything black that's not for you or why we come here. This is what I mean. This is dumb as fuck. Yeah. Maybe that's not the reason why you come in here, but again, that's the reason I talk about these sorts of things for primarily white people. If I'm talking about black issues, I'm trying to educate white people. You know, people that are in the margins of white supremacist activity, caucasity, people that are about to, or people that have never really considered that they might be engaging in racist behavior. You were glazing a Nazi yesterday? Is fucking bad, a fucking Nazi? Okay, that's not true. I think if you put on your apolitical hat and go by Hank, no one would comment on this whatsoever. All right. Is Zoran considered white? No. No. It would just be worse if we just ignored any kind of black hardship. I know. And I will not do that. Once again, I'm very hard-headed and I'm very stubborn. And I think in the moment, a lot of people get upset at that sometimes when they feel like I'm not presenting myself in the best possible ways. But that hard-headedness and that steadfastness and that stubbornness actually in a long enough timeline causes people to really reconsider what I'm doing and recognize it as an overall positive and not necessarily a negative thing. Especially because I'm not malleable and I'm not susceptible to I'm not susceptible to people being like, you're bad. And then I'm never going to be one of those people is what I mean. I'm never going to be one of those people that goes, oh, everybody yelled at me. You know, I've talked about black issues a lot and everybody yelled at me and black people don't like me. So I'm just going to stop. I'm going to be right wing. I'm not. I'm not a pussy. I'm not a spineless pussy. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. If you consider it to be bad because you saw some clips, then it is what it is. If you have your own personal opinion and your own personal convictions after coming in here and hearing me out, then great. That's the best I can expect. My goat is washed in a lib? Yes. I was talking about the whole Platner thing with some of my coworkers, and they invoked your name in the conversation, mostly stating that you haven't posted a shirtless pic in a while, so we can't know whether or not you have a Nazi tattoo. True. Your tone sometimes isn't the most comforting. That's true. That is absolutely true. My tone is not comforting. I am very straightforward sometimes and maybe a little too autistic and too one note. And I think that causes people to, especially in clips, reflect on it as like, as a person who is bad, I think. But yeah. On that note, however, I will never stop taking Tylenol. You probably shouldn't say this content is for white people on the edges because I'm not a white person on the edge. I think that's how black chatters feel, and I get that. No. When I'm talking about like black issues that pertain to black liberation, for example, that is something that, like if I'm talking about systemic racism, right? You're black. You already know exactly what that looks like because you've lived it every single day. I am trying to convey that experience to people who have, in the past, refused to understand what that looks like. I'm trying to convey that message to a group of people that, if they were listening to a black person, would go, I don't care. You're just complaining because you're black. Because obviously, a lot of people have these kinds of biases, right? That's simply what I mean. And it's something that I've talked about with respect to trans issues as well. When I talk about like transphobia, my goal is to try and convince people that are in the margins of transphobia to not be transphobic. That's it. Of course, I cover a broad array of different things that are happening in daily American existence. So, of course, I have a diverse audience. But people still defending Nixon and Reagan, I think will be okay. Yeah. Okay. Everyone is trying to bait me into talking about. Everyone is trying to bait me into talk how I don't game, it seems. All right. We're going to start with the top news story of the day, especially for this community, and it seems for many other communities. Okay. Graham Platner, who is, until this past week, cleaning up on the main senatorial run, legendary crash and burn senatorial run so far for a Senate seat that is currently occupied by Susan Collins. Susan Collins is supposed to be this like moderate, experienced Republican. She's famous for constantly saying that she is very concerned about what Trump is saying and doing. But of course, she always votes along the party line. You can pivot, just say that. What do you mean? Pivot to what? Yes, she always aligns with the Republicans. She's always very concerned, and she's also always aligned with the Republicans. Okay. Vanity Fair article regarding Platner. Graham Platner, main Senate candidate, says he's removed his Nazi tattoo of skull and crossbones. It's been covered up with some kind of Celtic knot with a dog on it because that's far more in line with my opinions that embattled Democrats Vanity Fair in the wide-ranging interview. Dude, it'd be so funny if someone finds out that the second tattoo, the cover-up tattoo itself is also racist or something. Oh my God, I would lose my mind. Anyway, obviously everybody understands Susan Collins sucks. Any sort of seat that you can put a Democrat ass on in the Senate is good. It's better than having a Republican ass on that seat. Just make no mistake. This has always been my position. This will always be my position. Okay. This is literally what I even talked about with respect to all these pro-Israel senators that are Democratic Party senators, even in the state of California. It's still like on at least some of the other issues, they are going to every now and then behave in a manner that is better than fucking the Republicans. Now, of course, the worst example of this is John Fetterman, who has become a Republican with a Democrat with a D next to his name. And a lot of people are afraid that Graham Platner is going to become the same person. They think Graham Platner is a John Fetterman, and they are afraid of him becoming more of a John Fetterman if he were to win the race. So some people are getting ahead of this. Stop defending a Nazi. You are washed. This is worse than Fetterman, you idiot. I am not defending Graham Platner, and I'm not defending his Nazi tattoo. But obviously, no one is going to listen to me, as they haven't yesterday. I mean, I did a video on this. I covered it extensively. I think it was like for 3 hours or some shit. And people are just going to make up their own minds about what I'm saying, no matter what. I think that there is obviously a big L here. The big L being that proper vetting is required. Proper vetting for candidates like this is obviously required. There are certain things that are understandable as red lines. A Nazi tattoo on your fucking chest is an understandable red line. This is exactly what I said yesterday. And this is still what I am saying today. What the fuck are we talking about? Are you kidding me? Okay. Now, having said that, there is still something about the way liberals are behaving around this that I think is not that bad. Okay. And the reason why I say that is because I think liberals by and large, it seems, have been fed up with establishment Democrats. And if someone like Bernie says, this is my guy, liberals, boomer liberals, who under no circumstances in the past, in numerous other election cycles, would have ever aligned with Bernie and a hand-picked Bernie candidate, over someone like Janet Mills are saying, nah, fuck that. We need to do something different. I like that because, as I said yesterday, imagine if someone did not have Blackwater in their CV, in their resume, or a Nazi tattoo on their chest. The sky's the fucking limit at that point. If you had a candidate that had the same platform, okay, or maybe even more overtly anti-American militarism, for example, right, and was a person that did not have a Nazi tattoo on his chest, or a person that also did not do 4 tours and then join fucking Blackwater in 2018, then sky's the limit. And this is what I said as well. I said, seeing a lot of libs defend Platner over the establishment pick Janet Mills because he has left this platform, and it seems like they're tired of the status quo electability arguments of the Dems. Now imagine if you had a candidate who didn't have a Blackwater CV and a totem cough. Now the Blackwater CV doesn't even matter all that much to liberals by and large. And I think that's more so a thing here. That's more so a thing in our community, in our spaces, on leftist spaces, understandable level of scrutiny, necessary for someone who comes from that background, because it doesn't show disdain or distaste for the actions that you took as a part of like a machine gunner squadron in the quote unquote war on terror. Okay. And it doesn't signal that you were, very critical of that experience, more so that you were critical of the impact that it had on you and others around you. Okay. But having said that, there's a lot of Marine Corps veterans that watch me. I'm assuming you know that. Yeah, no, I have never been and never will be I'm going to spit on all the troops type leftist. I think it's stupid, it's silly, it's unproductive, and it's not something that I believe. Okay. Obviously, Blackwater is a little bit different. Okay. Obviously, joining a private paramilitary group, like as a mercenary, after an entire decade of war crimes is a little bit different than just like touring, okay? Or being in service. So for me in particular, that's a big disagreement that I have with like a lot of people to the left of me on what their methods are about developing a true anti-imperialist left. I've never been that guy, and I'll never be that guy. Now, people will bastardize my position on this no matter what, because they think it's like a defense of Graham Platner in particular, or a defense of Blackwater. It's not. And it's certainly not a defense of anybody that has a Nazi tattoo. But all of these things combined, and then matched up against his background, matched up against his private correspondences on Reddit, paint a rather interesting story. Having said that, it's understandable that a lot of people are like, I'm out. But what I'm more invested in here is the way that liberals are responding to it. Now, we'll see what the polls show. Okay. We'll see what the polls show down the line. But it does seem like, at least initially, that many liberals are saying, nah, fuck that. We're with them. We're riding with Platner. And I think that's very interesting, especially when there is an alternative, a centrist alternative that's 77 years old. Her name is Janet Mills, 2-time governor of the same state. An alternative that was hand-selected by the establishment Democrats. This is very important. Okay? This is very, very important. Make no mistake. In any case, let's take a look at how MSNBC's Morning Joe is covering the matter.
New piece about that race up in Maine, the Senate race. A Democratic candidate there putting the party's interest in younger and fresher candidates through a stress test after his controversial social media comments have surfaced lately, along with images of a tattoo. Nearly 10 years ago on Reddit, Graham Platner wrote about how as he's gotten older, he's become, quote, a communist. He also made disparaging comments about police and minimized challenges faced by military members in reporting sexual assault. As for that tattoo, Platner revealed he has a skull and bones similar to what was worn by the SS on his chest. Platner has apologized, but now appears to be leaning into the controversy. Dave, you got some new reporting on this for Semaphore. What can you tell us?
Yes, I talked to Platner yesterday as this was going on, before he said he'd remove the tattoo, but after he told Pod Save America, he gave them the video and said that people were going to attack him over it. And his argument is that...
That was also very interesting because they knew that the Oppo was coming. They knew that the Oppo dump was coming, and they wanted to neutralize it. His team very clearly wanted to neutralize it by going to Pod Save America ahead of time and leak it ahead of time. It's interesting because that means that they knew that this was coming down the pipe, but he didn't actually say, like, that means that there was awareness that this is a Nazi tattoo at that point, but he still didn't actually say that he was aware until, you know, the Oppo was coming out. And I think one of the first things he should have done, it was like, yeah, as soon as we figured out that this was like a Nazi tattoo, it's crazy. I know it sounds like 20 years of not knowing that it was a Nazi tattoo. I know you're not going to believe me on this. Unbelievable, because it is unbelievable. Okay. But I'm getting it removed, right? I mean, he did say it after the fact, but still.
He is a different kind of Democratic candidate, and the Democratic Party will suffer if it tells men, he's 41, men who grew up online, who posted some things that they regret, that they're not allowed in politics ever.
I will say, totally amoral, Democratic consultant hat wearing moment for me would be if there is a way out of this, and I don't know if he will be able to recover from this, but if he does recover from this, that is majorly beneficial for left flank candidates, actual leftist candidates that don't have this fucking insane background to thrive all around the country. And the best possible way to defend against this, this obvious indefensible action would be to say, oh, it's just like cancel culture. It was young, dumb, and stupid. There is one thing that a lot of people are talking about. Dude, stop, man. Just divorce yourself from this dumbass already. Guys, as long as I continue covering this story, if you guys are going to keep saying, no matter what I talk about, like, oh, you're defending Graham Platner, I'm not going to be able to get anything done here, okay? I'm not defending him. You don't have to support Graham Platner. I don't care, okay? I don't care. My job as a political commentator is to analyze the way people are looking at these sorts of newsworthy incidents, okay? That's it. Please stop being fucking stupid about this shit. Your community can be really insufferable sometimes. The people who are chirping are likely never fucking vote anyway. I know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. None of this stuff matters. Okay? Please stop. In any case, like, even when I put my fucking Dem consultant hat on, if I were to wear the Democratic Party consultant hat on, his response and washing this away or hand waving it away, even if it's like the most severe thing, okay? Because like in terms of running for office, I would go so far as say nowadays, like a Nazi tattoo on your fucking chest and like being an active pedophile are probably the two things that are supposed to fucking tank a campaign. If he can withstand that, that means that there is tremendous amounts of goodwill and capital being afforded to left flank candidates. Okay? Think about what this means. Think about what this means. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about how, you know, this is Graham Platner is the fucking best. Hasan not bringing up the chat poll yesterday seems like an insincere moment where he's still pretending it's unhinged that he didn't know. No, the reason why I think it's ridiculous that even people in this chat didn't know that it was a fucking Nazi tattoo is because it very clearly is the third most prominent Nazi insignia. And I have talked about it quite extensively. Okay. So obviously there are still plenty of people who in this chat will go, I don't believe him and I will never believe him. I'm not going to defend against that because it's a fucking Nazi tattoo on his chest that he had for 20 years. That's crazy. It's literally the Are We the Baddies skull. It's shocking. It's shocking to me that more people are oblivious to this reality. Okay? But it is what it is. What are you doing? Okay. Anyway. Let's continue.
Now, that's obviously a convenient thing for him to...
You're way too online if you think it's the third most recognizable symbol. No, I used to think that. And the Wikipedia page shows it as the third most recognizable Nazi symbol. We looked at it yesterday. It is. Like, fundamentally, it is the third most recognizable neo-Nazi symbol after number 1 being the swastika and number 2 being the SS bolts. And we also found out that it turns out a lot of Marines that I had covered before in the past that have this Scout Sniper SS bolts knew exactly what the fuck they were putting on them, putting on their chest. And it turns out, apparently, the Marine Corps has forgiven people for, riding with the SS flag as well. No, the Black Sun is not. No, the Sun and Rod is not number 3. You're crazy. Most people don't know what the fuck. No, the Sun and Rod, the Black Sun is not the third most recognizable Nazi symbol. No, most people, there's even less people who know what the fuck it is. Anyway, we're not talking about that. Iron Cross maybe, but not the Sun and Rod. All right, let's continue.
As he's confronted with these questions, he has a lot of support among progressives, including Bernie Sanders, who told 7before yesterday he's sticking with Platner. A lot of progressives who think there is a double standard here, that their candidates are grilled and asked to explain away things that are not problems for other people, and also sincerely that people born after 1980 are going to run for office with a sketchy online record. That is how he is trying to package everything.
I was going to say, this is the other conversation that I've been having with people in the media as well, is that they're saying, look, if you don't want fucking boomers to be elected, if you want someone who's younger to be in a position of power ever, going forward, all of their social media profiles cannot be considered a burden, because everyone under the age of 50 has like extensive social media footprint, unless they're like, I don't know, Zoran Mamdani and have like a clear-cut agenda and have aspirations for office down the line or something. That's such a ridiculous argument. It's just not true. I don't think this is not in defense of Graham Platner. I'm not defending Graham Platner. Please stop yelling at me. I also don't even think his Reddit profile is irredeemable. I think his Reddit profile actually shows his Reddit profile is the only redeemable quality from my perspective, in spite of all of the other shit that has come out. But overall, people looking at social media profiles and making a lot of assumptions or like yelling at people due to their social media profile is going to be a much more common thing. Okay.
He said that I'm a real person and this shouldn't be a problem. And the reason progressives are a little bit confident, he has the same media teams, so some of the same strategists as John Fetterman in 2022, as Zoran Mamdani right now. Both of them dealt with controversies. Mamdani's on debate stages renouncing his old tweets. They think there is a way past this, and they frame it all as, I'm only getting this attention, this criticism, because the establishment doesn't like me. Final thing I'd say about that is there's some Trump envy. That is how Trump and a lot of Republican candidates have gotten through scandals, by saying, yes, I'm not perfect. I'm like you. I've said some things I regret, and that makes me a more authentic, normal person. That has worked for Trump. It has not worked for some Trump-like candidates.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, this is a stress test for the absolute worst possible situation. Like, while I am more worried than ever before that even if he were to win, that he is likely to be a very malleable, possible John Fetterman style candidate. In the absence of any sort of alternative here, you're just kind of, Mainers are kind of locked into this. Having said that, okay, this is a stress test, especially because it's the worst possible, most irredeemable thing that you could do, but it's a stress test for whether or not a Trumpian style left candidate can actually overcome these sorts of things that in the past would have eviscerated anyone's candidacy. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it gets played out. Do you understand what I mean by this? Because, like, this is the if the way I see it is, like, if liberals are fucking on board with like a hoorah Marine Corps guy with a Nazi tattoo because he has like a populist, he has like populist associations and he's on like the Bernie flank of the party or whatever. If liberals are on board with someone like that, then a candidate that has a candidate that has like no stains on his fucking reputation, they should be actively going out to battle for. And the example I will obviously use is Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is another early Bernie-crat, okay? An early Bernie pick, also anti-Zionist, has been very critical of Israel, has not shied away from that, and also simultaneously does have a completely untarnished reputation, okay? The problem here is Abdul El-Sayed is Muslim, right? So we shall see if it is actually the main driving force for liberals broadly is white supremacy and the assumption that like someone who is a grunt force veteran with a Nazi tattoo is not irredeemable, but someone with a completely infallible reputation with experience in local politics and state politics that happens to be brown might be a bridge too far. That is my big fear here. My big fear is that liberals will look to someone who, no matter how fucking far right their signals are, they end up saying, no, I'm in the tank because everyone else is super racist. Everyone else is super racist. This will be helpful. You know, like the John Fetterman arguments. And then when there is a really good candidate out there, right, who is also a champion of progressive values, they will just say, I don't know about this guy. I don't know about this guy at all. Those are not the same, and your comparison of them is white supremacy. Wait, what? What are you talking about? I don't think you understood my argument. I'm saying, yes, if liberals look at a candidate that has very similar values and very similar policy points, that is also backed by Bernie Sanders, who fucking turn around and say, well, the brown guy that's Muslim, he scares me because I don't think others would vote for a brown guy who's Muslim, versus a guy with a fucking Nazi tattoo who they say is good, then yeah, that's literally racism. What? A gifted brown person is just as much of a risk as Nazi? Yo, I think a lot of what people say about my community might be right. I do think we got a lot of dumbasses in here, man. No disrespect to you, Lamont Mundell, but I think you might be kind of stupid, brother. You're presenting my argument. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand what's going on, man. That's literally my point. My point is, yes, if liberals literally look to a person who is an exceptional candidate with no fucking with no suspicious background, like no red flags whatsoever, as a more risky candidate than a person who is white, who has all of the fucking red flags, perhaps the worst red flag of all time, then yeah, it's a little bit white supremacist. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. If he agrees with you, how is he stupid? Because he's agreeing with me, but he is not understanding that he is just relitigating my point. He's relitigating the point that I'm making, but simultaneously saying, oh, dude, you're being a white supremacist. Anyway, maybe it's my fault. A lot of people are just like half listening and they don't understand it. He's arguing with me by presenting the argument that I'm making. Okay, that's the problem.
They're trying to make it work for him. For
and a lot of hopes Dave put into Platner as a different kind of candidate running up in Maine. Maybe the kind of candidate Democrats should be.
Okay, yeah, no, brother, I don't think you understand. I'm saying it's my fault because you're half listening and I shouldn't take you seriously and I should move on. And you literally demonstrated that again. What the fuck is going on? All right, let's continue.
Finding and highlighting in some of these races more relatable to actual voters in the state. What is he saying, though, about that tattoo? He was on Pod Save America, on the podcast with the former Obama aides, the three guys, and tried to explain and used a quote that you never want to use in a political campaign. Quote, I am not.
And before you say, this is exactly what a lot of what chat wanted you to discuss for your information. I know it's easily assumed, but it would be helpful to include racism and white supremacy in these talks. We're open to you talking about it more for chat to think about. Yeah, except that person literally is under the assumption that I don't talk about these sorts of issues and that I simultaneously am making an argument about white supremacy, playing a role in the considerations of liberals broadly here. And he thinks that I'm not saying that. And he is accusing me of being blind to white supremacist values by by literally just presenting the same argument that I'm making. What the fuck?
Not a secret Nazi. What's he saying about the tattoo?
Yeah, short version, he got this skull tattoo with fellow Marines in Croatia. He was not fully mentally there when he did it. He never removed it. The discrepancy in the last really 24 hours has been, that was his story to Pod Save America. Jewish Insider reported, his story to Pod Save America included, he didn't know about the associations of the symbol. Jewish Insider reported that somebody who knew Platner a decade ago said he did know the associations. And him now saying that he's going to remove it, that complicates it. It went from something that he was comfortable showing off for a long time and joking about to something that he is ashamed of and going to remove. He had deleted his Reddit account years before entering this race. And that is some of the paradox here. One, he is saying, I made mistakes and that makes me normal. Two, yes, they're terrible mistakes and I'm ashamed of them and need to do something to wipe them out. And again, the reason progressives are saying let's give him a chance here is because this started unfolding right as Janet Mills, the governor of Maine, got into the race with the support of Chuck Schumer. That is how they see this. If it is opposition research, if it is connected at all to the D.C. establishment, no matter what the facts are, it is suspicious. That is how progressives view this. And I've seen very few people in the influential progressive commentary space or the endorsers of Graham Platner say this is a problem because they look at Republicans and say how would they do this? They would maybe apologize. They would maybe reframe it, but they would say this is only happening because the establishment doesn't like me. That is the default. And that was interesting here. The Pod Save America was a platform for him to try that out. He tried it. He said it to me too in a different, I think, more intense way. That's what they're going for.
Yeah, Dave, you make a great point about how the circumstances of these revelations are called into question, although some Dems have noted to me this also might point to some insufficient vetting of this potential candidate in the first few weeks of his launch. Although we should note, I mean, you're making a great point also about how Republicans seem to just plow forward. We did just have an example, though, of Paul Ingrassia not being able to do so, in part because the word Nazi is attached. So this would still seem to be a third rail here. But
I will say, there is a double standard here, but it's a warranted one. Not that I give a shit, but liberals seemingly do give a shit about that, which is that, yes, if someone is fucking signaling that they are, if someone is signaling that they are a Nazi and private correspondence and they're running for the Nazi adjacent parties, positions of power, yeah, that's a little bit more fucking significant. Having said that, of course, the very fact that he is Blackwater and also fucking four-tour Marine machine gunner, that in and of itself also causes people to understandably assume maybe perhaps there is more to this story than we thought as far as like what his true opinions are. That's it. It's because people are not devoid of context and nuance. Okay? It's just like you look at a guy who says that they are a fucking Nazi and they're running for the Republican Party, like their ambitions are higher office in the Republican ecosystem, then yeah, no shit, people are going to be like, well, you said the quiet part out loud, brother, you know? You're being so annoying covering this shit. Please shut up and do the real news, says cynical bastard. Please stop giving trolls what they want on this story, man. It's so annoying to see you cover it. Yeah, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. If you don't like it, you know, you don't like it.
Let's take a step back. Talk to us a little bit more about this sort of generational clash, because this Maine is being held up, much like the New York City mayor's race, where you have a young Mamdani and an older sort of veteran establishment character in Cuomo. Here you do as well in the Senate race, Mills and Platner. This does see these races do seem representative of this real struggle the party is going through right now, post 2024.
Well, one thing Democrats deal with in particular, Republicans don't, is that they lost.
It is funny when people are like, bro, I can't believe you're just like covering the story that is running headlines today and yesterday as well. It's just like, this is the story. Okay, sorry.
So recently. So if you were part of the Democratic political establishment, you don't have a win on the board in the last year to say this is how elections should be. This is what a candidate needs to win. That influences all this. There's also intervention here of the idea that Democrats are too censorious, that Democrats are the party of cancel culture, especially when it comes to white men. And that is something that Platner is leaning into, that there were nominees for positions in Biden's administration who said things that were controversial, and they got through their nominations. But the party has been losing ground with men in particular. You talked about J.D. Vance.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. It's crazy that they're deploying this valid argument in one of the only instances where it's like kind of understandable to deploy it. Okay, because like saying, okay, it's a bit of a red flag, guys. What are we talking about? Like, this is crossing a fucking line. That's the only time where it's appropriate to say, I think we're crossing a line here. And yet they are taking the maximalist stance on a valid position against like setting up a purity standard that ends up harming Democrats broadly. The only reason why I think this is like still, and we shall see how this unfolds, but the only reason why I think this is like not, like I'm trying to find the silver lining here. And the silver lining that I'm seeing here is that it will be a good thing for the Zorons of the world. It will be a good thing for the Summer Lees of the world. It will be a good thing for the Abdul El Sayeds of the world that don't have these kinds of insane stains on their reputation, but are still presenting an electability argument with left populist campaign slogans and left populist policies that you are saying you are going to achieve. I hope we can also move on at some point. There's real news going on. We've covered this for 4 to 5 hours yesterday. There's like headline 6, not 1. We've given it enough fuel. We're just repeating the same info over and over again. Maybe I just...
How he's defending some of the group chats. That's situational, too. That's a little convenient who he defends and who he doesn't.
Because the reason why I say this is because the purity standards, Democrats only apply... the purity standards Democrats have only historically applied cynically to the likes of Bernie Sanders. Okay? And liberals, by and large, have actually gone along with that purity standard. They have literally leaned into, oh, Bernie is not electable. oh, Bernie is this, Bernie is that. This means that voters are looking at Bernie and going, maybe we were fucking wrong. And I don't think that's a bad thing. Okay? I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. And I cannot believe that I'm saying this over the one singular instance where it is actually kind of insane that they are saying, oh, this is just cancel culture. It's like some things are valid. I think a Nazi tattoo is like valid and as far as like cancel culture goes. And I do wish that it wasn't like expending political capital of this sort on a candidate with so many with so many flaws, like actually irredeemable flaws in general. But if he can overcome this, regardless of whether or not he becomes another John Fetterman, I do think that this means that the Democrats are just Democrat voters are absolutely tired of the electability arguments being presented in defense of establishment candidates, in defense of centrist candidates.
But the overall idea that they're sharing is that there are a lot of people who grow up.
That's precisely the reason why I'm talking about this so much, because I think it's like it is a stress test on where the party goes going forward.
Up and they say stupid things, and they say them in public now because everything is online, and increasingly people can find your information even if you delete it. Do we want a society where they're canceled, and do we want a Democratic Party that cancels people and a Republican Party that doesn't? The idea being that men might look, Latino men, black men, white men might look and say, I don't want to be part of the party that cancels you and gets you out of your job and says you can never rise up in your career if you said something stupid. I might have said something stupid. So that is the overall thing they're going for, and they look at a Democratic Party that is more, again, it's supporting Mills. It is more ready to say that if you made these mistakes, you shouldn't be in public office. It is ambitious, and it is very convenient for Platner's campaign, but I think it does tap into something that Democrats are worried about.
Yeah.
How come men keep drifting?
I think Democrats want more shamelessness. This is such a white man take. I'm sorry. I think this is, by and large, a liberal take now. And if this is the overarching liberal take, that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing, especially when deployed in the direction of left flank candidates. Because let's be real, guys. Liberals are shameless, okay? They don't give a fuck about any of the identity shit. They literally said Bernie Sanders was racist when Bernie Sanders was getting fucking arrested during the civil rights struggle, and Hillary Clinton, as recently as like 10 years prior to her run in 2016, was talking about how awesome it was that she had black slaves on the front yard at the Arkansas governor's mansion. What the fuck are we talking about? These people don't give a fuck about any of this shit. So if they're going to be shameless, I'm glad that they're using the shamelessness in the direction of like a Bernie candidate, a candidate that Bernie hand selected. Yes, it signals that Bernie should have been more careful and more considerate, and it's fucking ridiculous that he just like didn't do enough research ahead of time, and they didn't like see the fat Nazi tattoo on his fucking chest. Okay, but that's my point. My point is that like this shamelessness and the cynical, the cynical id-pol identity politics deployment was only utilized by Democrats in instances where it was appropriate against their Republican opposition, but then also against their left flank with regular frequency, while they shamelessly hid or moved the conversation away from their own candidates' like failures. How would you do research on that? Dumb take. Wait, what? How would you do research on that? How would I do research on, how would someone... Hello? How would you do research on a person having a Nazi tattoo on their chest? I mean, the video was clearly out there, chatter. You guys are being crazy. You guys are being fucking crazy. Don't you check the nipples of everyone you endorse is like an idiotic argument. There are photos of him shirtless all over the fucking place. It is a totem cough on his fucking titty. What the fuck? You need to do a full-blown, comprehensive background check on candidates. Yes, this includes, like, I don't know, looking through the social media profiles. Because, look, a lot of you don't understand, but when you're doing a background check, you basically operate like an opposition researcher on the candidate, okay? Because that's exactly what the opposition research is going to look like. So you have to examine the candidate that you are endorsing, that you are going to stake your reputation on, with the utmost scrutiny, the level of scrutiny that your enemies, your opposition will apply, your opposition will deploy, especially when you are coming out and your first big statement as a candidate is to say, fuck Israel. Okay. That's crazy. This is a standard vetting process for both Bernie and his team, looking at all of his immediate family associations, his tours, how he has communicated about his experience in the military. These are things that play a formative role in the way that people will attack your candidate. I think you guys don't know how a lot of this stuff works. Yeah, their social media presence, things of that nature.
How much of it is that we're the party that says, take that episode off TV, don't say that, take that joke out of your comedy routine? Some of this is how do we lose Joe Rogan? Oh, it's because Joe Rogan is fine with offensive jokes and we're not. It is a melange of things going on, but that is where Platner and progressives are taking it.
All right, 7-4's Dave Weigel, thank you very much for your analysis. His latest piece is available.
Regardless, unconditional support for him should be examined beyond his policies, since this same effort isn't extended to progressive candidates with diverse backgrounds. Why are all liberals rallying behind this now? Great question. And I do think it's because deep down inside, they don't give a shit, or they think it might be a benefit. And that's what it is. Okay? That's the argument that I'm presenting as well. That's what I'm saying as well. You guys know, guys, there is literally an early Bernie endorsement, also running for a Senate seat, also running against a lot of shitty establishment Democrats who are super pro-Israel. His name is Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, and I've been an early supporter and a booster, okay? An early supporter of Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed. He's been here. He's been in my house. I've gone to him in Michigan. We've hung out. You know where I stand on this stuff, okay? And yet, he's not making waves in the same way, and seemingly not getting the same level of defense. Now, maybe if there's more of a focus on the Michigan Senate seat, and the Michigan Senate seat, eventually people will start paying attention, and hopefully liberals will drop support in a similar fashion. Okay. Platner stuff is making me appreciate Mamdani more. Squeaky clean, always wears a suit. Just a guy who takes himself and his politics very seriously. He's a brown immigrant Muslim, so he doesn't have a choice about being extra disciplined and careful, but a lot of people could learn from him regardless, especially when it comes to not sounding insane, unrelatable, or even annoying the regular people. 100%. 100%. Yes, if you're a fucking brown Muslim doing politics, okay, you have to be extra attentive. Same thing goes for black people, okay? Straight up. The more aspects of marginalization you have in your background, the more careful you always have to fucking be. It is what it is. That's just, everybody knows this. Everybody fucking knows this. That's also precisely the reason why no one stresses, no one even stresses Andrew Cuomo's associations or his background. And it's not even a line of attack, partially because he has so many other things that you can attack him on, as opposed to Zohran Mamdani, which they can't find any oppo on. So they're just like saying, whoa, you fucking hung out with HasanAbi Piker. Google 9/11 Hassan Piker. Like, that's crazy. Can you imagine that being a point of contention in any fucking debate? Like if Zohran Mamdani had a fraction of the track record of Andrew Cuomo, he would have been ethered out of existence, okay? If he had looked in the direction of a woman, or if he had been even remotely associated with like similar types of crimes in the way that Andrew Cuomo is, he would be gone. It'd be over. It'd be done. You understand? So yes, in many ways, like you do have to be infallible if you're coming from that background. But yeah, let's see what Graham Platner's statement was after this semaphore piece is over.
Online right now and
yeah.
Tonight, the mayor.
Here's what he said. Here, he got a new tattoo. He covered it up. Let's see. Let's see what he said.
Hey everyone, Graham Platner here. I want to talk to you about something. In 2007, when I was a young infantry sergeant in the Marine Corps, myself and some machine gunners I served in Fallujah and Ramadi with were on our third deployment. We were in a naval vessel and we pulled in for a Liberty port in Split, Croatia. We went ashore to do the thing that young Marines do, which tends to be carousing and sometimes getting tattoos. We wanted to get something that represented our jobs, our service, fighting in Fallujah and Ramadi as machine gunners. We went ashore, we found a tattoo parlor after a fair amount of heavy carousing, and we found a tattoo on the wall, a piece of flash that looked like a terrifying skull and crossbones. We thought it looked cool, and so we got it. I have had this tattoo for the last 18 years. I re-enlisted into the United States Army with this tattoo, where I was screened for hate and gang-related tattoos. I worked for the State Department as a contractor, where I got a full physical, which included screening my tattoos. I've gone through life with this thing, taking my shirt off, having photographs taken, videos taken. I've been very, very open in my life with the fact I had a skull and crossbones on my chest, because that's what I thought it was. It's come to my attention that it has a stark resemblance to a symbol that is used by neo-Nazis. And I want
Flash Nazi symbols are fucking insane. Yeah, that's what do you think, bro? You're in fucking if you're drunk on shore leaving Croatia and you walk into a goddamn tattoo parlor and you get a fucking flash tat, is gonna be a Nazi tattoo, okay? Biggest mistake of my life, okay? Come on now. Come on now. Yeah, if he hadn't said he got it in Croatia on shore leave, I would have been like, I think you sought this out and you went to a Nazi affiliated tattoo parlor. Okay. But the fact that he got it in Croatia is the most believable part. Okay. Just like the fact that the U.S. military didn't care about the tattoo is also very believable. But this is more damning about the United States military than anything else, really. Everyone seems to forget that it was a group tattoo. Yeah. The weirdest part of it is he hasn't said any Nazi shit, and he could, especially in this climate. If people are calling him a Nazi, why would he hide being a Nazi? That's the thing that bricks my brain, because that's the only that's the only thing that doesn't make sense in this entire story. Because everything signals that he would be a fucking white supremacist. Okay? 4 tours as a machine gunner in the Marine Corps, getting a fucking Totenkopf tattoo on his chest, joining Blackwater as late as 2018. All of those things combined, you're like, okay, this is a literal mercenary white supremacist. But then you look at his not public profile on Reddit, and there is not a single, there's like very few blemishes as far as like his statements, especially unexpected from a dude who has all of these things associated. You're always talking about redemption of vets of all wars. Oh my Lord. I'm not doing the veterans can be allies conversation over and over again. I don't want to relitigate it over and over again, because people are just never going to listen to what I have to say. You've already made up your mind. They're baby murderers. It is what it is. Okay, calm down. In any case, sorry, I'm a dumbass. Can you add more context to Nazis in Croatia? Yes. During World War II, you had a lot of Nazi affiliates, specifically that harbored a lot of anti-communist resentment in Croatia, in what was a part of Yugoslavia at the time, and some of those resentments have not gone away in places like Croatia. The Ustaze, specifically, were the Nazi collaborators. And they very famously were dealt with by the partisan forces. They were very famously the Croat partisans, which, by the way, technically Tito is also a Croat. But the Croat partisans basically fucking took them to task. And by that, I mean sometimes sent them directly into the mines and then shut off the mines. Like straight up. They would just like at gunpoint send every Nazi collaborator into a mine and then just blow up the entrance of the mine and just... That's how they dealt with it. Let's continue.
I want to say that was not the intent at all. And the idea that I've been going around with something like that utterly horrifies me. I know that symbols like this can be incredibly damaging to people, and the idea that I've had it all these years and it could have been read like that is incredibly troubling. I have lived a life dedicated to anti-fascism, anti-racism, and anti-Nazism. I think that racism and anti-Semitism are a long scourge on our society and a long scourge on our politics. And I think it has no place in our world. For that reason, I have gone and gotten it covered up. That's right.
Yo, he got the Grey Wolf. No, turns out he's a Turkish ultranationalist. Chatters. I do think I've seen. I never thought I would say this, but I think I've seen enough of a person running for Senate's belly. Enough to last a lifetime. Okay, I never thought that this Senate run would be defined by how much this candidate shows his fucking chest and belly. Yeah, mic explosion.
I went to a tattoo parlor and I got this to cover up the skull and crossbones. It's a Celtic knot with some imagery around dogs because my wife Amy and I have two wonderful dogs that we love a lot. This far more represents who I am now than even the skull and crossbones did, which I thought that it was. This has come up because the establishment is trying to throw everything it can at me. It is terrified of what we are trying to build here. Every second we spend talking about a tattoo I got in the Marine Corps is a second we don't talk about Medicare for all. It's a second that we don't talk about raising taxes on the wealthy. It's a second we're not talking about the material struggles of...
Celtic knot is not that much better? Wait, what? Is that also fucking... Okay, we might be pushing it. Is that also a fucking Nazi imagery? I don't think so, right? No. Yes? Yes? Wait, stop. No. At least he didn't get like fucking Nordic runes or some shit, chat. No, there's no way. I don't think so. He should have gotten a tattoo of Medicare for all. He looks like he has a 1919 tattoo on his arm. Yes, he does. Okay? He does. Why do we have to be like this all the time? He does. And it turns out there's a fucking reason behind it. Okay? Here it is. Some have pointed out the second tattoo on his arm with the number 1919 on it. We reached out to Platner's people about it, who have responded with a full picture and say that it's a Trail Forest Crew tattoo, which began in 1919 by the Appalachian Mountain Club. I think I do believe that there are, incidents like this that obviously make people become crazy because it's like designed. It's designed specifically to make you crazy. Having said that, however, we can't like what the fuck is going on, man? Please. Check my last message. Curious of your thoughts. In my opinion, a lack of World War II education is not a valid defense for not knowing the totem cloth is a Nazi symbol. Is it an indictment of the lack of World War II education, and it only makes things worse, in my opinion? Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with you. I also felt this way when I saw how people reacted to the totem cloth. Like, I couldn't believe it, especially in my fucking community, where I have spent a good deal of time talking about dog whistles and Nazi identifiers, specifically the totem cloth. I think it's fucking crazy that people just like are totally oblivious to it. And yeah. But like I said, there's the good and the bad. And the good is, if he pulls through from this, even though this is like irredeemable shit overall, if he pulls through on this, like, yeah, sure, Americans are stupid and it's an indictment about like their lack of knowledge on neo-Nazi and Nazi insignias and whatnot. But it also seemingly tells us that when someone comes out and is like, I'm anti-Israel, I want Medicare for all, for the first time ever, the liberal audiences are receptive to the argument, that a Bernie hand-selected candidate is actually more electable than a Chuck Schumer hand-selected candidate. You feel me? You feel me? You see what I'm talking about? That's the only silver lining in this circumstance. That is, of course, if it translates to the likes of Dr. Abdul El Sayed and numerous other candidates like Omar Fateh, and when re-election time comes around for like the likes of Summer Lee and whatnot, because ultimately, if they're just applying this to fucking white dudes who are Blackwater mercenaries, white dudes who are Blackwater mercenaries with a fucking Nazi tattoo, then yeah, that's just because they think everyone else is a white supremacist, so it's good. It's a good thing that he has a Nazi tattoo, and that's really fucked up.
Mainers, as they try to scrape through a system that at its core is trying to rob them. And that's why tonight, I'm just going back right out on the road. We're holding a town hall in Ogunquit, where much like I've been doing for the past month, going around the state of Maine, making myself accessible to Mainers.
He's been donating to progressives for a while, though. Yeah, no, I know, guys, I know. He is insane, okay? His background is fucking crazy. His background is fucking insane. It literally doesn't make sense. If you, like, I know. I don't know what to say about it other than I know. Like, it looks like a guy who got, like, bricked, one-shotted by Bernie Sanders and was like, oh, my God, this is the best. This is the best thing I've ever experienced. What do you want? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What do you want? Attention? Is that what you want? You want attention. You didn't get enough energy out, did you, this morning? What the hell is going on here? Truly the average American white supremacist Nazis that is also a leftist? Yeah, no, he is the true center. He is the true center. He is the true progressive mind in a MAGA body. Okay? Truly.
In their communities, so I can listen to them. I can hear about what it is they need to change in our political system. And that is what I'm going to continue dedicating my time.
I'm an Arab who started listening to you post-October 7. Your review on the people of Palestine and the Middle East in general makes it slightly disappointing that all of his war activity did not really give you much pause, not as much as the Nazi tattoo did even. Yeah. And I've explained it thoroughly, and I will continue to do so. But considering that the normal position is in American society when it comes to elections, the normal position is veterans are awesome, veterans are good, they're doing an objectively good thing, and we love our veterans. We offer reverence to veterans, and the overwhelming majority of fucking Democrat politicians, not overwhelming majority, but like a good chunk of Democrat and Republican politicians genuinely use their veteran background and their veteran status to talk about how awesome they are, to beef up their bona fides. I would rather have someone who has that experience, who at least has like literally talked about how shitty everything is and how using that experience personally to what? Okay. No, I'm not going to give you uppies right now. That's crazy. She's like, uppies time. Here's the only take. Fuck this guy. He sucks. If we have to support this guy, we suck too. He's not what we want. Just John Fetterman 2.0. It's just in the absence of any alternative, I totally understand why Mainers are like, what are you going to do? Like, I understand people who say, nope, this is like, I understand people who are saying, nope, this is a bridge too far for me. Totally get it. Totally understand it. Especially when, you know, you combine all of the strikes. Okay? You combine all of the strikes together, it's just not a good profile. You're really downplaying how hallucinogens played into this, probably tripped heavy on ayahuasca and was like, oh, Nazis are bad. Regardless of whether or not he knew, Graham has the frontal lobe of a bite of a 87 victim for that tattoo. I think it would make literally more sense if he straight up was caught having a Nazi tattoo back in the day and literally said, yeah, I had white supremacist values, I'm reformed. Like, that makes more sense than what we are experiencing here, where he's like, oh, I'm just a dumb jarhead who got a fucking Nazi tattoo. If he straight up was like, yeah, guess what? I did a lot of fucked up shit. This is what I believed. I no longer believe it. I think it's abhorrent. And I am reformed. And I really hope that people can like no longer use my like past self that I have worked tirelessly to move away from and atone for to say that to associate me with my past self who I never want to be like or whatever. That would make more sense. Do you see what I mean? I cannot believe how much Marines unironically eating crayons factors into this fucking argument. Like, it's just mind-boggling to me. It is fucking mind-boggling to me that like the argument that they're presenting is like, yeah, I used to love eating crayons and don't know very common neo-Nazi signals and I'm a little crazy. I'm a little crazy. I got drunk with some German exchange students in college at 4 a.m. and they decided to get tattoos. So while stumbling around the East Village, found a tattoo parlor and they decided to get Columbia University zip code tattoos on themselves. Drunk dudes do dumb shit. I don't know. I think people are looking at the linear timeline of discourse and assuming the takeaway is that the Nazi tattoo is more damaging than this war service. In my opinion, they're both damaging. No, combined, I think, is like the maximum damage. To be fair, as an Arab, I agree. You can support him without being quick to overlook his Blackwater vet service. Like vote for him, I agree, but his defenders are doing some crazy unnecessary shit to try to whitewash him now, and it's up to him to clear his image, not anyone else. This is the median voter. You must now educate him. I cannot believe how fucking bad the median voter's brain is. It's just, you got to work with what you got, You got to work with what you got, but it is shocking. It is alarming.
Time to. Thank you all very much, and I really appreciate your support through all of this. I will say, it is deeply hard for me personally, but all the outpouring of support telling me...
Just hypothetical, say a reformed neo-Nazi was running with the same policies as Mamdani, which is very socialistic to be... They absolutely had a past of being a neo-Nazi, but claim that they were rehabilitated and want to try and give back for the evil they spread in the past. Would you support them? I'm not making any claims or trying to assert any agenda. This is just a thought I had. It depends. It depends on what they've done since then, what they've done in service of atonement, if they have truly rehabilitated or not. I'd have to literally see this person in the hypothetical. But yeah, if there are plenty of people in this community that have done fucked up shit in the past. There are people in this community that have served prison sentences. There are people in this community that have been veterans, that have toured, they've gone on active duty. I care about what people represent now and what they've done throughout their lives and how that has shaped their perspective, how that's shaped their opinion, who they are now, what they represent now, especially when it comes to their political advocacy currently. And when people say, oh, well, you know, what if they're doing it cynically? This is real. This is a real problem. Okay. What if someone is cynically adopting these sorts of policies? Now, on the one hand, when people cynically adopt these sorts of positions, I don't think for the longest, like for the last, I would say 2 to 3 decades, I don't think you would actually have someone who cynically adopts a left position. It's just not something that you do because you don't get any defense from the establishment. Now, things might change in the future because it does seem to me like the liberal voters, the base of support here, is leaning into the populist left messaging, okay? But a lot of cynical people would rather take a right-wing stance. A lot of cynical people would just simply take an establishment Democrat position, not a fucking, not a like left populist position where they take on one of the most unfavorable in the grand scheme of things from the perspective of politicians position of all time, which is to say to come out and have your first statement be fuck Israel. You know what I mean? And it's really funny because, like, from our background, from where we're standing, obviously the number one thing that we're worried about, understandably, even before the fucking Nazi tattoo, is like his Blackwater thing. And I wanted to question him on this. I wanted to talk to him more about his service and what it means to him, and whether or not he actually feels that the American military is like, whether or not he has a genuine anti-imperialist slant and he worries about the victims, or if it's just simply the classic case of like, oh, we got fucked up so that someone could make money. Because like that still is ultimately refusing to reckon with all of the harm that you cause. And I don't even think that will happen at this point. Like, I don't think that is going to take place at all. But what's really interesting to me is that no one is making the consideration of Blackwater. Like, the normies do not give a fuck about that at all. It's just a hyper specific thing to this community and communities like this one. Like, it's not even remotely a question, which it should be. It should be. It absolutely is worthy of scrutiny, even beyond the machine gunner as a Marine Corps, like the tours that he did in Iraq and Afghanistan. If you talk to him, they'll be asking him to condemn you before questioning his service history. Yeah, no, I don't. I think that's just like, that's just video of Bernie being asked about Platner.
The collapse of the American healthcare system, is that right?
I do have a question about your endorsement of Graham Platner.
I thought it was the American healthcare system, no?
Well, it's something he talks about a lot, right?
Okay. All right, let me just say a few words. Number one, I am impressed that media is so concerned about the tattoo that Mr. Platner has. Meanwhile, as a result of Trump's massive cuts to Medicaid, the estimate is that if we don't change that, 15 million people are going to lose their health insurance. 50,000 people a year are going to die. Maybe equivalent to the importance of Mr. Platner's tattoo. In terms of Mr. Platner, this is a guy who served four terms as in combat. He was a Marine, 4 tours of duty. He was a machine gunner. He saw friends die. He came out of that war, as he has acknowledged, with PTSD, got good treatment at the VA, got his life together. This is a man who served his country, who suffered, who had some difficult moments, who said things that he should not have said, and he has apologized for them. But I think if this country is about anything, it's about understanding that every person, me, you, everybody else, has gone dark moments in our history, and we go on. I think the issues that Graham is talking about, the need to deal with massive income and wealth inequality, healthcare is a human right, raising the minimum wage are the issues that are going to resonate in Maine, resonate all over the United States of America.
So you're standing by your endorsement?
Absolutely.
Can I ask you about the tattoo? Do you think it's necessary that he gets it removed or covered up?
Look.
Yeah, okay, man. Okay, brother. Good luck with that. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, he meant hung as in they all have big dicks.
Once again, we are dealing with a collapsing healthcare system. As a result of Trump's policies, 50,000 Americans may die unnecessarily every year. And you were asking me about whether or not a guy should get a tattoo removed? Sorry.
He said he was going to remove it.
It's fine for chatters to be delusional, but if you don't think Platner is 10x more electable than Mills, your brain is terminally smooth, you need a neurological treatment. It doesn't matter. Maybe we should stop picking white dudes with progressive reps, not even on some idpol shit. How many black women do you know with Nazi tattoos? Doja doesn't count. Okay, guys, I don't give a fuck about what a person's background is. I can't stress this enough. Okay. I don't care about what a person's background is. I have, as someone who's covered politics extensively for the past decade professionally, I've seen so many people that exhibit white supremacist values, but don't come from a white background. Okay, it doesn't matter. Like that's silly. Former IDF and proud Gaza genocider comes to the U.S. and starts running for Senate, getting motion that says Medicare for all, $30 minimum wage. What do you do? Oh, dude, fuck yeah. I love that. That will definitely happen, by the way. Like, for sure. That's definitely going to happen. That's one thing I know about dudes who fucking go and do genocide in Gaza. They always are. No, that's a great hypothetical. I understand that people can change, but he has not earned the benefit of the doubt. He hasn't properly renounced his service. He hasn't condemned Blackwater. He is Nazi Inc. He needs to show us that he's changed. You don't give people a chance like this as their first, second chance. You don't put them in positions of sweeping political power because there's a chance he's changed. I mean, that's why I feel like a lot of people don't have any argument to when I say, yeah, that's why I'm a Mills Mafia. This is precisely the reason why I am riding with Janet Mills, who has a track record that is clear. If those are the two options on the Democrat front, you know, if we're gonna be serious about it, then what do? Janet Mills all the way. We're all Millionaires. Exactly. Yeah, I'm Mr. Abundance. I'm an abundist. Anyway, this is the least AstroTurf hate campaign of all time. Here's Arm. I'm not hanging out with liberal influencer Hassan Piker. First of all, not a liberal. Okay. Here's Arm. I'm not hanging out with liberal influencer Hassan Piker. These are definitely not bots, guys. Okay. These are very real people. And they are not, this is not like a bot campaign tasked with getting normies to be like, whoa, what the fuck is this? I can't believe it. Memes aside, is it not early enough in the race that he could gracefully bow out? I think that would cook everything, most likely. Because let's say he bows out, then all of the fucking unions that backed him are early backers. Like, this is a Bernie Sanders looks silly. Everybody looks silly. Tasked with getting Mormons to tune into the HasanAbi broadcast. Zoran's got more clout than you. Yeah, Mills Mafia, baby. Yeah, they also lie. They say Americans deserve 9/11. I did not say that. I said America, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? This was, you know, I'll have you know, Zoran is very bad. Here's Michael Rappaport calling him to task. How's a so-called working-class mayoral candidate like Zoran Mamdani eating at Omen Sushi tonight, one of the priciest joints in New York City? This clown lives in a rent-stabilized apartment in Queens, but dines like a diplomat on a Qatar-funded per diem. Who's paying for that Toro? Zoran the moron. You ain't working class. You fraud class. How dare you go out for nice sushi on your fucking birthday? You piece of shit. Working every damn day. Running around. I'll fucking tell you what. We gotta make sure. We have to make sure that we don't have any fucking disgusting working class scum going to nice sushi restaurants. Are you fucking kidding me? Woo! Yeah. Adam Carlson says, do campaigns 15 plus hours every day, 7 days per week, probably rarely spends quality time with his wife, takes her out on a date to a nice restaurant, but not even the top 100 priciest in the city. Michael Rappaport, a true socialist would take his wife to Burger King. I fucking love that, dude. I love that. I love that they're, oh, God. I'm so glad that there's like at least a lovable, charismatic socialist candidate out there who can just like get unlimited defense from at least the liberals in New York and the leftists in New York who are attacking these idiotic arguments. I'm glad. That's awesome. That makes me happy about the future. Okay. This kind of stuff is good because it directly pushes against one of the perhaps most successful socialism but wealthy narratives that people have. Okay. It's idiotic. It's stupid. It makes no fucking sense. The notion that like being a socialist implies like everyone needs to be poor is stupid. It's a self-defeating argument. And I sometimes even see that from leftists themselves. Okay? It's fucking dumb. It's incredibly dumb. Don't do that. They use it on you all the time. I know. Don't worry. I am the sin eater. Okay? I will eat all of it. I will forever be existing in this space that is both parts political activism, parts political commentary, and parts influencer culture, okay? And therefore, I will always receive the worst aspect, okay? I will always receive attacks from every fucking angle. It doesn't matter, okay? What matters is who you are. What matters is what you say. What matters is what you do, okay? That's it. Yes. Credit to Brandon Lee Mulligan. Have you talked about Buddyhead? Commie poster on socials, but post anti-Zoran multiple times a day? What? No, I don't know who that is, and I don't really care. The anti-Zoran left is just unproductive, silly. It doesn't matter. Please. That's like 11 total people. That is 11 total people. Please. I don't care. Yes. It's only $30 for the filet mignon at Omen Sushi in New York City. Brother, it doesn't matter. It could be the most expensive restaurant in the city. Who gives a fuck? What are we talking about, dude? Like, how is this a line of attack? The fuck? Like, please, the moment that you look at that, the moment that you even lean into the argument and take the premise as though it is sincere is a moment that you've lost. The only response to this is, dude, shut the fuck up. People can go and eat nice things every now and then. Suck my dick. Okay? The moment that you go, well, actually, it's quite the affordable lunch, then you're saying like, what? So if it was a unaffordable fucking dining experience, then all of a sudden that actually stains his reputation. What are we doing? No, get the fuck out of here. You don't have to. And I keep repeating this over and over again. And I know people will say, Hasan, you're just defending yourself. Sure. Okay. But you do not have to lean into oppositional framework, especially when it is launched against you in an insincere manner. Okay. You are under no obligation whatsoever to take serious, insincere framing. You do not have to accept the premise if it is an insincere premise. And it's also a thing. It's also a thing that, like, for example, Donald Trump does very well. Even in instances where, like, he's done some fuck shit. He'll just be like, nope, wrong, you're a liar, you're stupid. And he moves on. And look where that has gotten him, okay? From his perspective, all those attacks are bad faith, okay? That's it. It turns out this has given the allowance. Bro, what the fuck is wrong when people do try to take out his wife for a nice outing, but it gets framed as villainous? Brother, welcome to the world where you have adopted the moniker of socialism. Okay? That's it. He will be like, I want modest expansion of pre-existing social safety nets. And people will be like, well, you're a socialist. You need to be eating dirt for every meal. What the fuck? And then once you have that conversation, people will go, well, okay, but how about like not going to that restaurant and going to this restaurant instead? It's just like, it's ridiculous. The person that's launching this oppositional campaign is not doing so with any sort of sincere belief that like, this is what socialism is supposed to represent. They don't even know what fucking socialism is. Who gives a shit? That's the same thing that's like endlessly been argued on with who I am and what I represent as well, where people will be like, oh, $3 million mansion. He lives in a mega mansion. It's like, yeah, one, I live here with my fucking family. And two, I didn't make the housing market. Okay. And it's not a secret that I have, I've been tremendously fortunate. It's not a secret at all. It's funded by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers, for the most part. It's not like I'm fucking farming and maxing out on all of the different avenues and taking this existing capital to get from fucking subscriptions to go and I don't know, buy stocks in fucking Raytheon or some shit. Yeah, bought a house that I live in for myself and my family in an area that I have lived in and rented in. Bro, it's like that retweet where someone was shitting on a Palestinian in Gaza was drinking Coke with their first meal in forever. I know, it's so fucking stupid. I don't have sponsors. I rarely ever do sponsors. I deny sponsors all the fucking time. I don't run ads no longer. Now that I don't have a fucking, now that I don't have a contract, I don't run ads. And I'm not doing that as a marker to market myself, okay? I've said no to very major ad campaigns. Like I was presented with $1 million starting ad campaign. An ad campaign that started at $1 million fucking dollars from Polymarket. I said no. It's not for marketing purposes. It's just, I think this is the appropriate thing to do. I don't maintain IP on my fucking, on my work. And other people can make money if they choose to do so by using the content on this platform, on all of the platforms that they wish to do so, from TikTok to YouTube to Twitter if they want to. These are things that are not expected. These are things that are not expected from any content creator whatsoever, and they're not even like super unethical overall. I like your merch. That's about as capitalist as you get. Yeah, except my merchandise is union made and domestically produced. And not only is it union made and domestically produced, but the fucking profit margins are so slim that most other content creators who have their own merch companies have actually looked into it and say, there's no way that that is the case. There's no way that this person is actually operating on margins that are non-existent. So even on that front, and once again, nobody's forcing you to subscribe and nobody's forcing you to buy the merchandise anyway. It's like all whatever you want to do. Is there a right way to be a leftist or conservative? If you're poor, you're a leech. If you're rich, you're a hypocrite. Exactly. It's because they don't want you advocating for the poor. That's it. That's the thing that people get mad at. That's the thing that people actually get mad at. Yeah, Zoran went on flagrant. And we're going to be looking at that as well. We'll see what kind of performance he put up on flagrant. But before we get to that, New York City mayoral candidate to face off in the final debate before the election.
Candidates will meet for their second and their final debate ahead of Election Day. We can expect a spar of words between the candidates, but this really is another opportunity for them to appeal to their base, to pick up further support, as well as for them to make this final pitch to New York.
I wish you expanded your merch to the jackets. The reason why I haven't is because of availability of union-made merchandise. Like the garments manufacturer only makes very specific things. And that's it. No, they get mad at what they wrongly perceive as hypocrisy. Exactly. The problem isn't when right-wingers do this. The problem is when people who are self-described leftists do this. Aman, dikkat et. Oh, sağ ol. Okay, bekle. Dur. Okay. Eyvallah. Sağ ol anneciğim. The argument is not directed at regular people. It's for those who have lived in a socialist country where their leader enjoys a better quality of life than the rest. No, I mean, it's not. It is directed at regular people.
Zoran Memdani, Curtis Lewa, and former Governor Andrew Cuomo will clash yet again with opposing views of how to push the city forward. Some of the candidates' suggestions for the city coming yesterday from former Governor Cuomo, who made his pitch for city oversight of the New York City Transit capital budget.
Open
to
presses
Memdani,
with
who laid
100
out his own
bones.
framework for saying the Department of Education's money could be saved by streamlining the way contracts are given out. The backdrop of tonight's debate are the growing calls for Curtis Lewa to drop his mayoral bid from his WABC radio boss to the New York Post. The belief being that without Lewa in the race, those voters would end up voting for the former governor, which may reduce the sizable gap from the current frontrunner Memdani. Cuomo has tried to appeal to his conservative base and said he'd give Lewa a job in his administration if elected.
Yes, that would be something that I would be interested in. We need a coalition to run this city. We need New Yorkers to come together.
Let's be very clear. I am not dropping out under no circumstance.
He says he's not going anywhere. GOP leaders in all 5 New York City counties have reaffirmed their support standing with him, citing much momentum on the grassroots level. We are live outside of City Hall this morning. I'm Phil Tate, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Well, here we go. The 3 mayoral candidates will be back on the debate stage tonight.
It's the final debate before early voting begins this weekend. Good day's Briella Tomasetti. She joins us with what we can expect tonight besides fireworks, because we know things are going to be spicy between these 3 candidates.
Yeah, Tashani and Dan ready for round 2, because tonight the 3 mayoral hopefuls will each have a chance to make their final pitch to voters. Frontrunner Zohran Mamdani still holds a commanding lead over his rivals. Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is trailing in the polls, and Republican nominee Curtis Sliwa, polling in a distant third, faces mounting pressure to drop out of the race, but refuses to do so. Either way, the stakes are high. Yesterday, while speaking at an event hosted by the Association for a Better New York, Cuomo proposed that the city take partial control of the subway system. The former governor argued that the move would fast-track repairs and upgrades. During a separate radio interview, Cuomo made the same argument he has for months now. If Sliwa ends his bid for mayor, he'll have a fair chance at beating Mamdani. He even said that he would be open to offering Sliwa.
It's funny because only one candidate out of the 2 is talking about what he's going to do for the voters. And his name is Zohran Mamdani. Every moment that Andrew Cuomo wastes complaining about how the race is too hot for me to win like this is a moment where New Yorkers are like, okay, why should I fucking vote for you, dude? That should be a bar from Zohran tonight. You spent the entire time talking about which podcaster I associate with or which community leader that I've associated with, and demanding that the Republican candidate drop out. The Republican candidate won his primary. I won mine. Why should anybody listen to you? Why should anybody vote for you? You are not even talking to the New Yorkers about what you will do. You're simply talking to New Yorkers about the danger I represent. And that danger is that the working class of New York finally has a candidate that will work tirelessly to address some of their financial issues.
Position in his administration in exchange for dropping out.
It's not about you, Curtis. It's not about me. It's not about Mayor Eric Adams. It's not about any of us. It's about New York City. That's why we're here. Curtis will not be mayor of New York. He could cause Mamdani to be mayor.
Sliwa responded to Cuomo on the campaign trail yesterday, defying calls to drop out. The Guardian Angels founder continues to have the backing of the 5 New York Republican Party county chairs, including Andrea Katzimatidis, whose father, John Katzimatidis, Sliwa's boss at WABC Radio, issued a public plea for him to end his campaign. Sliwa told voters yet again at a Manhattan subway stop yesterday, it is not happening.
I am not dropping out under no circumstance. I've already been offered money to drop out. I said no. Distant from that, there were threats against Nancy and myself. I now have to have armed security with me, former NYPD officers. Never had that in my life.
Meanwhile, Mamdani zeroed in on the Department of Education, pledging to reform the department's process of contracting with outside vendors. Speaking alongside local elected officials, he said the city spends $40 billion on the DOE. About 1/4 of it, he claims, is dedicated to contracts that are often renewed annually without any oversight. Mamdani promised to give schools and teachers more of a say in the process, and during that very same press conference, he took aim at the other candidates.
While my opponents are focused on speaking about each other and which one of them should drop out, my focus will be on New Yorkers themselves and the concerns I've heard from them that keep them up at night.
Besides from hearing from all three candidates, President Trump also weighed in on the mayoral race yesterday, casting doubt about Cuomo's prospects for securing the job, saying it appears that Mamdani will win the whole thing. Tonight's debate, as a reminder, starts at 7 o'clock, just 3 days before the start of early voting and less than 2 weeks until Election Day. Dana Tashani, back to you.
All right, countdown is on. Briella, thank you very much.
Pretty crazy. Dude, CPUSA is to the right of DSA. Didn't they endorse? Someone was saying they endorsed Joe Biden or something. But I mean, who cares? Whatever. I don't know if they.
We are Muslim.
Muslims against Mamdani. Ask why. They got 4. They could only find 4. That is fucking amazing. Wow. Like they couldn't get 5. They got 4. Not 5, 4. They found a random guy in a tub to takfir Mamdani by saying he's a self-proclaimed Hindu, not a Muslim. Wait, what? Interesting messaging that will move many people to vote for the pious Cuomo. Wait. They got 3? Not even 4. 3? They couldn't even get 4?
Against Mamdani. Ask us why.
Why are you against Mamdani?
First of all, do you know that Mamdani is supporting decriminalization of prostitution?
No, we don't want that.
No, we don't want that. Which is an NYC law that prostitution is not allowed.
Yeah.
And we are against it because every single religion of the world against prostitution creates morality issues. It brings a lot of disease. Do you want that?
No.
No.
That shouldn't be happening at all.
When there is prostitution, there is a human trafficking.
I had no idea.
When there's a human trafficking, there's a drug trafficking. Can you imagine what he's doing?
Honestly, I don't agree with that. What made you want to do this type of
Oh, that's awesome. That dude is fake as fuck. I mean, yeah, every part of this is just like completely made up, but it's pretty awesome. These guys make Zoran look insane. No, it would have been worse if they were like Muslims for Zoran and they spoke like this. I think that would have been more effective. Also, this dude is literally wearing a hat that says support your local dealer. This would have been unironically more effective if they were like, we're Muslims for Zoran and we're fucking insane. Okay? Cuomo's campaign has been so bad. Saying a progressive member of their religion isn't actually a member of their religion. So proud to see Jews and Muslims uniting on this. Yeah. The way they're cutting off the things that people are saying to fit their narrative. Yeah, obviously, guys, it's a hit. It's an attack ad, but it's such a bad one that idiots, this will just win over their Islamophobic WhatsApp Indian uncles. No, this ain't winning anybody over. First of all, the Islamophobic WhatsApp Indian uncles have already probably made up their minds. Okay. No one is. Anytime I see a fucking ad from the Cuomo team, I'm like, who is this for? And no, this is not a goddamn satirical campaign. This is like a real initiative that they put together. It does feel like Andrew Cuomo is just like actively trying to light his campaign on fire.
Because he's Muslim and we are Muslim and we are saying you're doing a wrong thing. It's against the law, it's against the faith, and he's defunding the police.
Yeah, no, this is, if there's one thing that people love about Muslims, it's fundamentalism. New Yorkers love talking to a bunch of unks that are like, this is against Sharia law. What the fuck is this? Bro, the campaign on the one hand is literally saying Zoran is doing taqiyya, okay, and is actually secretly going to implement Sharia law. He's going to do 9/11. And on the other hand, they're like, we are pious Muslims, and Zoran is not a real Muslim. Zoran is not following the Quran. And it's like, why do you think that's going to make New Yorkers go, wow, Zoran is not following the religious doctrine to a T? Wow, this is very suspicious. I am reconsidering it as an atheist who comes from a Catholic background. I wanted my next mayor, to be someone who abides by the religious standards to a T. I wanted Sharia law. Is Zoran not committed to restoring the Islamic Caliphate, making the capital of the new Islamic Caliphate New York City, New York? Well, I guess I'm out then.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
So you're from New York, right?
Yeah.
As you know how much crime is going on.
Yeah.
Imagine if you have less police, do you feel safe at that time?
I don't think so.
Police working very bravely, very tirelessly for our community to keep us safe.
No need to give the salary to police. Why? There will be no jail. There will be no police. You just imagine.
I actually love your point because I didn't know that.
You can't give somebody like that power.
Zach, you guys are Muslims too, and you guys don't support him.
He's not Muslim.
Right.
Oh my God. Oh my God. They paid the people that they're talking to. Oh my God. They 100, like that. This white boy proved it. You guys are Muslims and you don't support him too, huh?
He does not. He's self-proclaimed Hindu.
Whenever he goes to a mosque, he says, I'm a Muslim. Whenever he goes to a mandir, Hindu mandir, he says, my mother was Hindu. He is misleading people. Just want to get the vote.
He lies about everything, basically.
Yes.
It's all that propaganda. You see what I'm saying? They want to get the people riled up. He's an American who hides behind the concept of a religion.
Yeah, correct. He's using it, everything.
He is the wrong person to be a mayor for this great city.
He can say many things, but
Yeah, famously being Muslim is a major W and a major benefit when you're running for mayor of fucking New York, as evidenced by the barrage of Islamophobia that he has received, including but not limited to this fucking idiotic ad. Zoran is not following Islam, but Cuomo, who sexually harassed women, is definitely following Islam. What the fuck is these idiots' points? Okay, there's a higher point here that also doesn't make sense, which is whether or not a New York mayoral candidate is a pious Muslim. I don't think any New Yorker gives a shit about that. Maybe the unks, the Bangladeshi unks, maybe. What fucking white New Yorker's like, wow, Zoran is not pious? He doesn't do dua 5 times a day? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm a transplant from Kentucky, and this is my highest priority. Will he make it to Jannah or not? Technically 3, he's Shia. No! He is not Sunni. understand how fucking stupid this is? It's so dumb. Yeah, he wants Sharia law. Here are the ways he's violating Sharia. Oh, it's so funny. Like, none of it makes sense. Do you see why it doesn't make sense? Who the fuck's like, wait a minute, I wanted fast and free buses until I found out that Zoran doesn't actually go through the process of cleaning his body before he prays. And that, to me, is unacceptable. Okay? That's fucked up. Like, who is making that assessment? For real, though, will he make it? I don't remember whatever fancy Muslim term you use, but I am very concerned. What fancy Muslim term? You mean Jannah, which is Jannat, which is heaven in Arabic? I have credible info that Zoran faces west. No. And yeah, for the record, yes, Zoran is a lot more of a real religious person. He is more a real Muslim than Donald Trump is a Christian. Not that it fucking matters, because his practices have no influence, I would say, in his governance. This would definitely work in London law. All the Pakistani uncles will be sharing this. I let go of trying to understand what moves, what motivates the Muslim community in the UK a long time ago, okay? We don't talk about that. That's a very different, very different situation. I don't understand it. I feel like a big chunk of the like Salafist podcasts have all come from the same area in the UK. Brother, I'm a London Muslim law. We are just more pride in our faith, but my ideology is like yours, but my faith is vital. Yeah, I mean, I think you are like Zoran then. He is more, he is a practicer. He's not like me at all, but our politics are very aligned. Just telling the Sunni votes he was Shia would have let Mamdani win 100%. 100% don't underestimate hate from Sunnis. No. No one in the United States of America gives a single shred of a fuck about that at all, because everyone here is just seen as a Muslim first and foremost. Americans don't make those distinctions because the broader white supremacist attitude is you're all fucking Muslim. And that even extends to motherfuckers who are Sikh, okay? That literally is like, it's so broad that Indians get hit with the same Islamophobic ray. And Sikhs get hit with the same Islamophobic actions. So for that reason, no one gives a shit about whether or not someone is a Sunni or Shia, even amongst the Muslim community.
Actuality will not be able to establish fair policy.
If you're against Mamdani, then who are you with?
I am voting for Cuomo.
Como is all right, Mayor.
I think we're all on the same page.
You guys being out here is really cool because I got to learn from people that are older, people that have more wisdom. So it's like I really respect and I really honor what you're doing.
It was great meeting you guys.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much. What do you think that
A real pious Muslim would not shake the hand of a woman. A random woman like that. Astaghfirullah. What a charlatan this man is. Fake ass Muslim, bro. Rate the middle unks drip though. Bro, I don't know what is going on in any of these uncles' minds, okay?
Mamdani should be the mayor?
I don't think so.
I'm not his fan.
Should they vote Mamdani or Cuomo?
Cuomo.
Como.
Come on board.
Many Ukrainians were killed last week. We think it's ridiculous, and we'd like to have it end.
Why do you think you want peace, though? Why do you still believe that?
Trump's having a NATO meeting at the White House, and apparently he's talking about how Ukraine is going to get carved up between him and Putin.
4 years, and if I were president, it never would have started. But yeah, it's time.
Mr. President, on the shutdown, do you plan to meet with Democrats before you head to Asia? And if not, why not meet with Democrats?
Well, I think it's a shame that it's shut down because we have the greatest economy, as you were saying before. We have the greatest economy in the world right now, by far, the United States. We have almost 18, now it was 17, now it's $18 trillion being poured into our country, and it's no time for shutdowns. I don't think it's affecting what we're doing, but it's too bad for a lot of people. We have a lot of good people that aren't working right now that should be, and it's because the Democrats want to try and renegotiate a deal that they had negotiated. They want $1.5 trillion given to illegal immigrants who came into the country, and it's going to hurt the health care of citizens of our country that have been paying into it, that have been working hard for it, that really deserve it. So we're never going to do that. It's not going to happen. And I will tell you, there are a lot of good Democrats that really want to make a deal. And I think all we need is 5 Democrats because we have a great support on the Republican side. So I think we need 5 Democrats, and there are a lot of them that want to make a deal. So I think at some point, common sense will prevail. Yeah, go ahead, you can finish up.
On the drug boat strike in the Eastern Pacific,
Yeah.
can you explain to us what that was about, how it was conducted?
Yeah, sure. Well, they had one today in the Pacific. And the way I look at it every time I look, because it is violent, and it is it's amazing that the weaponry, that everyone, you know, they have these boats that go 45, 50 miles an hour in the water. And when you look at the accuracy and the power, look, we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world. And you see a little bit of it there. One shot, everyone dead center. And the only way you can't feel bad about it is you realize that you won't feel badly about it, is you realize that every time you see that happen, you're saving 25,000 American lives. Every one of those boats that gets knocked out is saving 25,000 American lives, not to mention the torn up families all over the country. And whenever I see that, I say to myself, I just saved 25,000 lives. I will say that there are very few boats traveling on the water right now. Actually, that includes fishing boats. That includes
It's so psychotic
but there are very few
that
boats
he's just
traveling on
like
the water. So now
justifying randomly murdering fishermen by being like, you know, it looks bad, it sounds bad, but in my mind I just made up that they're actually going to sell fentanyl to kill 25,000 Americans.
Yes, we do. We have legal authority, right? We're allowed to do that. And if we do by land, we may go back to Congress.
He's a straight up fucking Nazi,
This is
dude.
a national security problem. They killed 300,000 people last year. These drugs coming in. They killed 300,000 Americans last year. and that gives you legal authority. We have a national security. Really, I will say this: when you look at the people we're dealing with, and we know them, we know the people coming in, we know the boats, we know everything else. We're allowed to do it. It's in international waters. If we don't do it, we're going to lose hundreds of thousands of people. Now, they'll be coming in by land a little bit more because they're not coming in by boat anymore. There are no boats in the water. There are no more boats. We know the boat almost immediately. You know, it's pretty unusual when you see somebody with a fishing rod and 5 engines on the back of the boat. You know, you don't need that to go fishing. Wait. And we will hit them very hard when they come in by land.
Trump felt it was time for Russia sanctions, canceled meeting with Putin.
They haven't experienced that yet, but now we're totally prepared to do that. We'll probably go back to Congress and explain exactly what we're doing when we come to the land. We don't have to do that, but I think, Marco, I'd like to do that. You may respond to that if you want.
Yeah, well, I mean, the question is, bottom line, these are drug boats. If people want to stop seeing drug boats blow up, stop sending drugs to the United States.
But does it matter if it's in the United States?
Well, these are all in international waters. The boat.
Can you do a strike in the United States, or if
well, that's a different matter. Now you're talking about a law enforcement matter. In this particular case, there are people traveling on international waters headed towards the United States with hostilities in mind, which includes flooding our country with dangerous, deadly drugs, and they're going to be stopped. And that's what's happening. And in the case last week, you saw there was a submarine. It was a submarine. It was a submersible. That's a drug boat all the way through. We know what these boats are. The president just said it. We track them from the very beginning. We know who's on them, who they are, where they're coming from, what they have on them. If you're running drug boats, you're in grave danger.
And drug usage is way down. And drug usage coming from the sea, they call it ocean drugs, a little term that they use, the ocean drugs, is very close to non-existent right now. I wouldn't want to be in one of those boats heading away. You know, they're driving happily to destroy the lives of people, and they end up, that's the end of them.
It's pretty wild that, I mean, obviously this government lies about its own citizens at the domestic level. And in the absence of any sort of consideration that this is a lie, why would anybody care about random fishermen that they're murdering overseas? You know what I mean? Like a government that can so easily lie about their left flank, saying that they're all fucking socialist terrorist murderers that need to be put down. They're always going to lie about murdering random fishermen overseas and just be like, yeah, they're all bringing in cocaine by the metric ton. It's horrifying. And I don't know. Bro, it's getting so hard not just to tune out all of this. I mean, dude, we have to pay attention to everything that's going on, and we have to try to fucking advocate to put a stop to it. But because there is a faucet of evil that's coming from this administration, it's like impossible to keep up with every new thing that they're doing.
And that's the way war is. You never know with war, but I would say that it's time.
Is this a desperate political move, or are they just racist? It's both.
They're not Americans, but they're people. Their souls.
It's both.
Dying by the thousands, worst since World War II, and we really should stop it.
And to your other question,
yes. Please.
Sorry, to your other question, this has been consistent from this president when we first met again after your re-election in Mar-a-Lago.
This man called him daddy, by the way, in a text message. Just so you understand.
This is close to your heart, and this is your vision. That's why this war needs to end. When it comes to tomahawks or whatever system, it's up to
the man who's talking right now texted Donald Trump that he was daddy.
NATO doesn't take a position, but I can assure you this: when the president called me in July, he said,
how far Europe has fallen, bro? How fucking far? It is crazy.
The Europeans. That was an important moment, and that is now taking place. And the ambassador, myself, we're working hard at this. Already a couple of $1 billion of weaponry into Ukraine from the US, paid for by allies. So I'm not going to comment on the tomahawks, but when it comes to the US and all the support for Ukraine, it is there and it is close to the president's heart, and I know this.
I will say this, and you know, Mark can say it better than anybody. The European nations and Canada
we're gonna get to that
really
in a
pulled
second.
together, and it's beyond even that. I mean, it's really beyond that.
I was with the Australians, the New Zealanders, Japan. They all.
If you want to really add them up, we could really add them up. But NATO, basically, European and Canada, and a lot of other nations, they've really band together. They are not happy about what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. They're not happy at all.
Chatters.
Mr. President.
Jeff.
Sir, just changing this topic slightly. I see you got the.
You think I was lying, right? Because like that's crazy, right? Like that's an insane thing, right? Totally makes sense that you would think that I'm making this up. I'm not. You know, they fight like hell. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easy to stop them, he continued. Rutte raised eyebrows when he interjected. Daddy has to sometimes use strong language to get them to stop. Asked if Trump views his NATO allies like his children, the president responded, no, Rutte likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? He did it very affectionately. Daddy, you're my daddy. Rutte later defended his use of the word and continued to pile praise on Trump, describing him as a good friend. He also said his language is a matter of taste.
It's, you know, there's a relative, nobody's actually seen anything
the real
like
first
it.
lady.
I think it'll be one of the great ballrooms anywhere in the world.
Taste of oh my God,
it's
he's
about
showing the
$300
fucking
million.
ballroom.
It's set to do many, many things, including meetings of foreign leaders, including the honoring of foreign leaders. You can see this. This is a plan. If it's got tables so that you honor a foreign leader, we have a proper space. Right now, we have a space that with tables holds about 79 people. And this is a proper kind of a thing. Now, what the White House was doing, as you know, is they were putting tents out on the lawn. This is an interior shot of the ballroom. I think there'll be nothing like it. And it's being paid for 100% by me and some friends of mine, donors to it. The government's paying absolutely nothing. We're also working with the military on it because they want to make sure everything's perfect. And the military is very much involved in this. They want to make sure everything is absolutely beautiful. You can see the kind of interiors that we're talking about. That's an interior of the ballroom. And it's the highest level. And you see it goes beautifully with the White House. I mean, the mix is beautiful. So over the years, many presidents have made changes. This obviously would be the biggest change, but this was something they've wanted for at least 150 years. Many of you have gone to the events where they had, as an example, President Xi, or they had, you know, a leader of one of the countries, including the king and the queen from your favorite country.
Absolutely.
Frankly. But where they'd be honored, and they'd be in a tent out on the lawn, and it would rain, and it was a disaster. Brian's shaking his head. You know what I'm talking about. And so I thought I'd bring this out because this is going to be probably the finest ballroom ever built, and we're doing it no cost to the country. It's being put, the money's being put in by me and donors, very great patriots actually, and the spirit on the building of it is amazing. We are using little sections of footings and various other things, but that's sort of irrelevant. In order to do it properly, we had to take down the existing structure. The way it was shown, it looked like we were touching the White House. We don't touch the White House. That's a bridge, a glass bridge, going from the White House to the ballroom.
I can't
then
believe
you get
this
into
is
the
what's
lobby
happening.
of the ballroom, and then you go
Donald Trump switched off from saying we gotta let Ukraine strike deep into Russian territory like they've never struck before. Here is my ballroom. It's the beautiful ballroom, a ballroom from the standpoint of ball and room, unlike any other.
That some of your critics feel it should have gone for a
I've
review.
shown this to everybody that would listen. Third-rate reporters didn't see it because they didn't look. You're a third-rate reporter, always have been. So third-rate reporters didn't look, but anybody that asked, these pictures have been in newspapers. They've been all over the place, and you know we're very proud of it. It's gotten great reviews. It's gotten really great reviews. So I think we've been more transparent than anybody's ever been.
Some critics believe, Mr. President, that the sanctions that you're announcing today will push Putin to the.
Well, I don't know that they will. I think that they'll certainly have an impact. They're massive sanctions. It's sanctions on oil. The two biggest oil companies, among the biggest in the world, but they're Russian. They do a lot of oil. And hopefully it'll push, hopefully he'll become reasonable, and hopefully Zelensky will be reasonable too. You know, it takes two to tango, as they say, and we're going to find out. They hate each other. These two people hate each other. You know that better than anybody. and it makes it more difficult than it should be. This should be easier to do, but the level of hatred between Zelensky and Putin is very substantial.
Could I add one thing? What the president is doing today with these sanctions is putting more pressure, of course, on both parties, in this case on Russia. It's all about changing the calculus, making sure that Putin understands that the president's vision this weekend of having a ceasefire, stop where they are, as you literally said, and that this has to be step one now. And for him to really accept that vision and to come to the table. And then you have to put pressure, and this is exactly what he did today.
Along with Europe. I mean, Europe, look, they've actually become friends of mine. I think yes. All of them.
Yeah.
We have a very close relationship, and they want to see it end too. They really want to see it end. But I can say they're totally committed. If this went on for 10 more years, Europe is behind them. They just can't let that happen. You can't let what's been going on. Now, it should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president. But it did happen. I inherited. This was Biden, a man who was, without question, you take a look at the new walkway, the presidential walk of fame, we call it.
Europe is cucked. Millions
Biden
must
is
cry
the
in
worst
the cuck
president
chair.
we've ever had, if it was even a president. The people that surrounded that desk made those decisions. But this should have never happened. It wouldn't have happened. But it did happen. I inherited it. We're going to get it ended, hopefully soon. Yes, please.
You had a Truth Social post earlier this afternoon talking about a Wall Street Journal report as a fake story.
Yeah,
It's
fake.
sort of
Wall Street Journal is fake. Less fake on financial than it is on gossip.
Can you just confirm that my understanding of what's happening is accurate? As I understand it, that story framed it like we had just lifted the U.S. a restriction on intelligence.
No, it said that I gave Ukraine permission to shoot missiles deep into Russia. I didn't do that. Second of all, they're not using our missiles. They're using, I think, European missiles or from someplace, but they're not using ours. And what they do, I don't control that. But I do control our missiles. They're not shooting our missiles in. It was a fake story. Wall Street Journal does a lot of fake stories.
The president of Colombia in a recent interview said that if you won't, he thinks that people should get rid of you.
We're talking about now Colombia, the country, not the university.
Yes.
Go ahead. He said what?
He said that if you won't change, then perhaps you need to be gotten rid of. Do you view that as a threat?
Well, he's a thug and bad guy. He's a guy that is making a lot of drugs. We've just, as of today, stopped all payments going to Colombia, the country Colombia. Also, the school Colombia. No, we settled. We made a settlement with him. But no, he's a thug, and he's a bad guy, and he's hurt his country very badly. They're doing very poorly, Colombia. They make cocaine. They have cocaine factories. They grow all sorts of crap that's drugs, bad drugs coming into the United States, goes generally through
cocaine
Mexico.
Factories.
And he better watch it or we'll take very serious action against him and his country. His country is, what he has led his country into is a death trap. Please.
Has the Secretary General presented his Ukraine peace plan to you? Are you prepared to be chairman of the Board of Peace?
Oh, there is no Secretary General peace plan. But I'm here, I really want to correct it because I saw some of that in the media. Of course, many people are thinking how to bring this terrible war to an end and supporting the president in doing that. Why I'm here is to dialogue again with the
I think like Mark Rutte and all these other fucking dipshits are going to start talking like Trump too. They're going to be like, well, you know, everyone knows at this point that the media is doing fake news. It's very inappropriate. A big fake news they're
which
doing.
is stop where you are. Stop the fighting.
This is about NATO. We're a very proud member of NATO. We have a great relationship with the countries of NATO. I think made much better by our visit a few months ago when they agreed to 5% instead of 2% of GDP. That was a big concession. I think that was a concession that 2 years ago nobody would have said, even a year ago.
Even 9 months ago, before you were elected.
Yeah, they would have said that's not possible. And the difference is they're paying 5% as opposed to not paying 2%.
You have to tell me if you're a bot.
With the exception of
You keep
Spain,
posting this. Zoran Mamdani's $40 billion DOE audit threat is not small talk. It's a central weapon in a smear campaign. Yet somehow this is falling on deaf ears. God, you really have this following to pick at your teeth and reinstate the obvious. Heart.
And then we'll take Brian. Go ahead.
The soybean farmers, are they going to be getting support from you?
Zoran Mondami.
Yeah, well, they do.
Wait, what?
So what's happened? You could say with that. You could say with beef.
Okay, this is a bot.
The beef. The ranchers.
Zoran Mondami is threatening to audit $40 billion in DOE contracts is huge, but I digress. Continue to be distracted by some foolish YouTube video. That's the point.
I help them a lot.
Everyone's talking noise. But Zoran Mondami pointing at $40 billion in DOE contracts, that's what's making them lose it. This slander campaign partially revolves around that. Now let's look at who's behind it.
They've been hurt for 25, 30
Zoran
years.
Mondami's threat to audit $40 billion in DOE contracts for New York City schools is one of the pivotal points in this entire slander campaign. Everything else they're saying falls apart when you see what's really at stake and who's behind it.
Beef prices low. So I'll be talking with the ranchers, and I'll be speaking with a lot of different people, including Scott and Howard, and we'll do something. Because prices are way down in our country. Energy is way down. I think you're going to see $2 gasoline very soon. I see that it's $2.50 in a lot of places, $2.50. We were heading to $5, $6, and $7. If Biden didn't go back to my policy toward the end, you would have seen, but he didn't go back to the full policy, and he missed the most important thing. So we were up to, we were way up. I think you're going to see $2 gasoline. We couldn't even break that number. That's a big difference. The only cost that's really up is beef, and the fake news only wants to talk about beef. And what I did is I made it possible for those people to survive. They're incredible people, but they were being decimated by other countries, and I didn't want that to happen. So prices are way down, groceries are down, everything's down, energy's way down. Even interest rates with a bad chairman of the Fed. He's terrible. He's a fool. But
yeah,
even interest rates are down. So our country has never done better.
Don't believe your lying eyes.
I think $21 trillion this year. No country has ever taken in more than 3. And we're going to take in $21 trillion of investments because of the tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be a mess. We would be a national security problem. And we've done a job. So I'm very happy about that. We're going to do something very quickly and easily on beef to get it down. The ranchers understand that. They're so happy for what I've done. I saved them. I don't think you'd have any beef in this country if I didn't do that. So we're very proud of that. Yeah, Brian?
Yes, sir. Yesterday in Los Angeles, immigration officials were attacked by some protesters.
Yeah, sure.
To arrest an illegal alien. Gavin Newsom, other Democrats, have used very aggressive language in terms of how to address ICE cases out in the field. Is there any responsibility that we could place on Gavin Newsom and other elected officials for using such aggressive language?
Well, Gavin has to be careful. Remember that when I first came in, they had a terrible riot in Los Angeles. They had the fires, which shouldn't have happened. They didn't have the water for the fires. They should have had the water coming in from the Pacific Northwest. They didn't have the waters. They didn't have water in the hydrants or the sprinklers. So they had the fires, and then they had the riot. And if we didn't go and take care of that riot, you would have lost Los Angeles. You would have canceled the Olympics, which is because of me in Los Angeles. And the police commissioner, the head of the police, said, if the president didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. We did not have the capability of taking care of it. And he said it very strongly. And we did a great job. And within a week, it was all done. Within one day, it was done. But within a week, it was all done. And then they go back to their normal practice of weakness, of not taking care of criminals, meaning taking care of putting them in jails where they should be. Washington, D.C., and you all are the best people for that, because Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities. It was one of the most dangerous cities in the country. Now Washington, D.C., believe it or not, I'm embarrassed to say it in front of you, but Washington, D.C. went from one of the worst, most dangerous cities to you can walk down this.
How is Otani doing so well if L.A. burned down? That's right, Chatter. Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Very safe city, one of the safest, and very proud of that. Memphis, by the way, is coming along fantastically. We're in Memphis right now. We had the FBI in Chicago. We're doing things. We haven't served Chicago yet. When we do, Chicago will be very quickly a very, very safe city. But if you look at what's happening in Memphis, it's great. But you got to look at Washington. People are coming up to me. People that work in the White House are saying, "Thank you, sir," and I immediately know what they're thanking me about. It's thanking they can walk to work. They would never walk to work a year ago. They can walk into work and they feel safe and secure, and it's beautiful. And I'll tell you what, it's really an honor to add that great ballroom to the structures in Washington. It's going to be one of the great ballrooms of the world, and I think it's going to be something you're all going to be very proud of.
Yeah, it's been on fire. Washington's been on fire.
As it relates to your meeting that's coming up with President Xi, what do you hope comes out of that meeting? What deliverables?
I think we'll make a deal. I think we're going to make a deal on the rare earth is the least of it.
I'm on
the
fire
tariffs
right
are
now.
much more powerful than the rare earth. The rare earth.
I'm literally on fire currently. Like right now, at this very moment, I'm on fire. Everyone is.
Rare earth. We've got it. Everybody's. We'll make a deal on, I think,
raw
everything.
earth.
I think we're going to make a deal on soybeans and the farmers. I think we're going to make a deal on maybe even nuclear. You know, President Putin in his call mentioned to me about nuclear, where we do a de-escalation, and I'm fine with that. I think it's good. I think it's a very appropriate thing. We have the most nuclear weapons. Russia's second. China is actually third by a long way, but they'll be even within 4 or 5 years. Too many. And we are talking about de-escalation. That's already being talked about. And I think we'll probably add China into the mix.
Mr. President, can you convince President Xi to stop purchasing all of that Russian oil that's funding this war against Ukraine?
Well, I think I'll be talking to him about it. I think it's a little bit of a different talk. India, as you know, has told me they are stop. You know, it's a process. You can't just stop it. But by the end of the year, they'll be down to almost nothing. That's a big thing. That was almost 40% of the oil. India, they've been great. Spoke to Prime Minister Modi yesterday. They've been absolutely great. China's a little bit different. You know, they're a little bit different relationship they have with Russia. It was never good, but because of Biden and Obama, they got forced together. They should never have been forced together, but they're a little bit forced. But they're by nature, they're not. They can't be friendly. They can't be friendly. By nature, they can, I hope they are friendly, frankly, but they can't be. You should not have forced Russia and China together. And Biden did that, and Obama did that. They forced them together because of energy, because of oil. And so they are closer than they would normally be. I think I'll probably be talking about it. What I'll really be talking to him about is how do we end the war with Russia and Ukraine, whether it's through oil or energy or anything else. And I think he's going to be very receptive. He would now like to. I'm not sure that he did at the beginning. He would now like to see that war end.
Do you think Xi plays an important role, Mr. President? Do you think Xi plays an important role in terms of inserting himself and convincing Putin, who he speaks to regularly, to stop the war?
Yeah, I do. I think he can have a big influence on Putin. I think he can have a big influence on a lot of people. Look, he's a respected man. He's a very strong leader of a very big country. Yeah, I think he can have a big influence, and we will certainly be talking about Russia, Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Liam Koster, Fitzgerald. My question is actually for the Secretary General.
Yes.
Mr. Secretary, I don't know if you've seen this, but polling out of Ukraine shows a massive collapse in Ukrainian support for the war. A Gallup poll had it just 23%, less than a quarter. Zelensky came out today praising President Trump's proposal for freezing the front lines of battle as part of a ceasefire. He said that's a good compromise. So people view your coming here as, you're lobbying the U.S. government to continue its involvement in the war. You're obviously lobbying for more NATO weapons to be sent to Ukraine, but Ukrainians themselves don't want to fight the war. So how do you justify that morally?
Well, I'm lobbying only for one thing, and that is to make sure that we end this war. And I don't have to lobby the president because we totally agree on this. And this is what he has been doing from day one. Everything he could do to break the deadlock with Putin.
I don't think this is what you guys agreed on day one.
And getting this
yes,
war done.
we loved it when he said, Zelensky, please apologize. Why do you not say thank you? That was a beautiful moment of strength and resilience and courage. Diplomacy thrived that day.
About 2 billion moving into Ukraine.
Why do you think that'll wind it down now?
What do you mean?
You think more weapons will wind down the war?
No, I mean, there's more to be done. So what you need is,
I guess it's pretty.
This weekend, stop.
I guess it's pretty crazy that like so the entire world's leaders, like on the Western side, on the Western world, their global leaders are at the mercy of like a narcissistic, thin-skinned man baby. So they just have to literally constantly glaze him. They're like, yes, we will do the weapons contracts. We will do everything you want, Mr. President, sir.
Selling any weapons.
I feel like there's an alternative out there. Like you could have a little bit of sovereignty, Europe. Holy fuck, you're the EU. You're the second largest consumption market on the fucking planet. What the hell is going on? Like, you have a lot of power united. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me that these guys are just like so aggressively throating Donald Trump.
Making sure that the supplies in Ukraine, so Europeans and Canadians, and for example, these are interceptors for the Patriot systems, crucial to protect the cities. Today, again, a Russian attack has killed children, at least seriously wounded children in kindergarten in Ukraine. So we need to make sure that the air defense systems are in place, and we need the US systems to do that, and the Europeans are paying for that. And this is exactly the type of actions we needed, and the President is doing that, and trying everything to get this war to an end, starting with the ceasefire.
I always felt that way. I always felt he wanted to. When I was in my first term, I was I was very close to him, relatively speaking. It was harder because of the Russia hoax. But I would talk to President Putin about Ukraine, and it was the apple of his eye. I'd say it was the apple of his eye. But it would have never happened. He knew the consequences were too great. When we had a rigged election and all of a sudden I wasn't there, he said, wow, I think he looked at Afghanistan, how horribly that was handled, so stupidly. And I think that really gave him a little additional, incentive. I always felt he wanted the whole thing, not a piece of it. But I think now he's willing to negotiate a little bit further, and I think he's willing to make a deal. We'll see. We'll see. We don't want him. We don't want him to have the whole thing.
Literally, how? Politico, according to sources familiar with Graham Platner opposition file, there's more damaging information that's yet to be revealed. Oh, dude, he's fucking so toast. Oh, he is so toasted. Oh my God. I think this is going to be a big fuck you. Oh my God. I feel like it's going to be a big fuck you to like anyone that comes out with a fuck Israel statement. They're using Palantir on him. I don't think that's real, by the way. The main state press is not like a real account. It has 455 followers. And there is no evidence for this, that they used Palantir and similar AI-driven technology to go through and identify his... like, a lot of people ate this up. A lot of people ate this shit up. Is going to be a Hitler tattoo on his dick? Dude, stop. I don't think it's going to be that. I think it's going to be worse. But, which is crazy to say. I can't believe I'm saying this. What the fuck is American politics? Oh my God. No, it's going to be something dick related, but it's going to be something it's going to be like sexual assault or something, or war crimes or something. They found the Croatian tattooer and he's going to say Platner forced him to do the tattoo at gunpoint. No, dude, it's not a 1919 tattoo. You're so stupid. Stop. You do have brain worms. What the fuck? Dude, he had a totem cough on his chest. What do you mean, 1919? Ah! He already maxed out on the Nazi tattoo shit. He called cops cowards. In some of the opposition research that's yet to be unearthed until now, Platner went online and called the Hancock County Sheriff's Office a den of overweight pansies and flatly said cops are opportunistic cowards in 2020. I mean, yeah, if that's the opposition, then it's great. If that's the oppo dump, then it's great, because that is literally every veteran's position, unless they're already cops. And even some cops, it's one source probably from the Mills campaign, so it could be exaggerated. He actually does have a 1919 tattoo. Look at his new tattoo. No, the 1919 tattoo is nothing. It's not a thing. Please stop. It's from like an Appalachian Trail hiking club or some shit. Stop. That's not... why would someone have a literal totem cough on their chest, but then also do a sneaky 1919, which is not like a known white supremacist symbol at all. He has the third most prominent white supremacist symbol on his chest. He would at least have like the fucking double bolts or something, not fucking 1990. He'd just have a swastika or like a Sonnenrad or something. Like he wouldn't have the duality of this chat. Don't know what Totenkopf is, but thinks the 1990 are Nazi tattoos or Nazi symbolism. Yeah, I don't want to fucking hear from this chat who told me overwhelmingly that they didn't know that the Totenkopf was a fucking prominent Nazi symbol yesterday. I was here for that. Okay? It was unbelievable then. But now, all of a sudden, a lot of you are former ADL extremism advocacy, extremism glossary researchers, it seems. All of a sudden. Stop. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. You can't be like, I don't know what the Totenkopf is. The fuck? And then all of a sudden today you're like, well, 1919 actually is a very sinister dog whistle. One that not many people know about. Dude, it's like, can the 40% of us new chirp at you? No, because that is the 1919 one is like, it's not, I don't think that's suspicious. That's just people being like, this also could be a Nazi dog whistle when there is a fucking bullhorn slammed on his chest, man. He has a Hakeem Jeffries tattoo? Yeah. Anyway, let me ask you something. Ever seen a neo-Nazi tattoo in the wild? Did that person only have one Nazi tattoo, do you think? Just curious. Did that person only have one Nazi tattoo, do you think? Just curious. I mean, if he has a Totenkopf, it would be more likely that he doesn't have some like previously unheard of like Nazi dog whistle that I've never even fucking encountered, 1919 versus did you see there was a guy on Twitter that tried to make the point that people are being crazy about 1919 by compared to the hysteria about Elon's unintended Nazi salute? Wait, unintended? Elon threw up the Sieg Heil twice. I'm not running around saying that the Totenkopf is a mistake. I'm saying it's a very visible Nazi tattoo. And I'm also saying Elon Musk abso-fucking-lutely threw up the Roman salute twice on the day of the inauguration. I'm being consistent. The tism here to not understand that he had a more prominent symbol and then think he has less prominent ones to really solidify his hidden truth. Yeah, what the fuck? I feel like it only goes worse than that. You know what I mean? Run into plenty of them in South Texas. They always have more than just one. In regards to the question that one chatter asked, yeah, it probably wouldn't be. It probably wouldn't be a 1919 tattoo, which I've never even heard as a fucking dog whistle. And I would say that it's I'm fairly tapped in to the different Nazi symbolisms, but given that they Politico, according to sources familiar with the Graham Platner opposition file, there's more damaging information that is yet to be revealed. Oh God, I fucking believe it. I believe it because how the fuck did you not know that your boy had a Totenkopf on his chest? I don't give a shit about the Reddit stuff. The Reddit stuff is not bad at all. Like the Reddit stuff shows a person who has grown from his previous positions. That's not bad at all. That's like, actually, like if that was the only thing, if the Reddit shit was the only thing he had, that's unironically the best possible, the best case scenario. But the Totenkopf is crazy. And the fact that they didn't actually see that he had a Totenkopf on his fucking chest. Like, just yesterday, no one knew his first act was a Nazi. No, not no one. 40% of this community knew, which was lower than I thought it would be, considering that I cover this kind of shit extensively. It was more so disappointing for myself. It was more so disappointing for me because I feel like I've failed as someone who tries to educate people on stuff like this. Will the Democrats ever learn to stop swooning? I refer, as you may have guessed, to the case of Maine. Yeah, all of this stuff also does come across as like basically punishing the Dems for falling in love with a bad candidate. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it feels like to me. It goes something like this. Political outsider, a mostly new name, mounts statewide campaign with online video that leans heavily on compelling biography and powerful oratory. Out-of-state liberal hobbyists quickly fall in love and fork over money. And journalists rush to profile the latest heartthrob before inevitable disappointment when the candidate loses or, well, becomes John Fetterman. Platner is the latest example. A military veteran turned oysterman who looked the hirsute part. The Mainer populist candidacy seemed to be an immaculate conception. The contributions piled up, the profiles were published, and then suddenly there was a disruption of the formula. Or maybe it was more of an acceleration. Once his Democratic rival, Maine Governor Janet Mills, entered the race, Platner was hit with a nor'easter of Oppo research that had the added value of being his own damning words. Rationalizing, like, this stuff doesn't matter. This stuff is not real. Rationalizing political violence, calling himself a communist, referring to all police as bastards, calling himself an Antifa super soldier. None of that stuff is bad. All of that stuff is fucking not only redeemable, but I would dare I say good, okay? It just shows a private citizen and their fucking personal resentment towards a lot of the institutions that has failed them and others like them, okay? On the other hand, however, the Nazi tattoo on his fucking naked torso is not in the same vein. And it actually creates an entirely separate, an entirely alternative reality where he is maybe not such a good guy, especially when you pair it up with the Blackwater 2018 mercenary run that he had, especially on top of 4 tours in Afghanistan and Iraq. That for sure like creates a very different personality. How do you know he knows fuck all about Antifa? Yeah. There is one more to come. I'm told by sources very familiar with the Platner opposition file who spoke on the condition of anonymity, and some of it will be even more localized, which will make for ready-made targeted mail and digital ads from his opponent. I've learned, for example, that in 2020, Platner went online and called the Hancock County Sheriff's Office a den of overweight pansies and flatly said cops are opportunistic cowards. You can guess how many Mainers in and around Hancock County, a rural region outside its summer resort enclaves, are related to or friends with law enforcement officers there. Platner did not respond to a request for comment. This won't slow Platner's apologies. The left-wingers are so enamored with... Dude, this is not even left-wingers that are enamored with Platner's politics. There are some left-wingers who are enamored with his politics, but mostly left-wingers have been, from the start, being like, no, he's Blackwater, fuck this guy. They've even yelled at me for saying, hold on, I need to fucking see this for myself. Even though it's understandable that you are suspicious of someone who literally joined Blackwater in 2018. I think this person saying like there's more damaging information to come is going to be more. There's two different brackets. There's two different brackets of opposition research for Graham Platner. The most insane candidacy we've seen so far. Perhaps one of the closest to the median voter in some ways. The one bracket is Blackwater mercenary, 4-tour machine gunner for the Marine Corps, neo-Nazi tattoo. Okay? When combined together, it creates an irredeemable picture, okay, of someone who maybe is overselling how frustrated he is with his service, okay? On the other hand, there is a flood of other types of opposition research, which is he says cops are overweight pansies, they're opportunists. He says he's an Antifa super soldier. He says he's a communist. He says he's a socialist. This other bracket of opposition research is unironically not only not irredeemable, but actually fucking good. Okay? That's actually good. That's good shit. So if it's on the second category, then maybe Platner is going to have a better time overall. If it's on the category that actually frustrates people and stress tests the liberal leftist coalition position here, then it's fucked. His service, my God, you love hugging and kissing the troops, lol, so servile. Oh my God, brother. I don't know how many times we have to talk about this, okay? I don't know how many times I have to bring this up over and over again. There are so many people, both in this community and out of this community, that have gone into the fucking military-industrial complex and have done heinous shit in the act of serving for the military, okay? As long as they atone for it and recognize that that shit was wrong and fucked up, not only on the basis of the fact that, oh no, Mr. Troop Lover has found an anti-imperialist. Wait, what? I'm calling into question whether or not this person actually is a disillusioned vet, okay? Their name is Knights Templar. I'm calling that into question overall. But as far as a immediate opposition to anyone who has ever served, regardless of what they're saying, regardless of what they're doing now, yeah, I don't play that game at all. I don't play that game at all. I also don't play the game of like unconditionally thanking everyone for their service either. I don't. You can call me a centrist when it comes to veterans. I'm a vet centrist, okay? I treat people like they're fucking human beings. If they've done heinous shit, regardless, especially considering that it's not considered heinous at all by the broader majority, by the masses in general, okay? And you want to build a mass movement. I mean, maybe you don't. I don't think you give a shit personally. The veteran stuff is not irredeemable across the board. It's not. Nowhere near as bad as Blackwater, which is when you personally decide to go into the mercenary sector after doing fucking 4 tours. I mean, you're an adventurist. You've definitely clearly enjoyed the heinous shit that you've done. Okay? That's the distinction. That's the difference. Okay? I don't give a fuck what someone's background is, especially if they have atoned for it, especially if they recognize that it was fucked up, in spite of the fact that no one tells them it's fucked up. By and large, in American society, no one thinks that what veterans are doing is heinous. So if you come to that conclusion on your own through that experience, I obviously place a lot of value on that sort of thing. Okay? Hogs don't consider it as bad, so it's not worth taking the unpopular position. No, it's not hogs, you fucking moron. It's everyone. If you literally across the board went to any fucking place in the United States of America and you were like, all veterans are baby killers, they would kill you with hammers, okay? They would beat the fuck out of you. It's not just hogs, dumbass. It's the same principle behind like criticizing liberalism or criticizing actions that the American military engages in is one thing, which I do all the time. But deeming every single person irredeemable due to what they have done is entirely separate, especially when you're trying to build mass mobilization. Oh, my bad. The reactionary violence of Americans in defense of their troops makes it not worth it. No, dude, I do think a lot of people professionally misunderstand my position. Okay? I will always make space in this fucking community, regardless of being prominently known as Mr. America Deserved 9/11. Okay? I have always made space in this community for veterans that are conflicted about their service. Okay? You don't. I do. I'm not Mr. Troop Exploder. I've never been that kind of leftist, and I will never be that kind of leftist. That's it. That's it. Yeah, but with the IDF, I'm not sure I could be as forgiving as you. No, even with the fucking IDF, there are people who are anti-Zionists who were in the IDF, man. What the fuck? You are genuinely evil for getting mad at him to have that tattoo than him voluntarily serving in the U.S. Army 4 fucking times. I am so disappointed right now as an Iraqi. No, it's those two things combined that paint a different picture about whether he was conflicted by his service or not. Okay? That's it. And if you think this implies that I don't think victims of American imperialism are irrelevant or something, you're wrong. Anyway, having said that, don't worry. I'm in favor of a candidate that is much better for victims of American empire. Janet Mills. Okay? Janet Mills. That's right, baby. Mills Mafia, Janet series, rise up. Yes, but we've known for a while that he did 4 tours and then joined Blackwater. Look, doing 1 tour and then becoming disillusioned is one thing. Doing 4 tours? No, dude, shut up. It's the only aspect of this that's like, the only aspect of this is not 1 tour versus 4 tours. The only aspect of this that's like, is borderline irredeemable and now absolutely irredeemable in comparison, especially when you factor in every other thing that's come out so far, is the Blackwater thing in 2018. Okay? That's it. Blackwater is personally joining a brigade. Blackwater is when you are personally making the decision after you've done your 4 tours to decide and to make the decision personally to go it back into mercenary shit. Okay? Worth noting, Oppo isn't just personal oopsies. For one, you can never be sure what someone did while in office, Cuomo, Spitzer, et al. But a good contrast message can elevate even what seems boring. Remember Larry Hogan beating LG because of the rain tax? Oppo is the art of contrast and creating a vocabulary to express what voters feel is wrong but cannot yet say. Salacious stuff is more exciting. See all human history. But end of the day, it's just finding whatever message is the one that works. I think you need to systematically explain that you wouldn't support him if he was a proud veteran who supports the American military still. No, that's the problem. Because I haven't made I have not made an honest assessment of whether or not he's being sincere with the ways in which he has talked about his service. Because at times he's talked about it like it was fucked up. But does he think it's fucked up because of the impact that it had on him and his fellow armed members of the fucking Marine Corps, or is it fucked up because of the things that he has done or the things that he has seen? Does he feel a sense of shame, or does he feel fucked up because of the things that they did? Does he feel a sense of humanity for the victims of American imperialism? That is a major difference between someone who is insincerely trying to present themselves as like an anti-military vet, okay? An anti-military veteran versus someone who is actually an anti-imperialist, someone who actually does understand the faults and the failures of the American military. This, of course, is very difficult to parse through, especially amidst a campaign where the positions and the ways that in which you have to present yourself are going to be moderated, especially when you think about like the average Mainer who's going to potentially vote for him. Also, the man is a jarhead moron who was in like for 20 years. You only stay in that long if you can't do anything else because it sucks. Would have gone to Blackwater for money? What else can a guy like that do to support his family? Realistically, he probably could have worked at Walmart. I think. Yeah, it's not a Fetterman situation for the record. It's more so a Tulsi Gabbard situation. And that's what I said yesterday as well. Tulsi Gabbard might be a better comparison depending on which direction Platner goes from here. Also, I'm not saying the election is unimportant, but good grief, it's Maine, not San Francisco. No, I mean, Maine is also very important. Have you been to Maine? This combo doesn't matter. Let the Mainers vote. Then let's talk. No, I agree. I'm very interested to see how this plays out. I'm very interested to see how this plays out. But then also on top of that, I'm very interested to see to see how people react to it in general. But yeah, if we're talking about, can we ban this one now, Unc? What'd he say? Work at Walmart or slaughter for Empire. What a decision. You people are evil. Proud veterans is worse than proud rape is, but you'd never even speak to the latter. Okay. I think something that you guys need to understand. First of all, when you say stuff like this, I hope you understand that you come across like an insane person. Okay? And the reason why you come across like an insane person, well, is partially because you, I think, are insane. But the other reason why you come across like an insane person, don't care, I'm correct. Human beings are entirely, human beings are susceptible to social conditioning. And if the social status of one is broadly horrible for understandable reasons, in spite of a misogynistic world, a patriarchal world that we live in, versus the other thing, no matter how damaging the output might be, is broadly seen by society as a positive thing, someone who actually overcomes that in spite of constant reverence is going to be placed at a much higher, is in my experience at least, talking to people that have made this change personally. This is why I go so hard in defending left flank veterans and people of that nature, people of that background, is because you don't have any of the world experience that led you into doing heinous shit at any given point. The way I look at it is not dissimilar to how if someone was a gang member, for example, at a certain point, a victim of their social conditions, that they end up a victim of their material conditions, that they end up doing crimes, for example, but then they serve out their prison sentence and then come out and they are rehabilitated in spite of all odds being stacked against them. Okay? And having said that, of course, I'm not even making the comparison between someone who is engaged in criminal actions versus someone who is actually served, especially because the broad reception of American society and the broad reception of society in general is not overwhelmingly negative for people who are veterans. You think that because you understand the output of the American military. You understand that it's in many circumstances heinous things that American veterans are engaging in, okay? But you can't put yourself in the shoes of someone who, for one reason or a million others, have found themselves on this journey personally. And as long as they are demonstrating atonement, as long as they have individually come to the conclusion that that was horrible and wrong, not saying that Grant Platner is doing this for the record, but as long as someone is doing that, I will always be open-minded. There are many examples of this. Greg Stoker is a great example of this. He is a veteran, okay? He is a veteran who also saw active duty and was participating alongside many other American veterans on the fucking global Samud flotilla. You have done nothing, right? You've done nothing. You were fortunate enough to not find yourself, for one reason or another, being duped by the predatory structure that already exists for recruitment into the American military. And now you are just simply posturing with your moral superiority. And that's fine. But that doesn't make up a broad movement. Anyway, that was probably the last thing I wanted to say about this person before banning them, because it's very clear that they don't want to actually understand my position whatsoever and simply want to argue. So go ahead. You can now tweet on Twitter about how I am not a true anti-imperialist. I've betrayed the revolutionary cause. You and your 5 other reading group Maoists are going to actually foment the revolutionary sentiment amongst the American working class by talking about how American veterans who are proud of their service are worse than rapists. I think that's a good starting point, I think. You're going to do it. And of course, the revolution will come at the point of the barrel of a gun which many of you are agoraphobic, and you also don't want to work with veterans either. So good luck on that side. I'm sure you'll be able to figure out how to fucking point a gun at someone eventually. I don't know, man. I don't know about the Red Army, dude. Some of these guys actually were in the Tsarist brigades. They might have actually played a formative role in pogroms, as a matter of fact. Don't know if we can have those guys on our side. Trotsky, what are you doing? Why would you let into the Red Army a bunch of people with horrible backgrounds, as a matter of fact? Chelsea Manning and Brace Belden are both vets, and it's weird the left is like them without... Wait, what? Brace is not a veteran in the same way. Brace joined the International Call of Arms to go fight alongside YPG in Syria, and was probably trained at a certain point by the CIA as well, because the CIA was training in Rojava. Having said that, he's not like an American military veteran. Chelsea Manning, on the other hand, was an American military veteran, is an American military veteran. I don't know if you've always been this way, but I truly appreciate your ground it takes lately. I've always been this way. That's why I fucking get so annoyed at my stupid fucking haters. I fundamentally start off with a sense of understanding that everyone, to a certain degree, is victim to their own material circumstances, of their own environment, of the social conditioning that they are captured by. And therefore, I am much more open-minded about people who have done things in the past that are unsavory or even fucked up or even bad. This is why I'm an advocate for criminal justice reform as well. This is why I'm an advocate for people that can be rehabilitated. This isn't even about Graham Platner, for the record. I just want to make sure that people understand that. This is not about Graham Platner, okay? But I don't like it when people take this hardline stance against like all American veterans are baby killers or some shit like that. It's not only poisonous for building a mass movement, but it's also it's just inconsistent with how human beings operate. And yes, people will go, oh, what about the IDF? But they don't even realize that, like, I have relied on a fuck ton of former IDF veterans, whether it be information coming from them breaking the silence, even though they are a little too liberal Zionist for my takes, and not only that, but also I've had anti-Zionist Jews in Israel that were in the IDF at a certain point. Well, that's the problem. Yeah, it's a problem for you. I ain't no hater. I just think you're capable of better judgment. Spending years at Blackwater Merc isn't the same as being a war veteran. No, I know that. That's why I'm making it I'm distinguishing between Graham Platner, who I'm not defending at all, versus the notion that a lot of leftists have, which is, automatically like if you have ever served, you're fucking an asshole that deserves to be punished criminally. Okay, that's why I said the Blackwater stuff is like totally on a separate category. Having said all of this, even after all is said and done, he might still fucking pull this through. Yeah. What are the limits on reform and acceptability? Just curious. What about IDF soldiers who actually killed innocent children? What if Netanyahu or Ben-Gvir came out tomorrow and said he regrets what he did? Is he forgiven? Just curious what your limits are. Are you actually curious about what my limits are? Or are you trying to fucking present an unimaginably insane hypothetical? Like, yeah, dude, Benjamin Netanyahu and Itamar Ben-Gvir are going to come out tomorrow and be like, we're anti-Zionist. Thank you for a very realistic alternative. Oh, I'm just testing the limits of your moral I'm just testing your moral system's boundaries. is sneaky, is the sneaky way that debate pedophiles and debate perverts like to fucking bring up an incredibly irrational argument. You're not testing anything, okay? You're not. You're trying to trap me into a ridiculous position by bringing up an example that is so fucking stupid. You know who else does this? People who love Israel do this all the fucking time. For example, this is like when people who defend Israel will be like, well, okay, we killed a baby, but what if the baby had a gun? What if the Palestinian child had a gun in his hands? Okay, what if the Palestinian child had the nuclear launch codes and was able to figure out where the Israeli nuclear facilities are and was about to fucking press the button? Like, it's just ridiculous. There is a limit to the hypothetical arguments that you could present. You can't literally fucking look at a situation and be like, well, what if Adolf Hitler was reformed before they fucking killed themselves? Lol, answer their question. You're being unreasonable. Oh my God, is so fucking stupid. Because of course, if Adolf Hitler at the last moment was like, oh, I actually hate Nazism, that's not, that's a very different. It's a cynical approach. I do not think that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to ever entertain an alternative vision. That's number one. And number two, I already gave you what my limitations are, or I already told you what is like an understandable boundary. Avi Shleim was an IDF vet. Okay, we rely on his work quite a bit on this broadcast. Itamar Ben-Gvir, Ofer Kasif served in the IDF as well. Then he became a conscientious objector. Then he actually became a prominent anti-Zionist within the Israeli Knesset. You obviously didn't have an issue with me interviewing him here and now. So clearly, there are people who have the capacity to reform from their previous positions. Okay? Itamar Ben-Gvir, by this design, by the way, didn't even serve in the IDF, so I guess he's infallible. He doesn't have that stain on his reputation because he was considered too fucking racist to serve in the IDF at the time. Navy vet here. I did not kill anybody, did not serve in any combat. Being in the military was part of my radicalization. Regardless, I'm now a member of and an organizer for the PSL. Not all vets are monsters. Some are, sure. But excluding those of us that are now anti-imperialist and socialist and insane. Listen, brother, I know, okay? And it's not just you. There are people who are active duty as well, who were or who did tour, who did serve, who might have even been a part of operations where like innocent civilians were killed. And they carry that weight around, and they actually do turn around and in spite of society telling them what they did was totally awesome and, respect your service or whatever, still realize that shit was fucked up. Obviously, this is not Blackwater, for the record. This is not Blackwater at all. I'm not talking about Blackwater. I need to, I guess, repeat that over and over again, that I'm not talking about Graham Platner here. This is a much larger point of contention amongst the left. But if you think I was always going to be the type of person, if you think that I was always going to be the type of person that just is like a lol troop explorer style leftist, like, you're wrong. Anyway, we're done with the fucking Platner opposition stuff until it comes out, and then we'll go through it. But speaking of which, we have Zoran on Flagrant Podcasts. So there's that. We covered this. We covered the Muslims against Zoran thing. That was really funny. Oh, this was a funny Graham Platner moment, though. They asked Mainers what they think. Here's what they say. Note that these are Jewish Mainers. The progressive voters of Maine are feeling similarly torn, though the ones I've spoken to are still tentatively supporting Platner. Oh, fuck. I just looked it up. One enthusiastic 30-something Platner supporter told me Tuesday. He would still vote for Platner if the election happened tomorrow, he says. But the news is disappointing nonetheless. A progressive canvasser knocking doors in South Portland named Willow Cunningham tells me they doubt Platner is a crypto-Nazi. Boro O'Brien O'Connell, owner of the Portland Gallery Dunes, agrees. I'm a voter who wants to not fund genocide and to have universal health care, he says. That matters more to me than some old Reddit post and a tattoo. Maine is small. O'Connell put me in touch with a childhood friend, Jesse Einhorn, whose parents turn out to know Platners. He wants to speak with people who know Graham personally before making any decisions. I'm keeping my mind open, though, because I think that none of it is objectively disqualifying, Einhorn says. That's crazy. First of all, didn't even know that there were Jews in Maine. Okay. My mistake. Did not know. My mistake. Turns out there are Jewish people that live in Maine. Okay. Did not know that. That's wild in and of itself. Number two. Number two. Okay. That's a joke, chatters. I'm joking. I'm sure there's like 10. Bro, we're all in all 50 states. What do you mean? I know that, Megaphonics. I am joking. Okay. Number two. It's crazier that they're just like, yeah, who cares? Because I'm not Jewish. And for me, I'm like, the totem cough is pretty fucking irredeemable. You know what I mean? Like, that's just... but they seem to not care, it seems. They're like, no, I need to know the real... Hasan, you literally thought they did the switcheroo like with museums? Be honest. I stand by my position that if the Louvre Museum actually switcherooed and put dupes up, we wouldn't be talking about how many fucking famous artifacts were stolen yesterday. So who's right and who's wrong? Okay? I think that's my most valid position. Sure, it's stupid. Sure, it's stupid, but is it really that stupid? I am doubling down on the dupes method, okay? I am doubling down on the dupe method. It's untested, seemingly, but in the future, you will see that I was right. It's just... Stop it. Stop it. You know, it sounds stupid because a lot of you are fucking nerds. But did you, like, really think for a moment? Really think. Wouldn't it be more reasonable to put dupes? Like, if this is like a 1-to-1 and can't... If this is a 1-to-1 and can't be replaced at all... Yeah, they calling you a lot of things, but they ain't calling you a liar. That's right. This theory would make for the most heartbreaking plot twist of Ocean's 11. Museums have fossil replicas, so you're not completely off base. I mean, that one makes a lot more sense, though, because, like, you have to preserve the fossils, right? But I also thought you had to preserve, like, works of art as well. And, like, putting them in an environment where they have to, like, see sunlight would probably, like, over time destroy them, which is also the reason why I thought that they had dupes, aside from the fact that, you know, someone can just, like, take a hammer to it and steal it, apparently. I love how you're seething since you lost your background prop. I don't even know what I assume you're talking about Kaya. Yeah, I'm seething. I was seething in, if you go back for the past, like, 2 years of broadcasts, you will go back and see on numerous occasions Kaya not standing behind me, and I'm seething just as hard. You lost her? Yeah, I lost her to my mom, who's here, and she's hanging out with her instead. I can't believe people are still on this. Anyway, dupes make sense. Okay, I think none of it is objectively disqualifying. Einhorn says, and look, I'm Jewish, so I'm kind of hypersensitive to all these things. He's on the same page as his father, David Einhorn, a retired lawyer who practiced in Ellsworth and used to play tennis with Platner's father. I think a lot of people would not recognize skull and crossbones associated with the Nazis. The elder Einhorn is a tattoo. I don't think it's significant. Below, Platner describes how he covered up the tattoo, his thoughts on where the opera research against him is coming from, and what he'd rather be talking about instead. God damn. Oh, so this is the only good question, okay, about Grant Platner's service. And it won't even matter for Mainers in general, but it does matter to me. And it does matter to people in this community as well. But that is unironically the major distinction, okay? That's the major distinction between someone who's just simply saying, oh, we got to stop these wars because they're too costly. And also they end up hurting big, beautiful American men and women that go get deployed and die, versus the victims, which are far larger in number, right? That is the real question, which is what I wanted to ask him. But I don't suspect that I am going to be able to have the opportunity to ask him that, considering that he is all over the place right now. This just in, new Platner scandal. He watches Hasan 9/11 was the greatest thing ever, Piker, and argues in chat about leftist theory. Yeah. Well, bro, I don't want to dig that up again, but that was literally the whole point that they were talking about. No, that's not the point that they were talking about. They were making the assertion that he does not care about that at all. Okay? There's a difference. Anyway, where were we? We did all of this. We did all of this. That was crazy. Wait, where the fuck is the... Okay, well, I've lost my... Oh, I wanted to talk about this. And yeah, I lost the playlist. Thank you, Themasius. So the New York City mayor debate is going to start. There's a Seniors for Zoran bingo night taking place. Street vendors were targeted in ICE raids in New York City's Canal Street. Obviously, that's going to be talked about tonight at the debate. I'll get into that in a second. But before I do that, I wanted to bring up a bold and brave patriotic American. As leftists, we don't care about the identity politics of just having a specific tattoo, but nothing about Platner's inspires confidence, even from a reformist perspective. Okay. Let's move on, please. Is Hasan still going in circles about Platner, or the disingenuous chatters gone? No, they're not gone. They're still in here. We're going to talk about a brave American patriot. Rand Paul, who seemingly made one of the most convincing arguments against the brutal anti-drug trafficking attacks against fishermen off the coastline of Venezuela and Colombia that I've heard from an American congressperson, as a matter of fact. It turns out there are congresspersons who are anti-war. Let's see. Let's take a look.
Number one, there is no fentanyl made in Venezuela. Not just a little bit. There's none being made in Venezuela. These are outboard boats that, in order for them to get to Miami, would have to stop and refuel 20 times. They're in all likely going to Trinidad and Tobago, which is an island right off of the coast of Venezuela. So there's a lot of reasons to be worried about this. But number one is the...
Yeah. Also, NPR and numerous other journalists have actually interviewed some of the family members of the victims of unrestrained American violence in the region, including the Trini fishermen. And their family members literally said, oh, one of the biggest concerns right now is that there is a back and forth connection between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela, where people actually bring supplies back and forth. And you can, from drone footage that looks like you have a bunch of packages on your boat. And now we can't even bring supplies back and forth on these fucking fast boats because they'll justify it. They'll take a photo of it. They'll destroy it. They'll destroy the boat, kill the fishermen, or kill the people who are trading supplies and whatnot. And then they'll say it's drugs.
Broader principle of when can you kill people indiscriminately? When you're at war. That's why when we declare war, it's supposed to be done by Congress. It's supposed to be thoughtful. It's supposed to be debated. And we're not supposed to do it willy-nilly. And then when you have war, you just kill people in the war zone.
Why is he attacking Trump? Does he think he can attract Dems to his dumbass libertarian agenda? No. Not everything that some politicians engage in is cynical. I need you to understand something. There are some kooky-ass politicians, and they've always existed in American Congress. He's one of them. He is exactly the kind of guy who goes, no spending bills. He will not vote for a spending bill because he's like, I fundamentally don't believe that the American government should engage in any expenditures. Okay? He's fucking insane. And luckily, as an insane guy who is a real and committed believer in the anti-war stuff as a libertarian, this is one of the few instances, one of the few unique moments where like, he will actually just be like, no, I have this principle. I have this principle stance. It's a bit like Thomas Massey, right? Thomas Massey is a monster on every other issue. And yet when it comes to Israel, Thomas Massey's like, no, dog, they're doing a genocide. No weapons for genocide. That's it. Thomas Massey is so kooky and so crazy. He was one of the Republican politicians that was yelled at for a while because he had those Christmas cards where him and his entire family had fucking like M60 automatic machine guns that they were holding up for Christmas cards, okay? They're insane. These guys are insane, but even insane people sometimes can be principled. And of course, because by and large, American politicians are so unprincipled that we look at a guy who's crazy, but then also principled on this issue, and we go, what's the sinister reason behind this? Nope, he is just that guy. Okay? It's a broken clock style situation. Okay? In the tax world, Rand Paul refuses to sign any income tax treaty. But I will admit that I have a soft spot, not even for like Rand Paul in general, but like I do have a soft spot for the kooks and the crazies, because kooks and the crazies who are principled when it comes to like anti-war and stuff, or anti-intervention, or throughout American history, you've had like congresspersons who are a little wild, but have hyper-focused on like our domestic espionage activities, for example, right? Like they are the ones who have famously set up committees and have actively gone after shit like this, okay? That's the reason why Cato Institute, which is insane when it comes to everything else because they're a libertarian think tank, is one of the most reliable resources for pro-immigration arguments, because they are open borders libertarians and they do actually dive into the data and conduct studies on, for example, one of the most famous ones that I use all the time is the crime study conducted on non-citizens, undocumented non-citizens and their proclivity towards crime versus documented non-citizens and their proclivity towards crime versus U.S.-born American citizens and their proclivity towards crime. That is a Cato Institute study. This guy said there are open border libertarians. Damn, brother. Libertarians back in the day, before Trump, were anti-cop, pro-drug abolition, and open borders, for open borders. Libertarians, for the longest time, used to be the jokingly referred to as the pot-smoking Republicans. Okay? That is what they are supposed to be. And some of which are so fucking crazy that they would sincerely argue at the libertarian Libertarian Party's elections. They would sincerely argue against like licenses, driver's licenses. Okay? Do you hear what I'm saying? Driver's licenses. Libertarians also used to be anti-surveillance state. Donald Trump obviously took a lot of that, took a lot of the motion off of libertarians and made them all loyal servants of the police state. But yeah, here, if you want to get a little taste, here is Gary Johnson supporting and going up against someone who I've debated as well, Larry Elder, and getting booed at the libertarian debate for supporting driver's licenses. That's real.
Should someone have to have a government-issued license to drive a car?
Hell no. What's next? Requiring a license to make toast in your own damn toaster?
The license to drive? You know, I'd like to see some competency exhibited by people before they drive.
Is this a SNL skit? No. SNL could never be this funny organically. This is just the libertarian debate, the Libertarian Party presidential debate. I didn't even get to the consistent principle that libertarians also hold on to when it comes to age of consent. I didn't want to shit on them too hard, but you know, I think we all know. I think we all know. Anyway, but yeah, if you're confused by why Rand Paul is saying this, make no mistake, he is anti-interventionist.
And even then there are rules of engagement, but interdicting drugs has always been a criminal activity and a criminal anti-crime sort of activity where we don't just summarily execute people. We actually present evidence and convict them.
Yeah. And this person asks a wonderful question. Have any Democrats made such a clear case against attacking Venezuela? The answer is fuck no, which is crazy. I know that we are having a hard time dealing with, the multifaceted, multiple front war that Donald Trump is engaging in, okay? Whether it be foreign policy such as continuing the genocide in Israel, or whether it be the foreign policy of like going back and forth on what must be done in Ukraine, okay? Or whether it be blowing up random fishermen boats off the coast of Venezuela as he entertains going to war with Venezuela. Hot war, real war. And yet, Democrats are silent on this. As Trump openly plots regime change in Venezuela, the top Dems' response ranges from silence to half-hearted opposition. It's fucking crazy. Like, there are so many opportunities for the Dems to just make a fuss. There are so many opportunities for the Democrats to make a fuss about $40 billion being fucking sent to Argentina so that we can bail out not only Argentina, but also bail out one of Scott Bessent's friends who bought too much Argentinian debt. Okay? Meanwhile, Trump is talking about cutting spending on pre-allocated infrastructure programs in blue states and in blue cities. What the fuck are we doing? All the while, he is trying to deploy the military into blue states and blue cities. All the while, he's trying to fucking foment some kind of race war. All the while, he is sicking ICE, an unaccountable federal law enforcement apparatus, on unsuspecting migrants and also citizens alike. And they're shooting people and they're killing people. And the guys are getting their fucking notes from random content creators online, by the way. Street vendors were targeted in ICE raids on New York City's Canal Street. This happened yesterday. Lo and behold, this happened because a random dipshit right-wing commentator on Twitter was like, there are illegals on Canal Street. Where is ICE? Took one day for ICE to go in and brutalize a bunch of people.
Homeland Security vehicles and armed agents. A massive federal operation unfolds on Canal Street.
None of this is about public safety. It is about fear and chaos.
Street vendors targeted and detained, protesters marching behind ICE agents as tensions escalate. Tonight, the federal raid on Canal Street. Good evening, I'm Christine Johnson. The Department of Homeland Security says this operation targeted illegal vendors. Dozens of agents took over Canal Street, questioning vendors and taking some into custody. Many New Yorkers who witnessed it started demonstrating against the sweep, and later buyers and sellers.
Like, why? Why can't people just do this? Like, who is this? Like, this is a classic case of like, I consent. Hold up, I don't consent, right? New Yorkers don't have an issue by and large with Canal Street, right? Is famous for dupes, not to use the same term I was using earlier. Like, NYPD doesn't give a shit. New Yorkers don't give a shit. Tourists go and they buy like fake shit there. They buy dupes there. It's just like a known place, right? And it's been around for decades and left uninterrupted. Why the fuck would you do this? It's so crazy. That's a lie. It's not made for self-preservation. It's completely made up. Wait, what? Yeah, it's a tourist attraction. There are stores that are designed around Canal Street as a location. It's just so fucking crazy that outsiders have decided that this thing, that virtually all fucking New Yorkers don't have an issue with at all, is actually bad now. It's so fucking annoying.
All but vanished from a typically bustling area. We have team coverage here tonight. Alicia Reed has more on how vendors are reacting. Let's begin with Naveen Dhaliwal and the latest on how this all went down.
What began as a planned enforcement action by federal agents erupted into chaos on Canal Street Tuesday afternoon. A scene of shouting and pushing as crowds yelled at ICE agents.
You should be disgusted with yourself.
The Department of Homeland Security says the federal raid was focused on cracking down on the sale of counterfeit goods involving agents from ICE, FBI, and ATF. It's unclear how many vendors.
Yeah, they don't have enough. They don't have enough, like, what do you call it? They don't even have enough troops to be able to do this with ICE. So they have to bring in other federal law enforcement agencies all the goddamn time. And it's crazy because it's like, you might be asking yourself, like, why the fuck is the ATF doing this? Like, they don't have guns. It's not. It has nothing to do with guns. It's because Donald Trump is so singularly invested in this white nativist anti-immigration mass deportation scheme that the administration has literally reallocated federal law enforcement away from the crimes that they are normally supposed to be investigating to just this, interior deportations, interior removals. It's fucking insane. The ATF definitely has guns. No, I'm saying these guys that are selling dupes on Canal Street don't have fucking law enforcement violations. The ATF is supposed to be tasked with alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. That's what the A and the T and the F stands for. They're not there for that reason. They're there simply to assist in the mass apprehension of migrants that they suspect of being undocumented. Just like the FBI has no business doing interior removals. But the reasons why they're doing that is because ICE doesn't have enough. ICE does not have enough members that are trained to be able to do these mass apprehensions. So the Trump administration has restructured all of the fucking federal law enforcement agencies to focus on this instead of whatever kind of crimes that they were tasked with focusing on. And in some instances, that's literally like sex trafficking, right? Like that's drug trafficking for DEA, sex trafficking, different types of interstate crimes, gang violence, things of that nature, hate crimes. All of these things that the FBI is tasked with normally dealing with and investigating, they are too busy. Instead, they're too busy doing this shit. So yes, this unironically has the opposite of the intended effect. The intended effect is we're stopping the most significant, the most heinous version of crime, which is caused by undocumented migrants. Ironically enough, it literally stops the active investigation of crimes. It makes America less safe. It makes America less safe because do you feel fucking safe when you see masked armed agents of the fucking state kidnapping people that haven't done anything wrong? It doesn't make you feel safe. It doesn't make me feel safe. But it also makes America less safe because they're not even investigating the actual things. The most redeemable aspect of federal law enforcement is these actual investigations into federal crimes, okay?
Were detained, but DHS says at least one protester was arrested for allegedly assaulting a federal officer. And in a statement saying in part,
yeah, look, nearly half of FBI agents and major offices reassigned to immigration enforcement, dude. How are we making America more safe? Data shows stunning shift in law enforcement priorities that has raised public safety concerns. How? Nearly half of FBI agents and major offices have been reassigned to immigration enforcement, dude. Yeah. Child rapists can just do whatever the fuck they want now. Yeah, if you're an art thief, if you are a French style, Pink Panther style, Arsène Lupin style art thief, this is your opportunity to shine, okay? There is perhaps no better time to be robbing a bank or robbing a fucking museum for a cultural artifact than this very moment when all of the federal law enforcement agencies are tasked with like apprehending random Guatemalan people. Fantastic.
rioters who were shouting obscenities became violent and obstructed law enforcement duties. And in a startling move, military-style trucks used by Homeland Security investigations drove through Lower Manhattan, escorted by armed federal agents.
There is no excuse for sending military-style vehicles and a national law enforcement response for street vendors.
None of this is about public safety. It is about fear and chaos.
Ordinary New Yorkers on their way home or coming home stood up and said what you were doing is shameful. And ICE's response to that was escalation and violence.
A spokesperson for Mayor Adams says undocumented New Yorkers trying to pursue the American dream should not be the target of law enforcement, and resources should instead be focused on violent criminals. Protesters made their way to 26 Federal Plaza, where those detained were taken.
The manner in which ICE is going into areas and just wreaking havoc, causing unsafe communities, it's clear, it's very obvious that this isn't making anyone safer.
Immigrants are an inherent part of the USA. They're not the problem in this country.
The NYPD says they were not involved, and this was an ICE enforcement operation. In Lower Manhattan, Naveen Dhaliwal, CBS.
Low key. I don't know how people can do this, but like maybe it's time for some of these woke governors to actually show how woke they are and be like, don't worry, we got you. When we said no ICE on the streets, we meant it. We'll have our own law enforcement protect our neighbors and our citizens. We'll have our own National Guard deployed if necessary, like the way that they entertained it in Portland, as a matter of fact. You know, start getting the cops to arrest ICE. Not only when they're fucking drunk driving, like that video, that famous video, Lane, but just in general. Yeah, America's so broken, we back in the blue now. I mean, just saying, dude. Sometimes it's important to get active. I don't think it's ever going to happen, but like, that's what it takes. Who knows? Listen, you show me Graham Platner geared up to arrest ICE in person and we might see it. Graham Platner. Check previous regarding firsthand dealing with ICE. I'm about to be sworn into the bar, and I have a client who was scooped up by ICE at the airport. We literally have no idea why he's being held, and ICE actively refuses to tell us why he's being held. They told us that he has his court date in mid-November, and that we will all find out then. Fucking inhumane shit. The standards are literally lower than that of the criminal justice system, yet they are treated worse somehow. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It is true. It is the most insane shit. They have less protection overall. Even American citizens have less protection at the point of entry into the country. You don't have Fourth Amendment rights when you're entering the country. It's fucking nutty. Okay? Like, you kind of have Fourth Amendment rights. Kind of. But they will do everything in their power to just like take your shit away, apprehend it, look through it. Yeah, but this is where it came from. I live on Canal Street, and I think you're a piece of shit. Savannah Hernandez, I personally had New Yorkers thanking me for bringing light to how bad the Canal Street has gotten. This is it. A few days ago, this far-right poverty tourist and provocateur discovered Canal Street. Today, Trump's ICE cowboys marched in, says Justin Brannon.
Bags along this sidewalk.
Yeah, she made this video. She fucking made this video, and then literally a couple days later, ICE came in and did this sweep.
Sidewalk was completely packed with people buying these Louis Vuitton bags, buying these YSL bags. Obviously, all of them are knockoffs. Now, I spoke to some of the migrants. They were telling me they're all from Senegal. And as I'm walking around, they all start grabbing their bags very quickly. Again, this entire block was filled with all of these bags, and they picked them all up very quickly. Within 2 minutes, they all started jumping in vehicles, running away. I was speaking to one of the migrants, and he ended up telling me that they don't have the license to sell these purses. It's illegal, and if the cops catch them, they will come and take away all of their products. Another thing that I noticed too, because I was filming, is these migrants, very similar to Paris, telling me that I can't film here.
Hey, you do the film with it.
And that I wasn't allowed to be, using my camera. So they're being a little bit of aggressive toward me, and it just looked just like Paris. I was just in Paris, a month ago, and it looks the exact same here on the streets of New York as it did over there. Again, I've just never seen.
Like, I'm Mr. Criminal Justice Reform and rehabilitation over incarceration, but then when I see ladies like this, who chatters are telling me is like a paid Hasbara agent as well, it's just hard for me to maintain a consistent principle on this issue. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes when I see stuff like this, I'm like, maybe prisons are good. Maybe prisons not so obsolete, you know? Maybe prison's good. Not obsolete at all, as a matter of fact. Yeah, we need a woke criminal justice system to mass arrest losers like that.
Floated this idea previously. When asked, he said that he would consider it, and the New York Times is saying that it is a definite, but if he were to actually win this race. And going to what we were talking about earlier about his age, you know, he just turned 34 years old, and one of the concerns, or one of the things he has said to the business community and the other political elites within the city is that I will surround myself with people who are experienced and know how to manage this city. So I think that this is a bit of a nod to that idea by keeping on the current police commissioner, who, although she's only been there, she took the job in November of last year. She hasn't been there that long, but a lot of people say that she's been doing a good job. Crime is heading in the right direction, and she's been trying to get corruption out of One Police Plaza.
Yeah. Although even if she's offered the job, we don't know if she'll want to accept it.
Yes, very true. Very true.
Who's going to ask her to stay on does not mean that she is going to accept that offer. All right, that's going to do it for tonight's pre-debate special coverage. We are just moments away from the start of the final debate for mayor. You can head to the link on your screen. That's where our political team will be live blogging the best moments of the debate, and you can join the conversation on social media using the hashtag NY1Debate. And after the debate, keep it right here on New York One. As soon as the debate wraps up at 8:30, we will have a post-debate special with reaction and analysis and some special guests. Now here is our moderators, Errol Lewis, Brian Lehrer, and Katie Honan with the candidates at LaGuardia Community College in Queens.
There's no way Cuomo mentions you again. No, this time he's going to get extra races with it. He's going to mention me again, and I think he's going to mention the imam that he was photographed with. Because he has nothing. He has nothing. And he thinks this is like, he thinks this is a bar. I do think for him, or at least like people in his orbit, it's not even about like tackling Zoran for them. It's like getting a petty grievance addressed, I think, maybe.
Welcome to the final general election debate in the race for mayor of New York City. I'm Errol Lewis, political anchor here at Spectrum News New York One, and we're coming to you live from the LaGuardia Performing Arts Center at LaGuardia Community College in Queens. Over the next 90 minutes, you're going to hear from the leading mayoral candidates about the biggest issues in New York, including the cost of living, the education crisis, and public safety. I'm joined tonight by Katie Honan of the news organization The City, and Brian Lehrer of WNYC Radio and Gothamist.
Tonight's debate is brought to you by the New York City Campaign Finance Board, the city agency that administers the Public Matching Funds program. It's also sponsored by Spectrum News New York One.
Why do incels watch us on? To learn how to get
The
laid.
City, and Spectrum Noticias, and our co-sponsors, the Craig Newmark Graduate School of Journalism at CUNY, the Center for New York City and State Law at New York Law School, the Museum of the City of New York, and John Jay College of Criminal Justice. You can watch tonight's debate without a paywall on ny1.com. It is also being broadcast on NYC TV, WNYC Radio, C-SPAN, the Spectrum News YouTube page, and thecity.nyc. It's in Spanish on Spectrum Noticias and YouTube.
The candidates joining us tonight have met a fundraising threshold established by the Campaign Finance Board. The seat is currently held by Eric Adams, who has decided not to run for re-election. In alphabetical order, Andrew Cuomo is a former governor of New York running on an independent line. Zoran Mamdani is the Democratic nominee, representing parts of Queens in the state assembly since 2021. And Curtis Sliwa is the Republican nominee and the founder of the Guardian Angels.
Now for the rules. The rules you see on your screen right now have been agreed to by all of the candidates. Each candidate will deliver an opening statement of up to 45 seconds, and then answers to our questions will generally be limited to 60 seconds with a chance for rebuttals. Candidates will have an opportunity to ask one opponent one question in our cross-examination round. So let's begin. This will be the last time all three candidates will be together on stage. The next mayor will be sworn into office 71 days from now on January 1st, 2026. He will inherit a city with an affordability crisis, a tense relationship with the federal government, and millions of New Yorkers who very likely did not support him. Let's begin our debate with your opening statements to viewers. You have 45 seconds. The order was determined by a random drawing on live television this morning, and we'll begin with Curtis Lewa.
I can't believe Curtis is not wearing the beret again. And you can still see his beanie tan line.
It's us versus the insiders and the billionaires. It's us versus Cuomo. It's us versus Zorhan. This is a campaign not about power. This is a campaign about you, the people. And I know many of you hardworking New Yorkers, you tell me you've been pushed aside, you've been silenced. These are the people that have all the money, all the connections. They've made their backroom deals, but we have something more important. We have you, the people. And we're not going to be silenced anymore. We're going to fight. Tonight, I want you to look at the content of my policies, to know that I've served this city for more than 50 years, the city that I love. And I'm going to share with you my vision to make New York City safer again, to make New York City more affordable again, and where everybody once again can live the American dream.
Thank you. Next is Andrew Cuomo. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. New York's first, thank you to the moderators. Thank you all for being here. And go Knicks, go Knicks, go Knicks. I hope we get an update on the score. New York is the greatest city on the globe. But we are at a pivotal moment. And the voters are going to have to decide in this election what candidate has the plan to save the city and what candidate can get it done, not just talk about it. My main opponent has no new ideas. He has no new plan. It's Bill de Blasio rehash, and we know how that turned out. He's never run anything, managed anything. He's never had a real job. I will hire 5,000 new police, build 500,000 new units. I will cut taxes. I will grow jobs. And I will end this hate-mongering and division that is tearing this city apart, because that's not who we are as New Yorkers. You know I can make change. You know I can make government work. I've done it before. I'll be ready on day one.
Okay, thank you. Next is Zohran Mamdani. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you to the moderators, and thank you to New Yorkers for tuning in. I know you'd rather be watching the Knicks. While there are three candidates on this stage, you will hear only two messages. My opponents, who spend more time trying to convince the other to drop out than actually proposing their own policies, will speak only of the past, because that's all that they know. I am the sole candidate running with a vision for the future of this city. Andrew Cuomo will spend much of tonight attacking me. He is a desperate man, lashing out because he knows that the one thing he's always cared about, power, is now slipping away from him. He will amplify right-wing talking points, he will share conspiracy theories, and he will do these things to make you feel that this should keep you up at night. But I've been spending the last year listening to New Yorkers, and I know what actually keeps you up. It's whether or not you can afford to live a safe and dignified life in this city. I have plans for our future. My opponents only have fear.
Thank you very much, candidates. Let's start tonight with some breaking news that happened yesterday afternoon when federal agents descended on Canal Street, arresting street vendors who have been selling counterfeit designer merchandise for as long as any of us can remember. This is the first time we've seen major federal law enforcement activity in the city outside of arrests at Immigration Court in Lower Manhattan. And some critics are now ringing an alarm bell, calling it a dangerous and unprecedented use of federal agents in New York City. Others say that the vendors were a major quality of life problem in the neighborhood that the NYPD had ignored. So the candidate, I'll ask each of you to respond to this. How should the mayor and the NYPD have handled both the presence of the street vendors and then the federal action? We'll start with you, Mr. Cuomo.
I've had a lot of dealings with President Trump. And there's only one way to deal with him. He puts his finger in your chest, and you have to put your finger right back in his chest. I've actually had this situation with ICE interfering in New York before. It was upstate New York where ICE just showed up and started to take action. And I called the president, and I went down to the White House, and I said, that doesn't work in New York. You don't send ICE in without coordinating with our police. It's not smart, it's duplicative, and it's dangerous. We don't need ICE to do quality of life crimes. We don't need them to worry about illegal vendors. That's a basic policing function for NYPD, consumer affairs, etc. I would have called the president and I would have said, look, you're way out of bounds, they're way out of bounds, call them back or I'm going to have the NYPD step in and stop them because this is not their jurisdiction. You're in the city of New York.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani.
ICE is a reckless entity that cares little for the law and even less for the people that they're supposed to serve. What we need to be doing here in our city is to end the chapter of collaboration between City Hall and the federal government, which we've seen under Mayor Adams. What we need to do is actually pass the street vending reform bills that have been in the city council, some of which that this mayor has actually overridden. That's an example of how we can both protect street vendors, ensure quality of life, and leave no stone unturned in delivering for the people of the city, as opposed to working with a president who is looking to declare war on those same people.
Mr. Sliwa.
Unlike both of my adversaries, I've patrolled that area many times, Church and Canal. And as you said, Errol, that activity has been going on for a long time. Selling the knockoff, sometimes stolen contraband by a series of people. The local 5th precinct, they make arrests when they have obviously cause to do so, and they complain that they have to release them because of no cash bail, of which both of my adversaries are in favor of and I'm not. The feds should not have stepped into this situation. There is not communication between the local authorities and the feds. This is a matter that should have been left up to the NYPD. But we can't tolerate citizens attacking our federal law enforcement forces in the street because then that will just lead to anarchy.
Let me ask a related question. President Trump has been commenting on this race and all of you on a regular basis. He's been less than glowing when talking about each of you, especially you, Mr. Mamdani. I'd like you each to describe whatever combination of defiance, diplomacy, and cooperation you will use as mayor if President Trump continues to increase the federal government's role in the affairs of our city.
I was assaulted by a Senegalese mobster in 1984.
Both my adversaries have decided to bump chests with President Trump to prove who's more macho. You can't beat Trump. He holds most of the cards. He's
this is why he stays at 14% in New York, by the way.
The SNAP program, and it's threatening to cut funds for NYCHA. So if you're all of a sudden going to get adversarial, you're going to lose. And who gets hurt? The people of New York City. With Trump, it's always the art of the deal. You have to go, you have to try to negotiate, whether it's with his minions or himself. He'll want you to give in order to get a little bit. But if you immediately act like you're going to take him on, like, you know, it's going to be a one-on-one fight, we're going to lose. All the people in New York City are going to lose. You have to be able to show respect. And I think if you show respect, you'll get respect, and you'll protect the New Yorkers who are so desperately in need of federal funds. What's the good of it? They'll bump chests with Donald Trump. They won't get the money, and then they'll blame Donald Trump. I will negotiate with Donald Trump and try to get the best deal possible for our poor and indigent citizens.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, the difference on this question is I've actually lived it, and I've done it with President Trump over many years through the most difficult situation that this country has gone through, COVID plus. You're wrong. You're going to have to confront President Trump. He is hyper-aggressive, and he is going to overstep his bounds. And you are going to have to confront him. And you can beat him. I confronted him, and I have beaten him. He was going to quarantine New York during COVID, and I stopped him. He was going to cut aid to federal programs, and I stopped him. But you also want to be in a place where you can cooperate on good things, because we need federal help if we're going to save our city and rebuild our city. President Trump has to respect you. He sent the National Guard into 20 cities. City he didn't send it into? New York. Because I talked to him and I said, we don't need you here. He has said he'll take over New York if Mamdani wins, and he will, because he has no respect for him. He thinks he's a kid and he's going to knock him on his tuchus. So
once
it is
again,
a balance.
Andrew Cuomo talking about how Trump is going to be fine with him,
but you want to cooperate,
whereas he's going to aggressively pursue Mamdani is unironically not going to work because he is compromised. The Department of Justice case made him compromised.
Republican candidate for mayor, and then we heard from Donald Trump's puppet himself, Andrew Cuomo. You could turn on TV any day of the week, and you will hear Donald Trump share that his pick for mayor is Andrew Cuomo. And he wants Andrew Cuomo to be the mayor, not because it will be good for New Yorkers, but because it will be good for him. Look, Donald Trump ran on 3 promises. He ran on creating the single largest deportation force in American history. He ran on going after his political enemies, and he ran on lowering the cost of living. If he wants to talk to me about the 3rd piece of that agenda, I will always be ready and willing. But if he wants to talk about how to pursue the 1st and 2nd piece of that agenda at the expense of New Yorkers, I will fight him every single step of the way.
Okay. Short rebuttal from Mr. Cuomo.
That's not what Donald Trump said. Donald Trump does an analysis of the race. Donald Trump, I believe, wants Mamdani. That is his dream, because he will use him politically all across the country, and he will take over New York City. Make no mistake. It will be President Trump and Mayor Trump, and he will come in and take over the city. I have no doubt. All he said was, his analysis is after the polls, it's a tough choice between a Democrat and a communist. And he considers Mamdani a communist. He happens to be a socialist. But between a communist and a Democrat, it's a tough choice for him.
Okay. All right. Thank you, candidates. Brian wants to talk to you about...
his counter to that is, I'm the one who's running on the Democratic Party line. The Democratic voters chose me,
Thank you for coming
not
tonight.
you. You're the spoiler here.
The cost of living is our next topic. You've all cited it as a major factor, and of course so many New Yorkers are experiencing this, especially when it comes to rising housing costs. And many New Yorkers were shocked this week as a new report from the group Advocates for Children revealed that about 154,000 New York City public school students have been homeless at some point during the last year. 65,000 lived in homeless shelters. Even more were in doubled-up situations with no home of their own. It's never been over 150,000 before, they tell us. And it amounts to 1 in 7 New York City kids. As mayor, how would each of you tackle this problem to help this vulnerable population? And in this round, we're going to go Mr. Mamdani, Mr. Cuomo, Mr. Sliwa. So Mr. Mamdani, you go first.
This is a stain on our city. To see this many children in our public school system be homeless, and to know that this is the 9th consecutive year that it's more than 100,000 of those children. What we need to do is ensure that next year is not the same. And we are going to do that by building the housing necessary such that New Yorkers are not priced out of this city or forced to live in shelters. And that's why my campaign is going to deliver 200,000 new affordable homes across the 5 boroughs, all while freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Now, in the public school system, we also have a program called Every Child and Family is Known. It links a child who is living in a homeless shelter with an employee of the public school system. It also links that employee with the child's family. It's been shown to increase attendance records, self-esteem, a level of belonging in that school system. I am going to increase that pilot program to more than 200 schools, and we're going to do it because we have to deliver for these children.
Mr. Cuomo. Yeah. Zoran is a great actor. He missed his calling. Freeze the rent sounds great. Yeah, it affects about 25% of the number of housing units in the city of New York. It's not a new idea. Bill de Blasio did it. It turned out to be a debacle. And it does nothing for 75% of the units. And for the 25, it just postpones the increase and actually causes us to lose units because landlords took them off the market.
And ask you to address the homeless children question, and we will get to rent freeze.
Yeah, well, the answer to homeless children is you need more affordable housing. And I'm saying freeze the rent was done under de Blasio. It doesn't work. It's a canard and just a great 3-word slogan for TikTok. The way to increase availability of affordable housing is to build affordable housing. I was the HUD secretary. I did it all across the country. We have 1% vacancy rate. We're not building enough affordable housing, and you need a competent, productive government to do that. And that's what I've done across the country, across the state. Make government work. You get the supply up, the rents will come down.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa. Okay, Mr. Mamdani, you were named, so you get 30 seconds.
We are in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 children in the New York City public school system being homeless. That means it began when Andrew Cuomo was the governor. And what did he do? What did he do about it? He did not do anything. He spent more money on a singing water fountain at LaGuardia Airport than he did on the average cost of an affordable housing unit. That is the record that we have in display, and what we need is a change in this city, not more of the same.
Yeah, but if I may, the homeless issue, number of homeless since I left, has more than doubled during his administration and the state's administration. Since I left, homeless rate has more than doubled. When I left, the vacancy rate on housing was 4.5%. It's now 1%. This man never even proposed a bill on housing or education. Never even proposed a bill.
Keep going back and forth between the two of you. Mr. Sliwa, it's your turn.
Andrew, you didn't leave. You fled from being impeached by the Democrats in the state legislature. Leave. You fled.
Get him, Curtis.
Let's get back on topic, because I'm the only candidate up here who's been into many of the over 300 Department of Homeless Services shelters, and the family shelters are unsafe for the families there. We have to make them safer. We have to bring teachers into the shelter. Many times, the mothers or the guardian have to get on bus after bus and take them to a school that's 2 or 2.5 hours away. This is a horror situation that's taking place, and we have to prioritize this, because this number of homeless children is going to grow. It takes 5 years to build affordable housing. We need to address it in the shelters itself to be able to handle it, so that the teachers can come in, whether they're public school teachers, charter school teachers, and I know there are a number of parochial school teachers who love children who would volunteer their efforts to do that.
We're going to give it to Katie Honan now to ask about another aspect of affordable housing.
We're going to switch to the millions of New Yorkers who are renters, specifically those in rent-regulated apartments. There are more than 1 million New Yorkers living in these units, most of them rent-stabilized. Mr. Mamdani, you've proposed a rent freeze for these tenants. Mr. Cuomo, you don't support that, and you've proposed a new means test for having a rent-stabilized apartment. Mr. Mamdani, our question: how can you know in advance what the balance between landlord needs and tenant needs will be in future years? We've seen a lot of inflation in recent years. Haven't small landlords felt that pinch as well? And then we have other questions for the other candidates.
You know, we've seen time and again mayors use their power with the Rent Guidelines Board to hike the rent on those same more than 2 million New Yorkers. This same Rent Guidelines Board did a study that found that landlords of those units had seen their profits increase by more than 12%. Their response: hike the rent on rent-stabilized tenants who have a median household income of $60,000. I believe that tenants across our city deserve relief, and I also believe that city government can work to alleviate the pressures for landlords of those units without having to put that burden on those same tenants. It's possible to keep New Yorkers in this city and to help landlords with rising insurance costs, water bills, Con Edison, and a broken property tax system.
Thank you. Mr. Sliwa, what's your proposal for helping New Yorkers with the historically high rent burdens in either stabilized or market rate units?
Well, the first thing, we have 6,000 empty apartments in NYC. That is a sin. That's what the mayor can control right away. We need to move those families with children in. For those who live in rent-stabilized apartments and have their rent subsidized, Zoran Mandami, we need to make sure that the big realtors
he's getting a clap for rent subsidization
tax, because they're holding off on those apartments and not putting them out into the marketplace because they want to flip the building. Not for the mid-sized landlords or the small landlords. They need the help. And there are a number of people in the outer boroughs They own a home. They live on the property. They're not absentee landlords. 2, 3, 4 apartments, and they're deciding not to put them in the marketplace when somebody either leaves or dies because they have to deal with tenant-landlord court, which is an absolute nightmare.
Why do we care about landlords? Because America's a bourgeois democracy, and small business owners, small capital owners like small landlords
but the landlords
are
are
the
protected, so they're
backbone
not
of
stuck with squatters
American discourse,
for 4,
unfortunately.
5, or 6 years, which destroys their equity and forces them to leave.
Thank you.
I don't believe in that, by the way. I'm just saying that's how they perceive
repealing
it.
a means test to live in a rent-stabilized apartment. What's your position now, and what changed in that?
The 2019 law was added tenant protections that had never been added before, and protections against tenant evictions. But to answer your question, you cannot. Zoran said the tenant doesn't have to pay more rent, but we're going to cover the landlord's costs. No, you can't do both, and that's not what happened. We did freeze the rent with de Blasio. We lost units because the landlords took them off the market because you weren't covering their costs. The reason the Rent Guidelines Board went up after the freeze was because you had to make up for all the backlog of costs. And this, I'm going to freeze the rent. And people think it applies to all of them. No, just the 25% of units that are rent stabilized.
He's here.
And
He's
by the
just
way,
shitting on
it's
Zora.
all BS
He has no vision. He's just being like, no, he's not going to freeze everyone's rent, just the rent stabilized.
He doesn't control the Rent Guidelines Board.
He's doing the thing that leftists do to me when they have no alternative options and they just simply yell about whatever I'm presenting as a mechanism for change.
Mr. Mamdani, you were invoking.
He's not going to freeze all the rent.
A candidate for mayor who tells you everything that he cannot do, then Andrew Cuomo should be your choice. If you want a candidate for mayor who will use every tool at their disposal, including the 9 appointees at the Rent Guidelines Board, all of whom are appointed by the mayor, then I am the candidate for you.
Clocked it! Notice how he locked in.
We have to go to Errol, sir. I'm sorry,
He said all he's presenting is what we can't do. I'm going to do everything I can for you.
Can I get the rebuttal? Quickly. Okay, quickly. The mayor doesn't appoint the Rent Guidelines Board. He's wrong. They are appointed to a term and holdovers. And when the term is over, you can appoint. But it takes a number of years to get control.
Okay, understood. Candidates, right now we are just blocks away from the site of the Long Island City rezoning plan, which has been under consideration for a decade at this point. And in its latest version would create 15,000 new apartments. That plan, like the recently passed City of Yes 5-borough rezoning, reflects a reality that hundreds of thousands of units, as many as 1 million new units, will be needed in New York City over the next 10 years. What is your plan to get new units built quickly? And the order of this will be Mr. Cuomo, then Mr. Sliwa, then Mr. Mamdani.
Yeah, Sliwa said before it takes 5 years to build affordable housing. No, it doesn't. No, it shouldn't. That's an incompetent government. You can actually get competent government and well-managed government. I built LaGuardia Airport, even though he doesn't like it, in 4 years, okay? So don't tell me it takes 5 years to build a housing unit. You have to redo HPD. You have to change the entire organizational structure. You have the zoning, but you have to start hundreds, if not thousands, of sites simultaneously. Private sector developers, partner with not-for-profits, partner with CDCs, use city-owned sites, use air rights, make a deal with the unions. But this has to be the #1 priority. The way I did 2nd Avenue Subway or the Mario Cuomo Bridge or the Kosciuszko Bridge, this project is thousands of housing developments being accelerated, expedited, facilitated at one time. And we need 500,000 units. That's the way you're going to make New York City affordable and still allow the talent to come here.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa.
I'm the only candidate here on the stage who is opposed to the City of Yes. Both my adversaries are for it. Make sure on Election Day, when you turn over your ballot and you have the initiatives, you vote no. And you know how oftentimes I've been accused, how are you going to work with the Democratic-controlled city council? I, Adrian Adams, and the predominant Democrats, including many of them very liberal and progressive, believe no to yes. I have a simple plan. It takes a year. We have 25 Empire State buildings that would be empty and just have office space. It'll never be used because business doesn't operate the way it used to. Retrofit them to affordable apartments. Most are in Manhattan. The infrastructure is there. You set up a partnership with developers. It'll put men and women to work, and you'll get your affordable apartments a lot quicker and not be a burden to the outer boroughs and the residential communities because you're in the back pockets, Andrew, of the developers who wine-dined and pocket-lined you.
Would it be a closer race? It was Cuomo or Sliwa versus Zoran? No,
elected city council members should
because
have
Sliwa is a
veto
Republican.
power over whether
No
or
Democrat's going to vote for him.
Housing gets built in their district?
Absolutely.
No matter how woke he
Local
gets.
control, community boards should have their say. What happened to zoning? We throw it out. Eric Adams. This city of yes is on steroids, and he went wild taking care of his developer friends as he knew he would be one and done. I told you he was corrupt. I told you there would be chaos, and I warned you in 2021. You should have elected me mayor then.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
We need to build more housing all across New York City. Today, New York City builds about 4 houses for 1,000 people. Jersey City's at 7. Tokyo is at about 10. We need to do this by streamlining the processes of private sector construction across the city, by ensuring we're building more around
he's
hubs
locking
of mass
down the
transit.
abundance vote.
And we also need to ensure that the public sector is building truly affordable housing. And what I mean by truly affordable is housing that is built with the median household income in mind, which is $70,000 for a family of 4. And that's why my administration will do exactly that, scaling up programs we already had in HPD, like senior affordable rental apartments, SARA, like Ella, extremely low-level affordability. These are the kinds of programs that will deliver a city that New Yorkers can actually afford.
He lost the abundance
there was
again.
reference to the 3 housing-related charter amendment
Abundance want luxury condominiums, like that failing massive tower of billionaire
Where do you stand on
hubris.
those?
I'm appreciative that those measures will be on the ballot and that New Yorkers will be able to cast their votes for them. I know that we desperately need to build more housing in this city, and I also know that the jobs we create in the building of that housing should be good jobs as well.
What a political answer. What is your opinion, Zoran?
Yes or no?
Come on.
Yes or no?
What is your opinion? Yes or no, Zoran? Don't be a politician here.
I got it. They're pointing out what I was about to, which is that you didn't answer the question.
No, I think on the stage you can see 2 people appealing for the Republican Party's votes. And myself speaking
Answer
for
the question. Answer the question for once.
My question to you was, do you support the 3 ballot amendment questions?
I have not yet taken a position on those ballot amendment questions.
Oh, what a shocker.
All right.
What a shocker.
We're gonna
Don't
move
worry,
on.
once he takes it, he'll change it anyway.
We're going to move it on. We're going to move on. The candidates, the rhetoric on the campaign trail has become more heated in recent weeks. We have reached a point where 2 of the candidates on stage here tonight have armed security. I would like to spend a few minutes to see if we can dial down the rhetoric. Mr. Mamdani, some Jewish New Yorkers continue to say that your comments on Israel and the war in Gaza
Mr. Mamdani, you hate
feeling
Jews.
unsafe and concerned
Why
about
do you
their
lie
future in our
about
city.
hating Jews?
Recently, several prominent New York rabbis took the unusual step of denouncing your candidacy, including the rabbi of the Park Avenue Synagogue in Manhattan and Rabbi Michael Miller, the longtime leader of the Jewish Community Relations Council, who is a friend to many of us. Do you have any regrets about how you've dealt with these issues? And will your longstanding views on the subject get in the way of your ability to be an effective mayor?
I look forward to being a mayor for every single person that calls this city home. Not just those who voted for me in the Democratic primary, not just those that vote for me in this general election, but all 8.5 million New Yorkers. And that includes Jewish New Yorkers who may have concerns or opposition to the positions that I've shared about Israel and Palestine. You know, just a few weeks ago, I was on the M57, the slowest bus in New York City. And as I was seated there, there was a speech therapist who was sitting next to me. She told me that she was Jewish. She said that her daughter was a huge fan, but that she was not yet decided on who she was going to vote for. And she shared to me about her fears in this city, about rising anti-Semitism. And I told her what I will tell New Yorkers today, which is that I will be the mayor who doesn't just protect Jewish New Yorkers, but also celebrates and cherishes them, who doesn't just increase funding to hate crime prevention programs by 800%, who doesn't just ensure that the NYPD are outside of synagogues and temples on the high holy days, but also actually delivers on the implementation of the Hidden Voices curriculum in our school system, so that children in this city learn about the beauty and the breadth of the Jewish experience right here in the 5 boroughs.
Like, this kind of stuff is
I've got a
100% totally cynical and is Jewish exceptionalism, for sure.
There's a TikTok video. You're the savior of the Jewish people? You won't denounce globalize the Intifada, which means kill Jews. There's unprecedented fear in New York. It was not several rabbis, Errol. It was 650 rabbis who signed the letter, not several.
Let me ask you a related question, Mr. Cuomo. Many New Yorkers have serious grievances with Israel and the way the Israeli government under Benjamin Netanyahu has conducted the war in Gaza and expanded settlements in the West Bank. What would you say to and how would you handle New Yorkers who are in the streets, if you were mayor, protesting the actions of the Netanyahu government?
Fine. That's your right. Protest, demonstrate, disagree. God
I like
bless
that
America.
the question
God
for
bless New York
Zoran is,
City.
why are you going to kill all the Jewish New Yorkers? And the question for Cuomo is, will you let pro-Palestinian protesters protest?
Justify anti-Semitic behavior in New York. It doesn't justify having a Jewish population that feels unprotected in New York. It doesn't justify leaders who stoke
these rabbis, any critic of Israel and Israeli politics is anti-Semite
against Jewish people, which is what Zoran does in my
Chance to answer, and then we'll go to Mr. Sliwa.
You know, I've heard from Jewish New Yorkers about their fears about anti-Semitism in this city. And what they deserve is a leader who takes it seriously, who roots it out of these 5 boroughs, not one who weaponizes it as a means by which to score political points on a debate stage.
Mr. Sliwa.
Ooh. Good line.
Excuse me, Mr. Cuomo, it's my turn, all right? It's like 2 kids in a schoolyard.
Yeah, I heard you on the radio this morning.
Zoran, this is personal for me. I know you are under threat. The mother of my 2 youngest sons who are raised Jewish, Melinda Katz, is prosecuting this person who came up and tried to do you harm. But let me speak on behalf of my 2 sons. When they've heard some of the statements you've made, like in support of global jihad, and I hear some people out there saying that Jews, their time is due, which means the same thing. They're frightened, they're scared. They view you as the arsonist who fanned the flames of anti-Semitism.
Bro,
they cannot
Zoran should turn around and be like, your current wife has said more about Israel than I have, calling them animals who bomb civilians.
A lot of apologizing to do. My sons are afraid. Their family, their friends, many in the Jewish community are concerned if you become mayor because they don't think when anti-Semitism rears its ugly head, which it's now doing more than ever before, that you will have the ability to come in and put out those flames of hate.
Okay, yeah, so you can.
I think there is room for disagreement on many positions and many policies, but I also want to correct the record. I have never, not once, spoken in support of global jihad. That is not something that I have said, and that continues to be ascribed to me, and frankly, I think much of it has to do with the fact that I am the first Muslim candidate to be on the precipice of winning this election.
Stand up for yourself. Let's fucking go.
Curtis, I do still want to be the mayor that will keep your sons safe, that will keep every single New Yorker safe. And it is my job to not only deliver on that commitment, but also to ensure that New Yorkers feel it every single day that they live in this city.
Okay, candidates, Brian's going to take us into the next section.
Thank you, Earl. And the next section is some individual political questions, one for each of you. Let me start with you, Mr. Cuomo, then Katie will ask a question of Mr. Sliwa and Errol to Mr. Mamdani.
I can't deal with this, bro. Listen, the New York Jews are terrified of the first Muslim mayor of New York for holding the majority opinion on Israel's genocide is just racism. I don't give a fuck. You can suck my cock, okay? If you run around and you're like, oh, I'm so terrified on the Upper East Side, Upper West Side of New York. I'm so terrified on fucking Columbia campus because the mayor has the majority position on Israel. You can suck my dick.
Your moral compass and concerns that you cannot effectively work with other elected officials.
Yeah, well, first, you somewhat
fucking
misstated
bullshit.
the facts, but
it's just racist
I resigned
nonsense.
because there was allegations made. I didn't want to waste the time and distract state government. I knew it was going to take a long time to sort out. I left, which I thought was respectful to state government. We sorted it out legally.
40% of New York Jews support Zoran, by the way.
I was dropped from the cases. You know that. We've had this discussion 4 times, but you like to talk about the past rather than yesterday. I chose Governor Kathy Hochul. I would have no problem working with her. The legislature, I got 11 budgets passed on time. Most in modern political history. They haven't gotten one done on time since I was there. So don't tell me who knows how to work with the legislature. And a mayor being able to deal with that legislature is key. Because don't kid yourself, I've watched every governor and mayor since Ed Koch. There is a tension between the city and the state. The city's arguing for its budgets, the state is saying no, and the city has been getting screwed by the state, and that has to change, and the city has to be doing better.
Thank you. Katie?
New Yorkers, you've often presented yourself as more of a well-known New York character than a serious policy expert. Your critics have said your candidacy is making it more likely that Zoran Mamdani can win the election.
Sharon, thank you for the 10
what
gifted.
do you say to them and to others who feel that while your name recognition has seen a boost,
the Piker
your
Broadcasting
candidacy
Service
is not helpful to New Yorkers, including those who share your views?
Number one, I have 13 campaign offices open. I'm throughout the outer boroughs. You see the excitement and energy of the working class people that I represent. I am the Republican populist candidate representing the working
subscribed.
class.
That's crazy.
And
I'm washed.
also,
It's
Katie,
over.
the candidate on the independent line, first ever, put together by my wife Nancy, who loves animals like so many.
fucking washed.
Save the animals. No kill shelters. Animal abusers go to jail. So people know that I'm not just running to protect people, which has been my life as leader of the Guardian Angels. I'm there to protect our pets and animals. Because remember,
The global jihad
Mahatma
thing
Gandhi said,
I'm gonna
a
forever hold
society
that
does
against them.
not take care of its
Fucking
animals,
asshole.
does not take care of
Twitch
its
Primes are
people.
free.
Homeless, emotionally disturbed, veterans. I'm out there every day tending to their needs with the Guardian Angels, doing things that the city and state should have been doing a long time ago, but neglected them and instead spent $7 billion on migrants that we don't even know. That is a disgrace. We should be there for our own people who are suffering and wallowing in desperation and despair.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani. You have criticized
Taco
the
Dam, thank you for
politics of
10.
the
Matt Pluma,
past
thank you
where
for 10.
leaders either avoid taking a stand on a key issue or try to be all things to all people. But at times during this campaign, you've carefully avoided answering tough questions. We saw an instance just a few minutes ago when I asked about how you plan to vote on those ballot initiatives next month. We've asked whether you support a major rezoning push for part of Queens, some of which is in your district. You've been unclear about how you think the city's schools should be run, its governance structure. How is that different from
Bro, he
politics
is the most
as usual?
policy-focused candidate on that stage.
When it comes to our schools, I believe that every single child deserves to have an excellent public education. And we have not seen that under the stewardship of those schools with this mayoral administration. We have not seen it because we are not fully funding those schools. We are not on track to comply with the class size mandates of those schools. We are not even on track to ensure greater literacy levels across those schools, despite the strides that have been taken with NYC REITs. When it comes to rezoning, I've been very clear that I will always celebrate the addition of additional housing units across the city. I also believe that Gantry State Park and Queensbridge Park should be one contiguous park. Those are things that one can believe at the same time. And my critiques of the politics of the past is right here on the stage. You can see in Andrew Cuomo someone who had 10 years to deliver on so much of what he's spoken about. He says that taking 5 years to build affordable housing is the sign of an incompetent government. By his own words, that means he must have led an incompetent government. That is what we are seeing, because that is the record that is actually on offer.
Yeah, go ahead. I understand my friend doesn't really understand government. The governor doesn't build housing in New York City.
Not if it's you.
No, legally, there are jurisdictions. The governor doesn't pick up trash. He doesn't run the fire department. That's what the mayor does. The mayor builds housing. The state allocates funding for localities. And I allocated more funding for housing than any governor in the history of the state of New York. All right? I did things. You have never had a job. You've never accomplished anything. There's no reason to believe you have any merit or qualification for 8.5 million lives. You don't know how to run a government. You don't know how to handle an emergency. And you've literally never proposed a bill on anything that you're now talking about in your campaign. You had the worst attendance record in the assembly. And you gave yourselves the highest raise in the United States of America. You went from $110,000 to $140,000, and then you never showed up for work, and you missed 80% of the votes. Shame on you. Shame on you.
No, it is always a pleasure to hear Andrew Cuomo create his own facts at every debate stage.
Yeah.
We just had a former governor say in his own words that the city has been getting screwed by the state. Who was leading the state? It was you.
Governor Hochul.
You were leading the state
Oh!
for 10 years. Screwing
That was your lieutenant governor.
You cut homelessness
legislator.
funding. You cut funding for the MTA. You did all of these things, my friend.
That's the past 4 years. It's the past 4 years.
Okay, guys,
No,
I didn't want to have to
moderator,
do this,
don't
but
stop
you
him.
understand how this works. You can't talk over each other. Nothing works if you do that. I believe we've heard your response. I wanted to give you a quick word, and then we're going to move on.
I heard the both of them again fighting like kids in the schoolyard. Zoran,
They packed
your
it. They
resume
packed
could
the
fit
room
on
with
a
like the
cocktail,
only Cuomo
napkin.
fans, I think.
And Andrew, your failures could fill a public school library in New York City.
Okay. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, take the
We're
heat
gonna
off
move
him,
now to
Curtis.
Public safety. And there was some breaking news from the New York Times that you, Mr. Mamdani, would ask Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch to stay on as police commissioner
I
if you
hate
are
this.
indeed mayor. I wanted to confirm if that was true. And for Mr. Cuomo and Mr. Sliwa, would you ask the current police commissioner to stay on if you were elected? So, Mr. Mamdani, we'll start with you.
Yes, I can confirm that reporting. My administration will be relentless in its pursuit of safety and affordability for every New Yorker. And the delivery of that will require us to put together a team of the best and the brightest. Eric Adams stacked the upper echelons of the NYPD with corruption and incompetence. Commissioner Tisch took on a broken status quo, started to deliver accountability, rooting out corruption, and reducing crime across the 5 boroughs. I've said time and again that my litmus test for that position will be excellence, and the alignment will be of that position. And I am confident that under a Mamdani administration, we would continue to deliver on that same mission and do so while creating the Department of Community Safety to ensure that mental health experts were the ones responding to the mental health crisis. Because safety and justice is at the cornerstone of our pursuit of public safety. And in doing so, we will also be able to deliver our agenda for affordability.
Thank you. And very briefly, quickly, Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, would you ask Commissioner Tisch to stay on if you were elected mayor?
Yes, I would, for stability. But then again, I don't think she would serve with either Cuomo or Zoran because she has railed against no cash bail. Cuomo, the architect of no cash bail, Zoran, the apprentice of no cash bail. That's why criminals are running in the street.
And Mr. Cuomo, would you ask her to stay on?
I would ask her to stay on. I don't believe Zoran when he says he would ask her to stay on. The DSA's position, his position has been to defund, disband the police. She wouldn't take that as current position. Today's position was freeze the budget. That would cause a reduction in police. She has called for more police. I've called for more police. Mayor Adams has called for more police. So their philosophies are totally incongruous. DSA calls for eliminating misdemeanors. He wants to decriminalize prostitution. I don't think she would support any of that.
Well, we can't speak for her. She's not here. But I will ask the public safety question. And we'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa. The issues of crime and disorder on the streets. The NYPD says the crime is going down in all major categories, most major categories, but to New Yorkers, they're still concerned with disorder and their own unique perception of crime. Do you think addressing quality of life concerns helps prevent more serious crimes, and how would you deploy the city's police force to deal with those serious violent crimes and also quality of life offenses like disorderly conduct and retail theft? Mr. Sliwa.
First off, I've been in all 350 neighborhoods. I'm the only candidate that's on the subway each and every day. I've yet to hear from one New Yorker who said they feel safer either in the subways or the streets. And Eric Adams constantly heckling at us like it's the perception. No, it's the reality of crime. We need 7,000 police officers. We are badly
Tish's
understaffed.
family is funding the Cuomo Hassan Piker ads. The Tish family are staunchly pro-Israel and donated $950K to fix the city against Zoran.
People are most threatened and most frightened, and we need to bring back the homeless outreach unit that was disbanded when de Blasio took $1 billion out of the budget. These were men and women, police officers who already had with them medical nurses and healthcare practitioners, but it was de Blasio who abolished it, and they've been talking about bringing something back ever since, but they never do it. Because I'm out there in the subways every day and I never see it. And when I'm mayor, it gets done on day one. The homeless outreach unit is put back into the NYPD.
Thank you. Mr. Mamdani.
You know, when I hear from New Yorkers of where they feel least safe, they will often tell me the subway system. And when they explain those moments to me, what they are often explaining is a mental health crisis in our city and a crisis of homelessness that has only continued to grow. And that is why, at the heart of our public safety agenda, is a groundbreaking proposal to not only reduce crime, but address these very moments of unease for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs by creating a Department of Community Safety that will be focused on the mental health crisis, focused on homelessness, and will ensure that police officers can focus on serious crimes. Because in 2020, the response time for those officers was less than 11 minutes. Today, it's closer to 16 minutes. And that's because every year, they are now responding to 200,000 mental health calls, when those are calls that could by and large be taken by experts trained on responding to that very crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
The big risk here is unless he got a deal cut with Tish could just come out and contradict him, being like, no, we need more cops. And this will fuck him in the long run in the debate, for sure.
Mayor David Dinkins did it.
Or not the debate necessarily, but like in the eyes of the voters, it'll make him look unserious.
Hire more police officers. Of course, you have to deal with the mentally ill. Of course, that requires mental health specialists with police, because the situation can be dangerous, but hire the 5,000 more cops, because they're all quitting, because they're getting worked too hard. You're going to have to raise the starting salary, because nobody wants to be a cop today, the way they're treated. Put 1,500 in the subways. Forget this Zoran idea of not prosecuting misdemeanors. Prosecute misdemeanors. Those are quality of life crimes. And that's very important. Yes, the subways are scary, but it's scary in their neighborhood too. Those quality of life crimes also have to be addressed.
Mr. Murray.
No matter how many times Andrew Cuomo describes it as my idea or my policy, I have never once stated that we were not going to prosecute misdemeanors. And that is what you see from the former governor, is someone who spends more time talking about the platforms of other organizations and other individuals than the one that I've actually put forward, or the one that he is supposed to be running on.
Now we'll hear from Brian for another question.
Excuse me 1 second. Can I just respond Can I just respond to that accusation?
Whether it's misdemeanors or felonies, no cash bail releases him back into the streets, and both of you are for no cash bail.
I want to move on. You'll get your
I think Zoran and his team wanted to avoid unnecessary conflict with the NYPD.
A particular crime concern, and that is violence among younger New Yorkers, specifically teenagers. My question is, what is your stance on the statewide Raise the Age law, which increased the age of adult criminal responsibility from 16 years old to 18 for most crimes? Police Commissioner Tisch says, quote, "The mentality on the street is that nothing happens to those under 18 who possess a gun." So would you support modifying Raise the Age in any way? And Mr. Mamdani, since you just announced that you would invite Commissioner Tisch to stay on, would you go along with her on this?
I would not support changes to the state's legislation, and I would not support them because the major issue with the implementation of that legislation has been the fact that there is hundreds of millions of dollars that was supposed to be delivered alongside that law that is still languishing in Albany. And I am excited to be the next mayor of the city to finally fight for the money that this city is owed to ensure that we deliver it to our young people across the 5 boroughs.
Mr. Cuomo.
What I was referring to before is Zoran is a member of the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. They have a charter. He gives them 3% of his salary. He has said multiple times, I'm a DSA member, I pledge allegiance. They say abolish jails, defund police, don't enforce misdemeanors. Go to my website, andrewcuomo.com. It's right on the front page. Now, is he lying to the DSA? Is he lying to New York? Is he lying to everybody? Who knows? On the Raise the Age, I passed the law. I support the law. We were one of only 2 states that put 16 and 17-year-olds in adult prisons. It was inhumane. It was cruel and unusual, and I'm proud of that law. It's administered by local governments. Some are doing it better than others. If Zoran thought that there was money locked up in Albany, maybe he should have gone to Albany and proposed a bill to release it.
I mean, he has.
Once again, the architect of Raise the Age, Governor Cuomo, the apprentice to him, Zoran. It's personal for me. My oldest son, Anthony, last October was the victim of a vicious gang assault that could have killed him.
Bro, everyone is constantly beating this guy and his family. What the hell?
Free because they went to family court, not criminal court. So how can both of you look at me? I almost lost my oldest son to gang violence, and the perpetrators went to family court and got a little pat on the wrist and was sent home to do it again and again. No. We need to start charging juveniles who commit violent crime in criminal court, and I'll appoint criminal court judges who follow the law and don't just release them because of no cash bail.
Clear difference between you on that.
Curtis Sliwa, we must send minors to perma jail.
Individual questions for you, and we're going to try and pick up the pace a little bit here. I'd like
crazy.
you to really just explain kind of where you're coming from. Mr. Mamdani, you've called for reorganizing the NYPD to create this Department of Community Safety that, among other things, would handle calls involving people in mental health distress. Your opponents have disparaged this as sending social workers rather than cops into dangerous situations like domestic violence disputes. Explain really what you have in mind, and please include any evidence that this approach would work.
Absolutely. What my opponents are clinging to is the past, because that's all that they know. What I am proposing is something that will address the needs of New Yorkers in the present. We speak and hear from New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs who outline how the mental health crisis is one of the major challenges in this city. And yet what we have in our city is asking those same police officers who are being asked to respond to shootings, respond to murders, to also respond to these calls. I trust the dispatchers who would be receiving these calls to make the determination as to whether there was any indication of violence. If there is no indication of a threat of violence, then we would set the mental health experts and providers to respond to those same incidents. The reason I believe in the efficacy of this approach is because of the fact that it has been delivered elsewhere in the country. So no matter how often you hear those on this stage tell you that something cannot be done, know that there are others in this same country who have seen it, and it is time for that same policy to come to New York City.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo. I have a similar question for both of you. The department currently fields about 33,000 officers, down from 37,000 in 2018. Public safety budget approaching $10 billion. Mr. Sliwa, you want to hire 7,000 more cops. Mr. Cuomo says 5,000 more cops. Each of you make the case for why you think that's necessary, especially given the fact that for much of New York City, crime declines over the last 20 years happened while the size of the force was also declining and not rising.
Errol, I have to revisit the last debate for a second when Zoran was basing this policy on what they do in Eugene, Oregon. You've never been to Eugene, Oregon. I have. Are you out of your mind? And then Columbus, Ohio. This is New York City, a major metropolitan area.
Our criminals are so much worse than the Oregonians.
Domestic abuse, emotionally disturbed persons, and you want to have social workers go out there and risk their life. And by the way, they're not going to get the results that a trained professional police officer can get. That's why we so desperately need 7,000 new cops. We'll use the Boston model, which is pay now in lieu of taxes. They do it at Harvard University and the other university. We'll raise $1 billion, get them vetted, trained, and out into the streets so they can be seen in all the neighborhoods. And most importantly,
it's so funny. His last position that he had this level of passion for was permanently jailing children.
The only civil servants who are not protected by the taxpayer is returned so that they can freely go out and do what they were trained to do, is to protect all of the people of New York City.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
There is nothing new here. We've had mentally ill, homeless people going back to the Billy Boggs case, right, under the Ed Koch administration. I ran homeless services not just for David Dinkins, but also for President Clinton. I've worked in every state, all the large cities, on all homeless programs. I've spent dozens of nights out trying to bring mentally ill people in. It can be done with mental health workers and police workers. You cannot tell from a phone call if a person is going to be dangerous. And I have seen personally many times a person who seemed very calm and sedate explode
yeah, he's talking about
into
himself.
rage. Why?
When he's doing a sexual harassment and then cops come and then he sexually assaults the cop.
There's nothing new here. It
He
just has
becomes
to be done and
increasingly
managed.
more belligerent.
Yes, you need more police. You need more police, first of all, Errol, because they're quitting because there are not enough to staff the force, and they're working overtime and weekends, and their family life is destroyed. So you have the highest attrition rate in modern history. You have to hire 5,000 just to slow down the attrition.
Okay, thank you, candidate.
40,000 beds for mental health in the state hospital system. By the time you fled fearing impeachment, you cut the budget down to 4,000 beds. Shame on you for putting those emotionally disturbed persons in the street.
You don't know what you're doing. Well, there's one bet I'm going to say for you, but no one is saying to go back to Willowbrook. That's when there were 40,000 people in mental institutions. Yeah. We left that 40 years ago when we went to community-based housing.
We're going to stay in this century, guys. Yeah. The next, we're going to do our lightning round where each candidate will answer our questions with a brief response, usually yes or no. I'm going to do the first couple. Candidates, if you had the power, would you keep, kill, or modify the congestion pricing program? Just say one of those words. Keep, kill, or modify. Mr.
One
Sliwa.
and done. Dead.
Mr. Mamdani.
Keep.
Keep. Okay. Would you expand, decrease, or keep the same number of so-called safe injection sites for drug users in the city? Mr. Mamdani.
Can you say the options again?
Expand, decrease, or keep the same?
Keep the same.
Mr. Cuomo.
Keep.
Close them down.
Okay. The last two mayors proposed allocating 1% of the city budget for parks. Will you make the same pledge here tonight, Mr. Sliwa?
Add another 2%. Keep your hands off the parks, you greedy developers.
1%.
Mr. Cuomo. 1%. Okay.
2%.
Okay.
Oh, he likes parks.
Another lightning round question. The city recently enacted a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit for e-bikes. And of course, there are the other motorized two-wheelers that also frequently ignore red lights and other traffic laws. If you were mayor, would you direct the NYPD to ramp up speeding tickets and other moving violations on the motorized two-wheelers, Mr. Cuomo?
Yes. Look, this is a dangerous situation for many people.
Mr. Mamdani, yes or no?
I would actually build on the city council's progress in holding the apps accountable like DoorDash and Grubhub to ensure that there weren't incentives for breaking those street traffic laws.
So you would not increase ticketing the riders?
I do not think the police should be the ones dealing with the failures of these app companies.
Mr. Sleeper.
License them, register them, and yes, do enforcement on them.
Oh, yeah. Curtis Lewa loves more opportunities to put people in jail.
With presidential election years in the future, do you support this,
Kill
Mr.
them.
Sleeper?
Shoot them with a
Absolutely
gun.
not. All the attention would go to the presidential election,
I see
not
one
to
guy
the
going
mayoral
16
election
miles
and all
per
the
hour.
down-ballot
I'm
elections. All of our city council
sidelining them.
people.
That's a no, Mr. Mamdani.
I haven't yet taken a position on any of the ballot referendums.
Oh, shocker.
Again?
Same answers
again and again and again. Yes.
Katie.
Thank you so much. First question, do you support having a casino in the 5 boroughs, like it's a full casino, and do you have a favorite among the 3 current contenders? Mr. Sliwa.
No, only if the community wants it.
Mr. Mamdani.
I'm personally skeptical of casinos, but voters did choose to bring them to New York City. And unlike Andrew Cuomo and Donald Trump, I don't view the law as just a suggestion.
Do you have a favorite of the 3?
No, I don't have favorites of casinos.
Mr. Cuomo.
I do not. I have not reviewed the proposals. I was not in. I did not.
Oh,
vote.
so now you don't have an answer, bitch.
I did. Let me just so you understand some facts. I did not
Trash
vote
answer by Zoran.
to
He
bring
can't
the
fucking say
casinos
no,
to New
dude.
York City. I did casinos in upstate New York as economic development measures. I had no part of these 3 casinos, how they were done. I think it's highly
I think it's a bad idea. I think it's a no
for
sure, but
more to come.
If this was, if this was a ranked choice,
You and Zoran can't answer a straight question.
If there was a ranked choice election, how would you vote, Mr. Mamdani?
If there was a ranked choice election?
In this, you'd have to rank these.
Myself number 1 and Curtis number 2.
Mr. Sliwa.
Oh, please don't be glazing me here, Zoran. Are you kidding?
Mr. Sliwa, do you want to have an
I
answer?
support ranked choice voting, but I'd only vote for myself.
Mr. Cuomo.
I love that Zoran and Curtis ticket idea. I don't know. I'm just enamored with it. I would just rank myself.
Would any of you accept Mayor Adams' endorsement? Mr. Mamdani.
No.
Mr. Cuomo.
Yes, I would.
Mr. Sliwa.
Absolutely not. Put that crook in jail where he belongs.
And final, a fun one.
Be careful. Be careful.
What is your favorite live music venue in New York City, Mr. Sliwa?
Oh, chain smokers.
Under,
EDM.
under the K Bridge, I presume.
That's right, the
Live-
Kosciuszko Bridge.
chain smokers. He just
Mr.
posted a video of it.
Forest Hill Stadium.
Mr. Cuomo.
Under the Kosciuszko Bridge.
Have you seen a show under the K Bridge? Who'd you see?
No, I picked up my daughters at a show there. That's as close as I got.
Oh, bad answer again, because you're not a real New
Each
Yorker.
candidate gets a chance to ask one question of one rival. The order was selected at random. We're going to begin with Curtis Sliwa.
Zoran, you talk about free, free, free. But we know that somebody's got to pay for it, and that's you, the taxpayers. And that's going to lead to bankruptcy. The only reason that Zoran is on the stage is because of the failed Governor Cuomo, who was rejected by the Democrats in the primary and rejected by 13 women who charged you with sexual harassment. Do you ever know that no means no? You know what no means?
Your question is to Mr. Mamdani. Who was your question
well, we
to?
can bifurcate it, right?
No. You can't. Who was your question
It's to Cuomo.
Okay. Your response, Mr. Cuomo.
I'm not sure what the man said, but the situation, my legal situation, as we discussed before, was fully litigated. I was dropped from the cases. If anyone has a legal situation to talk about, I think it's Mr. Sliwa, who runs the Guardian Angels and apparently as a charitable donation, but never filed any tax returns for the guardian angels and has been accepting charitable donations, which is just a crime and tax fraud. So I think that's the person who was explaining to
let
do.
him fight, let him fight, let him fight.
Your turn to ask a question, Mr. Cuomo.
To Zoran, I believe, as we've stated, that you have been a divisive force in New York, and I believe that's toxic energy for New York. It's with the Jewish community. It's with the Italian-American community when you give the Columbus statue the finger.
Italian-American community.
It's with the Sunni Muslims when you say decriminalize prostitution, which is haram. It's the Hindus.
Prostitution, which is haram.
Take a picture with Rebecca Kadaga, Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda. You take a picture with your father. You're smiling. He's smiling. She's known as Rebecca Gay Killer Kadaga. You're a citizen of Uganda. You took the picture. You said you didn't know who she was. It turns out you did. How do you not renounce your citizenship or demand BDS against Uganda for imprisoning people who are gay just by their sexual orientation? Isn't that a basic violation of human rights?
I think he gets the question.
Dude, he is such a racist piece of shit,
My politics is consistent, and my politics is built on a belief in human rights for all people. And that extends to queer and trans New Yorkers, and it extends to queer and trans Ugandans. And had I known that the first deputy minister was the architect of that legislation, I would not have taken that photo. And yet I also know that this constant attempt to smear and slander me is an attempt to also distract from the fact that, unlike myself, you do not actually have a platform or a set of policies to protect those same New Yorkers here. All you have are the insults that you have lobbed at every single opportunity you have.
Yeah. Okay. No,
that's it. Cross-examination is just a question and answer. Your turn to ask a question.
Mr. Cuomo, in 2021, 13 different women who worked in your administration credibly accused you of sexual harassment. Since then, you have spent more than $20 million in taxpayer funds to defend yourself, all while describing these allegations as entirely political. You have even gone so far as to legally go after these women. One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening. You sought to access her private gynecological records. She cannot speak up for herself because you lodged a defamation case against her. I, however, can speak. What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
Oh, he altered. Oh, he altered. Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God. He altered. Trump did that before, by the way.
Then you have to be serious and mature. There were allegations of sexual harassment. They were then went to 5 district attorneys, fully litigated for 4 years. The cases were dropped, right? You know that as a fact. So everything you just stated, you just said was a misstatement, which we're accustomed to from you.
Stated was a misstatement?
Yes, because the cases were dropped. That's what happened. And my question to you, you still didn't answer, why won't you say BDS against Uganda for saying gays should be imprisoned for being gay? Okay. You have no problem with BDS against Israel, but no BDS for Uganda.
This is just...
Oh, God, the dumbest Israel dick riders are going to hit this line so hard. I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
Our next topic is education.
That's it?
The next mayor will oversee the largest school system in the United States, as you know, with roughly 900,000 students, thousands of schools, and billions of dollars in budget. We have an education question for each of you. Mr. Mamdani, you said you would give up mayoral control of schools and share decision-making with various stakeholders. But in the last debate, you said you're still for mayoral accountability for educational outcomes. This has confused some people about how you can give up final authority but still hold yourself accountable. Can you try to clarify that?
I remain opposed to mayoral control. And I also believe that the mayor is accountable for that which happens in this city. I will not shirk that accountability, even when we are putting together a system that has greater involvement for parents, for educators, for students. Look, 1 in 300 Americans is a student in the New York City public school system. This is a system where we are failing to deliver excellence to students, to teachers, to parents, and it is time to have a mayor who understands not only the crisis in front of us, but the fact that we have to change our ways if we want to change our results. And that is what we are running on, a plan for the future, not to simply relitigate the past.
Mr. Sliwa, you recently proposed reducing the education budget by $10 billion, or about 25%, to help pay for tax cuts. But your website includes things like, quote, hire more therapists, expand services for students with learning differences, build new vocational high schools, restore arts programs, expand athletic programs, and increase teacher pay to attract and retain top talent. Those are all exact quotes from your website. How do you defund the education department by 25% to cut taxes, add in the Trump administration's various cuts, and do all those expansions at the same time?
Remember, he's a Republican.
Well, let me tell you, you have a bureaucracy at the Tweed Courthouse. Perfect place to house the Department of Education because of the corruption in the top ranks. You have 13 deputy chancellors. You have about 50 department heads. Nobody at the school level ever deals with them. $41,000 we pay per student, and teachers still have to reach into their pockets to pay for basic supplies. You cut at the top, contracts that have been negotiated, that have not been overseen. You will save millions and millions of dollars. And yes, you open up the schools as it was when I went to public school, after school center, night center, weekend center, not just sports, but culture, plays, musicals. People used to be able to take instruments home when they were in band and orchestra. That attracted children. 1/3 of our children don't even come to school each day, and we need more vocational training like we had when I was growing up. That's been depleted, and more charter schools. We need to raise the cap and have more charter schools for the children who have been waiting to get in for years.
And Katie has an education question for Mr. Cuomo.
Thanks, Brian. Mr. Cuomo, there's currently a state law to reduce class sizes in the city. You recently described the law as, quote, reckless, and proposed that popular schools be exempted from this law. You also want to start closing low-performing schools, one of the most controversial policies of Mayor Bloomberg. Would you defy the class size law, and if you close existing schools rather than work to improve them, what specifically helps the kids learn more and where?
Yeah, the common denominator on all these things is, the question is, what is your plan to change things, and what is your ability and experience to do it? These are management challenges. And I have managed large bureaucracies. The Department of Education, we lost 1 million students. What's happening is young families have to make a decision when their child has to go to school. They're deciding to go to the suburbs, go to Jersey. They're not going to sacrifice their kid. So it is a terrible problem for the entire city, the shrinking public school system. I would double the gifted and talented programs, double the number of specialized high schools, keep the SAT, and keep mayoral control. It is wholly inconsistent to say, I think it's a top priority, but I want to give up mayoral control, but I want to be a mayor who runs grocery stores. Forget the grocery stores. Run the Department of Education. It was the most single instrumental reform. Mayor Bloomberg was right. The mayor in Boston and Chicago, don't give up mayoral control.
Would you defy the law, the class size law?
The problem with the class size law, it's a nice idea. The state didn't send the money. The state has not been doing its fair share for the city. If you have a nice idea, that's nice. Send the money.
And just a fact check, I don't think we lost 1 million students. We have just about under 1 million students in the DOE system, but just a quick show of hands.
I'm sorry, yes.
And just a show of hands, no talking, who is in favor of the cell phone ban in schools? Raise your hands. Everyone has raised their hands they all are in favor of the cell phone ban. Thank you.
Okay. Candidates, I want to talk about Rikers Island. Under city law, the jail complex on Rikers is supposed to close in 2027. That's something that the next mayor is going to have to navigate. The population, however, has only gone up. It's surpassing 7,000 detainees, and a judge this year put Rikers on a path toward federal receivership. So here's the question. As mayor, will you commit to the closure of Rikers Island as required? And if not, what is your alternative plan? We'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa.
Number one, the architect for the closing of Rikers Island is on this stage. That's former Governor Andrew Cuomo. He was the first, and his apprentice is HasanAbi. No, you keep Rikers Island open. There are 7 functioning buildings, 3 others that need to be rehabbed.
Curtis
You can
Lewa
move those
reinvents
who
how
have
to say
mental health
Zoran's
issues
name
and
every
give them the
time.
treatment they need as long as they're detained on Rikers Island. Some people do a year of time if they're given that in the courts rather than be shipped upstate. So there are a variety of inmates. We have allocated $8 billion for 4 community jails. The price tag is now up to $16 billion and will only house 4,000 of the 7,000. Guess what? We keep the inmates on Rikers Island and we turn those 4 units in the neighborhoods into affordable housing that we've all been clamoring for.
What about the law that requires the closing?
Oh, you go into court, you fight, fight, fight. You fight for the taxpayers and you fight to keep inmates on Rikers Island so that we don't just have to lock up toothpaste in New York City, but we lock up inmates.
Mr. Cuomo.
Zoran has said he'd honor the law closing Rikers in 2027. You can't. You can't. Unless you intend to release all the people on Rikers Island, which is the Democratic Socialist policy. The county jails are not going to be built. It was a mistake. The whole plan was a mistake. They are years late, billions over budget. I would say scrap the county jails, build new jails on Rikers Island, provide ferry and bus transportation for people from the other boroughs to visit on Rikers Island, and then use the existing 4 sites for commercial residential. But you cannot close Rikers on 2027 because there's no place to put the people unless you're going to release 7,000 people.
Well, you're familiar with the idea that a law is passed, it's supposed to be followed, even if it's difficult, even if the timeline is screwed up, even if the money's not there.
Yeah, so then, which is Zoran's position, then you're saying release the 7,000 people. And I'm saying I'm not going to release 7,000 criminals into New York City.
Yeah, Mr. Mondani.
There is no one on this stage that is saying that. Yet Andrew Cuomo will repeat it again and again. What I have said time and again, I'll repeat it again, is that yes, we have to close Rikers Island. Rikers Island is a stain on the history of this city. And that this current administration has made it nearly impossible to do so by the stipulated timeline. So what I will do is everything in my power to try and meet that deadline, knowing that Eric Adams has made it so difficult because he's had no interest in actually following through on it. And as much as you will hear about experience and running a government, what Andrew Cuomo doesn't seem to understand is the city has already entered into contracts for these borough-based jails, and to end those contracts would be to incur massive fiscal penalties, but that's not something that he seems to care about, even as he speaks about the fiscal stewardship of this city.
If I may, you want to talk to me about running government or managing projects? I built the 2nd Avenue subway. I built the Mario Cuomo Bridge, the largest infrastructure project in the United States of America, $5 billion, on time, on budget. 2nd Avenue subway, Moynihan train hall. Of course there's costs incurred. The question is going to be, how much more does it cost to finish the jail, and are you better off cutting your losses? That's the question in the discussion, and you sit down with the contractor and you negotiate. But your position of, I'm going to close it on 2027, the question is yes or no? Do you close it in 2027? You still haven't answered.
You will hear from Andrew Cuomo about his experience as if the issue is that we don't know about it. The issue is that we have all experienced your experience. The issue is that we experienced you taking a $5 million book deal while you sent seniors to their deaths in nursing homes. The issue is that we experienced you cutting funding for the MTA to send money to upstate ski resorts. The issue is that we saw you give $959 million in tax breaks to Elon Musk. The issue is your experience.
No, the only thing, the issue is you have no experience. You've accomplished nothing. You haven't proposed a bill on anything, and you still haven't said if you'll close Rikers in 2027.
Stop. I got the answer to the questions I was asking. Thanks very much. Let's move on.
My next question is about another law that's already on the books. The city has a climate law, Local Law 97, that will require a large percentage of the buildings in the city to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 or face financial penalties. As you know, some co-ops, condos, and landlords are afraid of crushing expenses, but buildings account for 70% of the city's climate pollution emissions, so reduction would need to include that sector. You all have taken different positions on this. I want our viewers and listeners to hear each of you, starting with Mr. Cuomo in this case. Would you abide by and make others abide by Local Law 97 as it stands?
As it stands, you're going to have to be flexible in the application. What's going to happen now is many companies will just pay the fine because it's cheaper than actually following the rules. And that's the last thing you want. That accomplishes nothing, right? It's just another tax, in essence, on these units. So there's going to have to be flexibility. It's the right intent, it's the right goal, but how you implement it has to deal with reality and the costs. Again, otherwise, I can tell you, I've had this conversation with many of them. They're not even going to try. They're just going to pay the fine.
What kind of flexibility, if you could be
It's going to be
specific?
timing, and what do we mean, and can it be phased in?
Mr. Mamdani.
The climate crisis is one of the most pressing crises facing this city, and we deserve to take it on with the urgency it requires. It is right now easier to pay the fine than to actually comply with this legislation. We have to ensure that we make it easier for condo and co-op owners to follow these laws, and we do that by eliminating the application fees for J51, by extending that tax credit, by also creating a one-stop shop in New York City government that procures at a large scale heat pumps and the very kind of infrastructure needed to comply. We've seen this happen before with clean energy work that's been done in Woodside houses. It's time to bring that kind of work right here so that we can ensure full compliance with Local Law 97.
I read that you're proposing the city buy those heat pumps and other tech in bulk and give them to landlords and other buildings for free. Is that accurate?
No, it's to actually ensure that they can afford the cost of these things by purchasing using an economy of scale.
Thank you. Mr. Sliwa.
I'm the only one on this stage totally opposed to Local 97. 100,000 condo and co-op owners. Their maintenance fees will go up 30%. They won't have enough reserve fees. You're going to see massive flight from the co-ops and condos. Now, they want to electrify everything. Well, there's a man on the stage who took Indian Point offline. That was 25% of our electrical output.
From what I understand, that wasn't a bad idea because it was in the danger zone, right?
And as a result, they're now starting to build, because of the city of yes that I'm opposed, these
It's like one of the few
lithium-ion
instances where
battery
Cuomo
warehouses.
did the right thing.
Staten Island 38, Brooklyn 12. 8 in Queens, 4 in the Bronx, and none in Manhattan? Oh, no. They're going to electrify, and they don't have the electrical output.
It was a very old plant close to a meltdown.
So I
Come
say
on.
no to Local 97, and when I'm mayor, I tell all my commissioners, throw a monkey wrench into the process.
The danger zone is
We
a fucking
slow it
fiction,
down
and
because we
nuclears
want
are
these
absurd.
condo owners and co-op owners to stay.
Mr. Cuomo, you were name checked on Indian Point?
I think I was. Indian Point was a danger. It was the nuclear power plant most closely located to the densest population. There was no nuclear plant on the globe that close to a city. There were 20 million people in what was called the kill zone. Before I became Attorney General, there had been a number of lawsuits to stop it. What we did is we brought cables down from upstate New York down the Hudson River. We have nuclear upstate. We're in rural areas to bring that nuclear power down the cables and then on that basis substitute for Indian Point's power.
Yes or no?
Electricity rates are too high to pay because of you, Andrew Cuomo.
Yes or no? Would any of you support new nuclear power plants to help bring down the rising cost of utilities in New York State? Just yes or no, Mr. Sliwa?
Upstate, they're already starting, yes.
Mr. Mondani?
I think it's something worth exploring.
Mr. Cuomo?
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Katie?
We're going to move on now to the economy. Ms. Donnie, you're proposing to raise the city's minimum wage to $30 an hour by 2030. How would you get the state legislature to go along with your plan? And do you think it's realistic to feel that a small business owner would have to pay every employee this amount, especially when the city currently doesn't mandate that figure for its own public employees? And I have separate questions for Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo.
So this would be something where the city would have to start doing so as well, because any law that we want New Yorkers to follow, the city should be following it itself. And the reason that we put forward $30 by 2030 is that that's the minimum that a New Yorker needs to be paid to be able to afford to live in this city. And what we are looking at right now is the possibility of the place that we know and love becoming a museum of where working class people used to be able to live. Our proposal that we've put forward would be phased in over a longer period of time for small business owners to ensure that they could deal with this. And it's also one that we are confident we would be able to accomplish because of the fact that we are seeing from New Yorkers time and time again, the absence of it is pushing them to live in Jersey City, to live in Pennsylvania, to live in Connecticut, because they can't afford to live in New York City.
Thank you. And for Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, if you're not in favor of a $30 minimum wage, what are your plans to raise the salaries of workers in New York City? We'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa.
First off, Zoran Mandami deals with fantasy, not reality. Look at all the Uber drivers. Look at all the taxi drivers, the Lyft drivers. They will now have driverless cars. That's what they're pushing. AI that's going to be wiping out so many jobs, especially for young men and women who went to school, got their 4 years of college, 2-year degree, and they're making $155,000, and then they get wiped out. You know what the corporate sector is going to do. They're going to bring in robotics. Zoran, stop dealing with fantasy and start dealing with reality. You're pushing businesses out because you want to tax them. I'm the only one here who wants to cut the corporate taxes, the income tax, the property tax.
This is not a popular proposition.
In order to keep business
businesses
here.
are holding us hostage in one of the best cities on the planet, the best city in America. Yeah, good luck.
They're not going to hire workers. It's
That's
going
not
to be
true.
robots.
Motherfuckers will not leave the state of New York, and they will not leave New York City. Okay, that's bullshit. You have to be there. That's where commerce is. That's where Wall Street is. It's ridiculous.
I half agree with Curtis. Zoran does have socialist theory colliding with practical reality. I went through this. We raised the minimum wage to the highest in the United States of America. New York set the bar. We set it at $15. Every other state said, that's crazy when we did it. People in the state said that was crazy when we did it. But it was calibrated. It was doable. We phased it in different parts of the state. We phased it in with small businesses. We gave them assistance. Because if you raise it too high, and I believe 30 is too high, I would raise it to 20. If you raise it to too high, you do two things. People lose their jobs. You bankrupt the businesses.
These are classic.
You're talking about basically doubling
tropes.
Payroll. And you can have a negative effect where literally businesses close and people lose their jobs. And overall, again, it's another tax on corporations, another reason to leave New York, another reason to pack up the family and get on I-95 and go to South Carolina and Florida and Texas.
All right. candidates, we are coming down
Who
the
the
home
fuck is
stretch.
clapping for the working class need to remain
partners
broke?
Especially, we're going to go over by 5 minutes, and we're going to have Brian lead a
Can you give us a counter for this so I can fight my family?
And we're going to have to do this very briefly.
Forcible minimum wage
to each of you, 'cause
increases
you each
does
have
not lead
transit
to
things
mass
to answer
displacement
to.
of the existing
Mr. Cuomo,
labor
you say the
force.
city should take partial control of New York City transit.
There have been
away
numerous
from the
controlled studies
MTA,
conduced
which is
on
mostly controlled by the state.
different
Would the
regions
city
where
then
this has
have to
happened.
foot
It does not.
more of the bill? And if this is
That's
a good
precisely
idea,
the reason why
didn't
when he
you
said he
propose it
successfully raised the minimum wage to $15, it didn't actually lead to an exodus.
capital thing is-
He literally admitted
First of all,
that
New York City
it didn't happen.
owns the New York City Transit Authority, not the MTA. It leases the trains and subways to the MTA. And then the question is the division of responsibility. New York City does the safety along with the MTA. The problem the MTA is having is the capital construction projects. It has been an ongoing problem. I came in, I took over Moynihan and finished it. I came in and took over 2nd Avenue Subway, the L train tunnel. The capital construction projects are way overdue.
Would it fall more on the city to pay?
I would say, no, there is a budget set. My only point is the MTA, which is a labyrinth bureaucracy set up by Rockefeller, which should have never been done in the first place. It's an overwhelming task for the greatest managers, and I hired both of them. But let the city manage the capital construction from the MTA budget.
Mr. Mamdani, make your case briefly for your proposal for free buses for everybody, even those who can afford to pay.
You know, first I'll just say that one of the most celebrated leaders of the New York City Transit was Andy Byford, who had such a terrible experience working under Andrew Cuomo that he would rather work under Donald Trump right now. The proposal that we have put forward addresses the fact that today, in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, 1 in 5 New Yorkers cannot afford the bus fare. It would cost $700 million a year to make the slowest buses in the country fast and free. And by doing so, we would generate more than double in economic revenue for New Yorkers across the city. It would be something that would reduce assaults on bus drivers, it would increase ridership on those buses, and it would actually have environmental impacts as fewer New Yorkers would drive their own car or take a taxi and would instead get on the bus. And I know all of this because I delivered it as a state assembly member who won the first free buses in New York City's history.
And Mr. Sliwa, your website, according to my reading, has a section on transit safety, but nothing on transit service. Do you have any core proposals for improving it?
Oh, sure. First off,
Yeah, we're gonna beat the bus
I
drivers.
get a good belly laugh.
One time I got
all right,
shot
I'll keep
by a bus
practicing.
driver in 1974. So I need to punch every bus driver in the morning. It'll improve the service.
Anyway, how about fair enforcement? I'm the only one who says we have all kinds of fare programs for the indigent and the poor. But if you don't pay your fare, there needs to be enforcement. And by the way, I've taken the subway almost every day of my life since I was 5. The worst time was the summer of 2017, the summer of hell, Andrew Cuomo, when you were running the subway system as the head of the MTA. I don't trust you with anything to do with mass transit.
How would you make it better?
Oh, very simply. Everybody pays their fare, enforcement, more cops in the subway system, and by the way, we can get more people to voluntarily actually sponsor their subway system stations, clean it up, and beautify them, and add some life so the community has input into the subway that they have to go through the sleaze and slime all the time.
Wait, what?
All right, candidates, we've got just a couple of
He
minutes.
said,
Let's have
Zoran, you live in fantasy. And then he said, we'll just get New Yorkers to clean the subway
usually yes or
station.
no. Name one person you'd like to see run for president in 2028, Mr. Sliwa.
Wow, in 2028. Man, I'm dealing right now with 2025.
Mr. Mamdani.
My only focus is on November.
Mr. Cuomo.
I haven't thought it through.
Okay. We have a city of hundreds of languages and cultures. Can you greet New Yorkers in a language other than your own? Mr. Cuomo.
Ciao. Buenos dias.
Ni hao, Pangyo.
Okay.
Buona fortuna per 100 anni.
Okay. Have you decided on a school's chancellor, Mr. Sliwa?
Yes, I would ask Bob Holden, who's taught 40 years. He leads Democrats for Sliwa.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
No, I haven't decided on a chancellor as yet.
No. Okay. Should people be arrested for the solicitation of sex, Mr. Sliwa?
No, the Johns, yes, the pimps, the madams, and the absentee landlords.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani?
No.
Mr. Cuomo?
Zoran's decriminalization for prostitutes, Johns, and
Just
pimps
fucking
would be a
answer the
disaster
question, dude.
on the quality of life in
They
New
should be
York
arrested,
City.
you say? Should people be arrested for soliciting sex?
It is a criminal offense. I would keep it as it is.
Okay. Last question. Can you name one thing that New York got right during the COVID crisis, Mr. Sliwa?
New York got right. Oh, wow. He didn't get anything right during the COVID crisis. No.
Mr. Mamdani?
It only took me 15 minutes to get my vaccine shot when I went for that, and that was an efficient experience.
Mr. Cuomo?
Thank you for the compliment.
That was a city-run vaccine.
All right,
No,
gentlemen.
it wasn't.
Thanks so much, gentlemen. That is going to do
You still
it
have to learn, son.
for this debate. I would like to thank the candidates and our partners and all of you at home. If you
I will
missed any
admit,
part of this debate,
this
you can
wasn't
watch
the
it in
best
its
showing.
entirety at ny1.com and the
I
Spectrum
think
News
Cuomo
YouTube
had
channel. Early voting is
long-winded.
set to begin across the 5 boroughs on Saturday, with several other races on the ballot as well.
Cuomo had some long-winded attacks talking about his inexperience, blah, 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 all this shit. Zoran still cooked. He had a lot of good notes. He had a lot of high moments.
November 4th.
But
Thank you all for watching.
overall,
Have a great evening.
I think the takeaway for some of the most annoying fucking douchebags will absolutely be the Uganda thing, because the dumbest person you know that loves Israel is absolutely gonna cynically and stupidly do that. Why don't you do the BDS on Uganda? Like over and over and over again. And of course, once again, it doesn't fucking matter. Like he's like, I think there should have been a sharper retort to that. I don't think he thought that Cuomo would come up with such a stupid, like spectacularly stupid retort or a spectacularly stupid line of attack. The Zoran pulling from the crowd one of Andrew Cuomo's accusers. One of Andrew Cuomo's accusers was actually good, but Andrew Cuomo's response again was like, oh, well, what about Uganda? And I think a sharper retort to something like that would be something along the lines of like, listen, I'm running for mayor of New York, okay? I'm not running for mayor of Uganda. And maybe you're mistaken considering that you spent a good deal of time in the primaries trying to do legal work pro bono for the state of Israel as it was conducting war crimes and doing a genocide. So maybe you think other people are just like you. That could have been like a on the spot retort that reminded people of something that Cuomo has done. But I think in that moment, like he caught him a little off guard with the Uganda thing. What the fuck do we do? What the fuck do we even buy from Uganda? Yeah, I don't know. Like BDS doesn't fucking work that way. Cuomo mentioning BDS at all is a fat fucking L. He did it twice. I think ultimately, so Zoran is losing got it. Wait, no, I never said that. No, I don't think this is going to, I'm just purely looking at like the entire debate and what like people's takeaways will look like. Because Andrew Cuomo needs to be sharp and he needs to be on it. He needs to be on the ball and he needs to aggressively pursue Zoran. The thing that I did not even factor, which I'm reminded now from even this chat, is what the fuck is BDS? I forgot that most Americans don't even know what BDS is. Oh my God. That could be another misstep. That could be another Hassan Piker moment in the sense that if you are obviously super invested in Israel, then you know what BDS is. If you are super invested in Israel in either direction, you know what BDS is. But less people know what BDS is than do know what it is, right? Even in this fucking community, there's still people who go, what the fuck is BDS? Boycott, divestments, and sanctions. It was a successful initiative against apartheid South Africa, and it is an initiative against Israel as well. So I guess in that regard, it is good because most people don't know what the fuck it is. Also, doing boycotts and divestment and sanctions to Uganda is like, that already exists. It's called defunding US aid. Trump did it already. So like the financial entanglement with the United States of America, with the financial entanglement that the United States of America has with Israel as opposed to Uganda, it's not even a thing. Do you think the Uganda attack will stick at all? To most people, I would imagine that comes off as just cheaply attacking him for being born in a different country. Nobody seriously thinks Zoran is homophobic, right? No. I might be a little too biased because why don't you talk about Sudan is a very common line of attack against anti-Zionists, myself included. And considering that I've heard it so much recently, as of late, from people who consider themselves to be not even cynical actors, that I perhaps might be overstating its importance. So that might be my own personal bias. But to normies, it probably comes across as weird. But in any case, what up? In any case, I still think the debate performance like has a lot of good. The debate performance has like decent high notes for Zoran. A lot of spectacular daggers from Curtis Sliwa in the direction of Cuomo, but it did not lean as heavily against Cuomo as the first one did. Okay? So, and the moderators, I think, were also... the moderators, I think, were definitely a lot more aggressive on Zoran. There were a couple moments where, like, it was just ridiculous, right? The moment where he was like, all right, let's tone the temperature down. And Zoran Mamdani, why are you a Jew hater who will kill all Jews if you become the next mayor of New York? Like, that was insane. Audience was also obviously slammed in Cuomo's direction, it seems. You got to be insane to think Curtis Lee was dropping out now after this. That man hates Andrew Cuomo with every fiber of his being. I never said that Curtis Lee was going to drop out. I actually maintained the position that he's not going to drop out because he is a kooky guy, but he's just like honest about wanting to be mayor as a Republican. What's your take on Zoran not answering his position on the propositions? I don't really know. I don't know why he doesn't have a take on them. And I'm not super familiar with what the question was about to begin with. So I don't really understand what the reasoning for that is. It's just, it is strange. But I don't think it'll be that significant. I don't think it'll be that significant in the grand scheme of things, even though what do you call it? That's just like the only line of attack in that situation, the only thing that they kind of got him on a little bit on his back foot was when they kept saying like, oh, you don't have a clear-cut position on anything. Could be a political reason, like who sponsored local measures are. Yeah. Zoran's rank 2 being... this was so stupid. Zoran's rank 2 being Curtis Lewa doesn't really matter. It's like mostly a meme. And I think it might even make him look more favorable to some moderates overall. Because like people do like Curtis Lewa. They like him as a character. But while the debate was going on, Andrew Cuomo's campaign posted and then quickly deleted this AI-generated ad depicting criminals for Zohran Mamdani. It features a black man in a kafia shoplifting, an abuser, a trespasser, a trafficker, a drug dealer, and a drunk driver, all declaring support for Mamdani. Don't know why they thought this was a banger to release amidst the debate.
Experienced radical whose policies will make New York City more dangerous. But
him eating with his hands. Dude, I do think, I don't know what to do about this. I'm not Mr. Woke by any means. You know this, okay? I eat a lot of fucking unimaginably heinous Islamophobic attacks on a daily fucking basis. You know this already. But god damn, brother, this shit is so unimaginably out of control. Okay? It's like, I don't know how to deal with it because it's been extra relentless this past week where they're just straight up being like, you're a fucking jihadist. You want to do global jihad. You want to kill all the Jews. Zohran, you want to kill all the Jews. Like, it's fucking insane. It's so gross. It's so racist. And the fact that like Democrats in unison have not actually called this shit out is very frustrating. And also on top of that, yeah, we got to do a timeout, pause on the hate. Stop the hate, guys. Stop the hate. But it's just like, I don't know. It's so much. And it's also actively pumped through the right-wing tweaked algorithm. And you have to be so good. You have to be so good all the time. If you're Muslim, you have to be the perfect candidate. And it doesn't even fucking matter. It's just like these guys are such vile scumbags. And I don't know how to... Why do you get so heated on this? It's politics. It's expected them to insult each other. Really? Really? What, Andrew Cuomo doing that against like a black candidate? Imagine Andrew Cuomo running against Eric Adams and using common anti-black tropes. How do you think that would be? How do you think that would go for him? There's a difference between attacking him for his inexperience, which he did a lot, versus being like, oh, you eat rice with your hands and you're a jihadist who wants to do terrorism. Bro, we lost nothing tonight. Not one single voter. Cuomo probably just lost some to Sliwa, but that's it. I know. I'm just talking about something more important than this, okay? Something more consequential than the impact of this singular night's debate performance. Brother, they literally consistently hit the you did 9/11, you and your boys did 9/11 notes over and over again. I can't even fucking talk about like the institutional acceptance of Islamophobia without motherfuckers being like, why are you talking about how Zohran is losing? Like, he's not. He's gonna win. Of course. It's just very, very, very frustrating to see this shit. I called this shit out on the national election that took place when J.D. Vance and Donald Trump got far too comfortable talking about how black people were eating cats and dogs, brother. That was insane. That was like unimaginable levels. Like, sure, it was packaged as a specific to Haitians or whatever, but it was like very clearly an insane escalation of permissible racism without any sort of repercussions or any sort of fucking punishment. And yeah, this stuff has consequences. I've studied Islamophobia for more than 15 years. I've never witnessed anything like the vile anti-Muslim rhetoric circulating on site today. Between Trump 2.0 and the decimation of Gaza and the rise of Zohran Mamdani, anti-Muslim hate is at a dangerous new level. And I think, and I'm going to keep it $150. I'm going to be honest with you. I think there are people that are just turning up the dial on the Islamophobia, because I think that Americans can't just like hate imperialism. They have to hate Jews. They can't just like hate Israel. They have to hate Israel from the framework of hating Jews. And a lot of Israel supporters have realized, okay, we can't make people like Israel, and we can't make people like Jews now because we've packaged what Israel is doing with Judaism for far too long. So the next best thing is to probably try to foment some kind of race war against Muslims in the country. I think this is deliberate. I think what's happening is straight up the next stage in trying to move the conversation away and shift the attention away from Israel to Muslim people living on U.S. soil. And it's not shocking. It's not like this isn't like a major conspiracy, because a lot of Israel advocacy groups have openly written about this in their own discovered, declassified files and PowerPoint suggestions. So this is literally a real thing. They can't win the conversation on Israel because everybody hates Israel. And because they've packaged everything with Israel, with Judaism, people don't just hate Israel. They're also hating Jews now. So they have to turn around and be like, well, you know who's worse though? Muslims. Think about how scary Muslims are. My brother's girlfriend watched a debate with my mom and I. She said she might actually vote for the first time. She's the mother of my niece, and free child care will let her work. I'm the woke friend. I'm telling you, this shit works. People get around you to vote. This isn't a lib take. Voting is crucial to local politics. No, absolutely. I've always been an advocate. I'm noticing how much they have tuned up. Maybe because of my own background. Maybe because I am the recipient of this kind of shit too. What? What about the things you said about black liberals? Could have been sarcasm or missed something on the surface. It seems racist also. Again, could be me missing something. What are you talking about? Sorry to bring this up, but the thing you said to the Sudan chatter was sarcasm, right? Just making sure, lol. What? What? I just came from a clip of you responding to someone talking about Sudan, and it didn't look great. Have you talked about that? Was there more context missing? Genuinely asking a question. Please don't take this the wrong way, please. Can someone in the chat explain the Hassan Sudan clip going on? It looks bad, but I know things can be clipped, and I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I assume you're... What? Is the thing you said about sarcasm? I don't even know exactly what you're talking about with respect to Sudan, but often, I mean, I did unironically talk about that earlier, where a very common deflection method from people that want you to shut the fuck up about Israel is to cynically present the ongoing genocide in Sudan. And I don't know exactly what clip you're talking about, but usually after like the millionth response to that same kind of like deflective question, I'm a little bit short. I have talked about Sudan, and of course nowhere near as much as I've talked about Israel. When you responded to the chat, it said black folk want you to talk about Sudan, and you responded with black folk as a descriptor. What? It was probably genuinely something stupid from TikTok. Sorry, genuinely my fault. Yeah. Brother, that's not a real dude. No, it seems like he is. Look, see, he understood where I was coming from. What about the thing you said about black liberals? I don't know what the black liberals thing is, but I do demographic analysis of voter patterns with regular frequency, not just on black people in general. And I, as a matter of fact, routinely shit on liberals who think black people are a bad voting bloc or behaving in a misogynistic manner or greatly overextend when analyzing black men, for example, shifting even a little bit to the Republican side. Yeah, it's the clip went viral. I don't know why chatters are being weird. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know where it went viral. Maybe it went viral on TikTok. Maybe it went viral on Twitter. It is what it is. What are you going to do? Is people on TikTok trying to call you racist? Yeah, I'm not, but I can't hold that against you if you think that I am, then it is what it is, I guess. If you responded to every clip taken out of context, we'd be here for another 9 hours. Yeah, I know. TikTok hates you right now. I don't care. I can't imagine having your job. Nothing upsets me more than being misinterpreted or being told I'm something I'm not. I can't imagine dealing with that every second of every day. You kind of get used to it after a while. It just comes with the territory. It's really shitty. And it also then extends into simultaneously extends into fucking death threats and things of that nature. People making up their minds. Yeah. It is what it is. I am not a victim. Okay? I'm a very privileged person. And I am going to continue to advocate for what I believe is best for all people all around the world, for all workers all around the world. And I'm not doing it so that like Black Twitter thinks I'm cool. I'm not doing it for that reason. I'm doing it because it's right. Okay? Remember that. And you shouldn't expect, you should not expect people from marginalized backgrounds to automatically think you're the coolest guy ever just because you advocate for their emancipation as well. When did lying get as powerful as it is now? It's never been more powerful. I mean, look at what fucking Andrew Cuomo's doing. Look at this shit.
What do his actual supporters think?
Mom Donnie isn't crazy. He's just...
I can't believe that's like... That's Idris Elba. Like, this is AI... This is AI Idris Elba. That's wild.
Donnie isn't crazy. He's just trying to even the playing field.
You know, give everyone a fair shot. Sure, he said multiple times we need to defund the police, but that was just a metaphor.
And yes, he did say crime is a social construct, but that was also a metaphor.
His main backer, the Democratic Socialists' ideas are common sense, such as
decriminalizing misdemeanors, like shoplifting. Third-degree assault.
That's crazy. That's straight up a black dude shoplifting after putting on a keffiyeh. That, dude, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing, bro? He did AI Idris Elba wearing a keffiyeh before engaging in the act of shoplifting. How is this allowed? Oh my God. I'm losing my fucking mind. Oh my God.
trespassing, prostitution,
and drunk driving.
With plans to decriminalize all drugs, Ma'am Donnie will be a job creator for drug dealers.
Instead of helping us homeless get off the streets and into the mental health facilities we need, he wants to give us safe injection sites to do crack and let us sleep in subway carts.
These are actual policies Mom Donnie and the DSA want to implement on day one.
When a woman's being domestically abused, she finally won't have to deal with some pesky cop to arrest the abuser, but now a social worker to help, kumbaya the situation.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Mom Donnie is finally lowering jail sentences.
guilty!
But Mom Donnie says you're free to go. Woo-hoo! Who cares if legalizing prostitution statistically leads to an increase for sex trafficking of women and young girls by 70%?
You can't have safety without equality.
For unlawful abiding citizens like us, globalize the intifada.
Wait, why is the drug dealer now burning his hand, which I assume is him trying to burn the American flag? The drug dealer is now anti-Zionist? What? What do we do with this? Do we just like sue people? Like, how do you stop? How do you stop this? I don't know. Because it kind of feels like to me the only way that this was like at least kind of kept back was social pressure. And in the absence of social pressure, everything kind of devolves, right? Like when there's no like cohesive socialized understanding that this is unimaginably racist and also incredibly fucked up, I don't think there's anything we can do about this. Right? I don't even know why the fuck they took it down. They posted it and then immediately took it down. Maybe someone was like, "Hey man, that's crazy. Maybe don't use AI Idris Elba as a black man as doing shoplifting." I mean, I like that with AI now we can make like the anti-Semitic ads that the Nazis made, in the 30s, but this time they can move. You don't even need to hire actors or anything. You could just like prompt it. Yeah, it's not just Idris Elba. It's like a mixture of like, because AI aggregates, right? They take like different facial features. It's basically like a little bit of Idris Elba, maybe a little bit of Jamie Foxx, but like it's like in that same range. I'm not saying it's like a 1-to-1. I mean, it's obviously also fucked up that like they prompted it to be like black guy puts on keffiyeh to steal. One problem with AI-generated ads is that removing all friction in the creative process cuts out so many opportunities for different people to question if this is really a good idea. Yeah, Cuomo campaign posted and deleted this video of AI Zoran supporters, including this black guy who wants to decriminalize shoplifting and the dead-eyed drunk driver in the below post.
Abiding citizens like us globalize the intifada.
I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal.
I'm a criminal.
Yep. I'm a criminal. For Zoran. For Zoran Mamdani.
I didn't have a real job until I was 30, but sure, give me the keys to the city. What's the worst that can happen?
Paid for by Cuomo for NYC.
Incredible work, my man. Fantastic. I love that. It has been established this is AI, right? Are you smoking crack? Yes, brother. Of course this is AI. I think this should be illegal. I think we should get ahead of this by saying no AI on campaign ads. But I don't know. I mean, there's so many different points that I want to make about this ad campaign that like basically also ties back to the vibes overall around the campaign this past week. Post first debate, the intensity of the Islamophobia increased a lot. Like, I don't think people recognize it. I don't know if it'll be success. Like, I don't think it's going to be successful in terms of unseating Zoran or ruining his chances for becoming the next mayor. But I think it's a more consequential problem than that overall, because I just think people are straight up becoming way more open with their racist tendencies, racist behaviors. And it's not just for Muslims either. I'm just talking about Islamophobia right now because like Zoran is Muslim, but it is pretty fucking crazy to see. It is pretty fucking crazy to see how hard they are going. Like when they have nothing. No, I think you should see them as being openly racist, and it's not working as true progress. Yeah. Transphobia, anti-black sentiments, like just everything. Anti-immigrant, white nativist, white supremacist attitudes all over the fucking place. And for the record, when people talk to, why don't you react to Flagrant? I'll do it tomorrow. When people actually talk about like woke is going to bounce back and whatnot, one of the things I get a little bit frustrated by is like, it's not going to bounce back without all of us. Okay. Like 2016, first Trump administration, a lot of people I think forget that like a lot of people pressured the Trump administration. There were a lot of motherfuckers that were actively participating to make woke bounce back. I think a lot of liberals are just like, yeah, it'll bounce back. It'll be great. It'll be better than ever before. And I don't think so. I don't think it's going to happen like that. Like you see it in all of the spaces that we occupy, even at something as silly as like this, like the streaming sphere and YouTube and whatnot. Like a lot of people are totally on board with never attacking right-wing content creators or toxic content creators that they're like afraid of, that they'll come after them, and are super open to writing off anyone that draws the ire and scrutiny of said right-wing content creators. Like it's just, I don't think that's going to be sustainable. If your goal is overall for woke to snap back, like you kind of got to put some skin in the game. You know, you're not going to be able to make this happen. There is no magical pendulum swing that takes place. You have to also sometimes be brave, be courageous, and remember that there are people who agree with you, and that there are more of us that don't think that our neighbors are fucking villains because of the way that they look or where they came from, than there are those who would seek out division. Anyway, I'm obviously, no matter what kind of attack I eat on a daily fucking basis, I'm obviously going to keep advocating for the things that I believe in. But on that note, I have to go because I have to shoot the podcast. So that's all I got for today, folks. Unfortunately, I would love to continue, but like I said, I got to do the podcast, and I will see you tomorrow. We got Crash Dummies Pod in the building tomorrow. Defeating the anti-blackness allegations. I gotta stop even joking about that shit, because I think people, no matter what I say, will try to farm that and like be very gross about this shit. But yeah, see you tomorrow. I love you all. And yeah, that's it. And then this weekend I'm in New York City, baby. New York.
All the chatter is trickling in.
All right.
I'll sell people hay. Sunny
love you
Los
all.
Angeles,
Peace.
California, says Hassan. The stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Euger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show Chad Vice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord Friend gets broken cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home.